something close to the pocket, you know. For me,
So
and I like a little thinner angle too. I don't like to have to smash the cue ball. I want to hit it a little smoother and get the cue ball to spin through the rack kind of.
So what's he going to try to do here now?
I'd try and catch the 14 right on the nose.
So that's the head. That's the ball in the head spot.
With some follow, yeah.
With follow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the tangent line, if you draw a line through the 15 into the pocket, and then you draw a 90-degree line right where he's looking, that's pointing over there towards the 14. So you're going to hit it with enough pace where it comes off that line, hits the 14, but then it has some follow. So it's not going to carry him off 14 and go in the side pocket. It'll follow through a little bit. That's the way I try and hit it. But it's a difficult shot. It's not. This is no hanger here.
Yes, the
And
shot itself is a very difficult
shot. And I wouldn't
shot.
shoot it with too much pace. I would shoot it as if I'm shooting this ball and I want to follow the cue ball 2 rails and freeze on the end rail. That's the pace I would hit it. I wouldn't hit it any harder. Hit it pretty good. Yeah, and he made another ball.
It's a good shot by Dimitri there to open the ball. He's got a pretty easy rack to navigate here. He's got a few balls clustered in the center. He's going to have to open up.
He's looking good here. So shoot the 10. For me, I shoot the 10, I follow up, and then I shoot the 2, and I try and split the 12 and 9, because you always know you're going to have the 5 next. And then you can open them up safely that way. Might get a shot at the 9 on the side. 9 looks like it'll carry him off the 7 and head toward the side pocket. Okay, you got him open a little bit. Now the 1's a break ball, so you might not want to shoot the 4 because you're going to lose one of your break balls, and the 9 and 12 are still tied up. So I don't know if the 7 passes the 14 into the side. If that does, then you might be able to shoot the 5, 7 and open them up a little bit. Or the 5, 6, then the 7.
And there we go.
Still a lot of traffic, a little work to be done.
So
He's looking like 14, 7. Then he can, I don't know if the 12 passes the 4.
I don't think the 9 passes, but I'm not positive of that.
No, I don't think it does. I think he's going to go. What he could do is he could shoot the 14, come out and give himself an angle on the 7, and then he can follow into the 12 to open the 9 up, and then he'll have the 4 straight.
That's exactly, looks like exactly what he's going to do. Yeah. Now, at what point do you start thinking about the 15 ball on the side rail?
Well, I think he left the 15 there just in case he ended up with a break shot on that side, which would have been a good key ball.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, towards the end, he's gonna have to get up and get on that. He's gonna open these up first and see how this ends up. I think he's got the angle. No, he's straight actually, so he's gonna stop on this. Now he shoots the 4. He might, if he's got the angle, he might just draw it back for the 11 now. Looks pretty straight on this. He's going to follow 2 rails out to the middle of the table. I don't know about that. Yeah, these balls are cluttered up. Could go 6, 11. You know, 6, 11, 12, 8, 9, or 9, 8. Oh, he's going to shoot the 1 in. Okay. So the 8's a break ball. 8 looks a little high to me, but I guess it'll work. Just won't get much. A break ball that high, you see now the tangent line's going closer to the spot. So now you can't really slam it because you're just going to thin the top of the rack. So you have to follow into him, and I'm not sure. He should be able to open him up, but I don't think they're going to blast open from there. He almost got that 9 down. If that 9 would have went down a little bit lower, he could have played that as a break ball.
Yeah, that may have been what he was trying to do, right? Or
So,
he's considering his options from here.
yeah, I think from here I might just shoot the 9 and the 11 and the 6 and come around 2 rails and out for the 8.
For the 8.
Yeah. Getting on that 11, you really got to get on it pretty good to get back on the 8.
So he's got it.
You could also shoot the 9 and go into the 11 and bump it out a little bit. Might be taking a little too much of a chance there.
So he's going to shoot the 11 and figure to get the angle from the 11 to the 8.
Yeah, he needs to get an angle.
He needs to get a good. He makes to make a real good shot here.
Yeah, if he gets too straight on it, he's in trouble.
Right.
If he drew it up a little further than he wanted, but it's a pretty good angle. It's a pretty good angle. He's gonna have to shoot this with some pace though. You can't roll this ball in and get on it. He's gonna have to hit it pretty firm, which always makes the pocket smaller too. Anytime you add pace, the chances of it wobbling.
Oh, hit that good.
That was good.
Yeah. So made a good shot there.
Got a nice angle. This one he can just smooth this in. He doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball here. He doesn't have to hit it super hard. Well, I would have to say that Dimitri has played pretty good straight pull. He's had a couple unlucky shots. I mean, with the scratches and stuff, but he's played the game pretty well.
I would agree.
Barring the unlucky scratches, the match should be over already.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And he's getting into the range where it's pretty dangerous for Albin.
Yeah.
And the longer Dimitri's at the table, the more comfortable he gets, the more in the groove he gets.
And another thing you got to think about is a lot of these guys came from. I don't know if they stayed over here after the U.S. Open, but I went home. If any of them went home, they had a lot of travel. I mean, that's a ton of travel. Going all the way overseas and then traveling here, and they might have got off the plane yesterday, and who knows if they got any sleep or anything. You know, jet lag can kill you.
Now there's a good.
That was nice, yeah.
So he's clear. He made a very nice shot there. The rack is open. He doesn't have too much to worry about here except pocketing balls. He has a little cluster of the 3 balls in the center of the rack.
Yeah, that's almost an exact copy of the last break.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it'd be nice to. I think he's got to open these balls up here. The 10 and 13, or the combination goes. He might just be able to draw back a little bit. Play the combination 10-13, and then everything else is on the left side of the table, so there's a lot of clutter over there. Yeah, so I just bumped that out. That was a good shot.
So
now, I might think about, I mean, just the 4-1, you're going to need to open those up. So I probably got to do it safely. It'd be nice to get rid of that 2 ball and shoot the 3 and bump into the 4, and then you have the 7 next. But I don't know if he can get the cue ball over there to be able to do it, because the 2's kind of blocking the lanes for the other balls. Now he's going into it here. Now this could, who knows what could happen there. See, push balls on top of balls. That worked out all right.
It worked out all right. He just has that one little combination. I assume he's going to play a combination. I don't think the 2 passes the 3.
I think he's got 12 on the side if he wants to. 14. The problem here is all these balls are just on this side, and they're covering pockets for each other. Well, he's going to shoot this combination. hit it.
He's decided to play the combination first.
Okay, that work. Yeah. Get rid of those. I like doing that in one pocket. If we were playing one pocket here, I'd shoot the ones that are closest to the pocket because they're blocking the lane for the other ball, you know. So you can't shoot the 10 in this pocket until you get rid of the 7, and you can't shoot the 14 until you get rid of the 3.
So
you can't shoot the 9 until you get rid of the 4. So a lot of it's self-explanatory. So maybe go 7, 3, 10, 4 or something like that.
So he's Dimitri is following Corey's advice here and opening up the lane. He's left the 3 ball, but now the 10 passes, the 5 passes. He's probably going to leave that ball for his break shot anyway.
This went a little too far.
Yeah, he got too safe. He's safe,
Yeah,
but he can still have the shot.
Good thing he got rid of the 7, or he'd be in deep trouble right here.
So if he hadn't opened that lane up, he'd be in trouble here because he wouldn't have a shot.
Now you bump the 5 over to make a good key ball. So for me, I shoot the 10, bump the 5 over, then you shoot the 3 and try and get on the 4. Then you can go maybe 4, 9, 1, 5, hopefully. But this could get tricky. Wow, he went in between. He didn't even hit the 5. I would have thought he hit the 5, but. And now he fell where he can't make the 3, so he's got to take a tough cut on the 4. I don't think he can make the 3.
No, he can't. Well, he can't. And he has to leave the 14, looks like the 14 ball to me, for a break shot. So his options here are really, looks like the 4 ball's his option.
I don't think he thought about bumping the 5. I think he's just trying not to bump balls.
So it's a good shot.
Yeah, that was good. That worked out
hit
perfect.
The 5.
I think he can make the 3.
Now
Well,
if he can't make the 3 from here, he's really got some issues
I
to
think
deal
the
with.
5 goes, maybe.
Oh, the 5 goes?
I think the 5 goes, but you have to kind of slop it in. You got to hit the rail at the right pace.
So
I think he's got to shoot that, though.
So this is not a situation exactly that he wanted, but he's probably going to come out of it fine. He's going to have to shoot the 5 and spin it in.
Yeah, you got to get the right pace on this. You got to have it where it's got enough pace to get into the hole. You don't want to roll
pocket speed, is that what they call it?
You don't want to lag it up there because it can stop. That's perfect.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that was. See, that pocket looked a little bigger than. Remember when Albin missed that ball up in the upper corner?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
That looked like it accepted it easier. That one.
Well, it is new cloth, so it should get a little slide, right?
Yeah, I just think some pockets just are a little. You always got one pocket on the table that, oh, that's the tight pocket, you know. Okay, so here he's just going to play below the 9. Just go ahead and get straight in on the 9. Why not? I think he's looking at an angle on the 9er.
So he's really only has one pattern here, which is 3 to the 9 to the 1.
Yeah, he hit it perfect. So, look at that, perfect. Hit it perfect. I don't want to be above this ball. I'm going to go past the side a little bit. Hopefully I get my angle. If not, I get straight in and maybe I can follow out of it or something. But I don't really want to be. Yeah, there you go. You don't want to be above the side on that one because what are you going to do? You can't go 2 rails. It'd be too tough. He got straight on it. So now he's going to be looking at a real tough shot here. He needed to get perfect on that.
Yeah, yes. So he could roll forward, but he's going to have a really long shot on the.
That was a good shot. He slammed it in.
So he's got the same sort of angle and shot he had last time, right? He still has a fairly long break shot. He's got a little bit better angle, I think, though, for this one. But he has to hit it the same way as the previous break shot, right?
This one's fine. This one's
easier.
for me. I shoot this one in just with the top, and I hit the stack, and then the cue ball goes and freezes on the bottom rail, and I should have some kind of shot. You don't want to shoot this like a stop shot. You'll end up stuck on the rack. Or you could draw it, but it just makes it way harder, I think.
So he's on a run of slightly more than 50 balls.
He's looking at bottom English on this. Just I don't know. For me, I just smoothed this one in.
87.
Yeah, he slammed it in there, didn't he?
Yep.
That was
He slammed it in.
That was another good. He's pocketed balls really nice. He's made some good shots. That first opening shot off of the break, the very first shot of the match was a good shot too.
Well, this is a star-studded field of people who can make tough shots and run a lot of balls on you.
Yeah.
So it's 87 from 47. I think he's on a 40-ball run, actually. I believe he started at 47. So we'll give him 40.
It seems like that 15-8 combo is easy enough, but I think he's got the situation where he can get in kind of the middle of the balls and open them up like he goes 6-4, 13, 15-8 combo, 2, and looks like 7-1 for the break ball, or even the 3 is a nice key ball for the 12, so... yeah, 6-4, 13, 15-8, 2, 9, 7, 1, 3, 12. Oh, I tried to open them up, which they didn't even need to do. Now they got funny.
Hey. He didn't need to do that because it was a straight-in combination. So,
well, some players are just weird about that. They, in straight pull, they want everything clean. They don't want to bump balls. They don't want to shoot combinations. They like to shoot, they're comfortable playing just trying to play a really clean game, And then other people bump a lot of balls. I think I would say John Schmidt, he bumps balls into certain positions. And I just think there's just different styles. Some people stay away from, they don't want to ever bump into a ball because they don't want to take a chance of it. But I think it can be helpful if you know how to do it correctly,
You mean you can actually play position off of a bump ball?
Or you bump a ball into a specific position where it makes the run out a lot easier too. Like everything's just stopped once you do that. Like bumping a ball into a position for a break shot, or bumping a ball into a position for a key ball before the break shot.
Well, this isn't really a big problem for Dimitri because the 8-ball he can make the 8-ball by hitting the rail, slightly hitting the rail first. But he will have to worry about position.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't think he wants to take any chances shooting a ball rail first. I think he's
So he's going to try to hit it.
I think he's going to try and shoot the 6 and run into the 15,
15
right now.
and 8 now, yeah.
Oh, wow. He hammered it.
All right, well, he still has his original problem, but he does have a straight-in shot.
Yeah, he just rearranged everything a little bit there.
Right, he rearranged the furniture,
Yeah.
but the room's still the same.
Okay, well, now he's got the 7 ball for the break ball. I don't know if was it sitting there before?
Yes. Yeah, anything changed now is the 1.
I think he should just go ahead and shoot. If it's me, I'm just going to shoot that 8 in rail first, smooth, and follow around, shoot the 9. And see what happens.
Yeah, he's.
But
Well, your instincts, Corey's instincts were right in that he's really trying to avoid shooting this rail first, but it looks like sooner or later
he's going to have
to do it.
Yeah, he's going to have to do it.
His eye's running out of options now.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I think he's just trying to get the table a little more open where he's not worried about where the cue ball goes after he makes it.
Ooh, and that's the reason that you're right. He didn't want to shoot that because that could have hung.
Well, and when he shoots that rail first, he doesn't really know where the cue ball is going to go, so he might have this long shot on the 9. And if he had all the balls that were over here on the right side after he makes the 9, he's going to have to, draw for position. So at least he opened everything up. Now, if he did have to shoot the 9, he's going to shoot the 3. Ooh.
Well,
I think it's now you shoot 15 and you go above the 5. I hope you don't get jacked up over it and then shoot the 9 and come over. That's all he can do. He's looking at following 2 rails around, which he could do.
So it looks like he's going to draw back above the 5. That's what it looks. I know he went to 2 rails.
Yeah, but if he gets straight, he's in trouble. Got kind of straight. I think he's got to follow this to the bottom rail with some spin to get over there. I don't think he can. I mean, you can hit middle and slam it over, but you really got to hit it hard.
How about draw?
Draw would be
brutal.
Well, because the cue ball's going kind of towards the spot, so you'd almost have to. You'd have to hit it with inside.
So okay.
Hit that pretty good.
Yeah, he did.
His power game's looking nice. His stroke. He's hit all the power shots pretty well.
So this will be 100, I believe. 96. So it's 99 to 17. And I have 100. That's what I thought it was. 100 to 53. So I have a 53 ball run for Dimitri. And he hit, pocketed the break ball. He has a shot. Looks like the 14 here. He'll have to go back into the rack in order to break it again. And he's got a couple options on how he might do that. He could play the 14 now, leave the cue ball on the rail, shoot the 11, and make the cue ball go into the rack. And that's a good option because it's a 15 ball. But he's going to do it another pattern. He's going to go out to the center and break them off the balls that are loose. So he really didn't get a pattern to go back into him at the moment. Good shot. See, I really thought when he first had this pattern where he could go into him from the
Yeah, this is a little bit taking a little bit of a chance here. If he
yeah.
doesn't hit the correct ball, if he hits the 12, he could be in trouble. Yeah, so, well, he got the 9. No, he's got a combo.
Got a combo. Well, see, he had that pattern right off the break shot, but he had the 15 by the corner pocket. Had he played it then, he would have had a safety ball. And in that instance, he didn't have a safety ball.
So that particular break, what Michael's trying to say is that he didn't have a for sure shot after he goes into him. So he's going into him hoping that all the balls open up and he gets some kind of shot. He's not able to call his next ball in pocket. So it's better if you choose a break shot when you're going into the stack that you have an actual ball that's maybe laying by a pocket or something that you can break the balls open but play for that specific ball.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly what I was trying to say. It's good to have I call them a safety ball.
Yeah.
Where when you open the stack, you have shots. Because now, since he didn't open them earlier when there were safety balls from the back of the stack, he's now having to shoot some pretty difficult shots to get back in line. And he
shooting the 7. It looks like he can make the 8. Am I wrong? Can he make the 8 in the side, or is he frozen to that ball?
I think he's frozen.
He's frozen to it. Okay.
Sometimes the angle on the screen is.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, so he's just going to go into the 8-1, it looks like.
Clear, but he's.
He missed him.
He missed him, but he's got.
And another scratch.
No.
Oh, now how did that ball scratch? But the other ball that
hung up
that
right.
that Albin shot. Isn't that amazing?
Well, that's
crazy. Must have been a little different pace.
That's when you need to have faith, right? I mean, in a sense.
God, it's unbelievable.
It's a cruel game.
The goofy scratch. He's had four goofy scratches this match. Wow. Other than that, he's just lost the cue ball. Is what it is. A few times. His shot making's good, but he has lost the cue ball a few times.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
And honestly, I do think it was a tactical mistake, really, not to go into them when there were balls that it wouldn't have mattered so much how he went into the back of the rack to open it, because he would have had a lot of shots to choose from. So one shot led to more and more trouble, and eventually he had to hit one a little harder than he wanted, and he ended up scratching. But he's played very, very good. Shot making's been great.
So Albin's taking a break. And I think the two things go hand in hand. A guy, he's lost the cue ball a little bit, but he's a good shot maker. And I think if you're a player, then and you lose the cue ball sometimes, you better be a good shot maker to run out, because you're going to have if your cue ball's not right on, you're going to have some tough shots, And I think Albin, he's just I don't know what happened with him. His cue ball's usually really good. He just had a couple mental slip-ups, but, he's capable of coming back in this match for sure. He could run 100 at any minute. Albin, I think hasn't he won one of these straight pool tournaments?
No.
I thought he won.
I don't think so.
I thought he's a past champion here. Didn't he win like last year or the year before?
No, Joshua Filler won it.
Okay. But maybe he was in the final.
Fedor was second.
Oh, okay.
He was in the quarterfinals, and I think Joshua ran 150 an hour on him.
Okay.
So he didn't get to shoot. So they took a break. What's the rule on the break? On taking a break in the action?
In the middle of a rack? Well, it's got to be in the middle of a rack, because everything's in the middle of a rack.
Right.
Unless you're racking the balls up and the break ball.
So do you get a certain amount of times you can take a break, or is it just you ask the referee and he says yes or no?
It depends on the tournament. I'm not sure what the rule is here at this tournament, but sometimes you'll get 2 breaks. I think at the U.S. Open, I asked how many breaks do you get, and they said you get as many as you want. And I thought that was it was nice, but I mean it was. I think you get a 5-minute break, but it's just different events are. Some people they might have to go all the time, or you have some kind of a medical condition. Okay. Well, Albin's
back at the table.
He's got a chip in a chair. He's in the match. He's shooting.
There you go.
Chip in a chair.
I guess Corey and I watch the same poker shows. Doyle Bronson's little intro.
Oh, it looks like the 2's a nice break ball. 2 ball. He's going to play for the side pocket here. 1 or 8. In the side, it can get a little funny though. This. Maybe we could bump that 3 a little bit. I wouldn't mind going up and go ahead and get that 15, come back down table. I might go 4, 1, 15, 6, 3, 2. The 6 is a nice key ball for the 3 to get on the 2. Or yeah, the 4 looks like it's in the rack. So if you can draw the 4 back an inch, then you can slide up off the 1 for the 15. And even go if you can go 2 rails from the 15 to the 6. Well, he didn't like that plan. I guess he's going to go. He's going to go 3, then 15, then 6, then 1, maybe.
So Albin is Dimitri is at 105. He needs 20 balls to win the match, and Albin is at 19 now. So he essentially needs 100.
7 racks.
106 balls, yeah.
Getting ahead of yourself. He needs to make that next shot.
He needs to make the next shot, right? And that's I'm sure he's not thinking ahead.
Yeah, this was good. This 1 ball's nice, easy key ball.
Ooh.
Literally, he almost got a little skid there in that one.
That one almost hit the point. And,
yeah.
So, Dimitri is racking the balls.
Oh, wow, drew the cue ball. That thing was heading really fast toward the side pocket, but hit just before, went all the way up to the end rail, middle diamond, and then killed back the other way with all the inside spin. That was an interesting shot. It looks like he can shoot I think that's the 15 by the 4.
Yes.
Big pocket.
It looks like that, you're right.
It looks like a big pocket to me. I don't know.
A big pocket here we're talking about because the 4 ball's out. If the 15 ball hits any part of that, including the 4, it's going to fall. So it gives it a big pocket, makes it easier to make the shot, which it did. It actually grazed the 4 a little bit there.
Yeah.
So
now
he's going to have to clear that pocket, as we talked about before, because
yeah.
the pathways for the balls are blocked. They're easy shots once the pocket's clear. Looks like the 8 goes, though.
So for me, I think I'm going to shoot the 8.
Yeah.
8-1. He's thinking to bump into the 10 and bump the 6 over for a break ball. The 11's also, I think it's high enough to be a break ball.
And he may be able to make the 6 or the 10. It's from this angle. It's
maybe
with
he'll
the screen.
shoot the
It's
10,
hard to
10 then
see.
the 8. You can shoot the 10 then the 8 and bump the 9 a little.
And then there's 2 balls by the side pocket, and I can't see if one of them can't pass. So he's got to think about those. Oh, he might be going after those now, actually. No. So the 10 passes, I guess.
Looks like he's going to be happy with the 11 ball for the break, I think. Be nice if he could shoot the 8, catch the bottom half of the 15, bump it up a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about those 2 balls nearby the side. I think he'll just have to get above them and shoot one of them in the corner pocket, or play underneath, you know. But yeah, I would like to get rid of those early, so I don't have to worry about those at the end of the rack.
Yeah, later, right.
Yeah, you get down to the last 3 balls and have to go deal with that. Things can
Yeah, and there's only a few I mean, they're actually, until he shoots the 12 of those 2 balls, there isn't a pocket for the other. I guess he could shoot the 3 ball, it looks like, in the. But there's just not many pocket options for those 2 balls, it doesn't look like.
Well, the pocket options that you have are they're quite a distance away, so.
But I don't know. He doesn't seem to be in the same panic I would be in if I was playing.
Well, what you could do here is just shoot the 10 in now and go 2 rails towards them, and then if you don't fall that good on them, you always have the 8
ball, right?
You know, but yeah, I think you need to.
Looks
to
like
do something about it now.
Well, he's considering that. So
maybe he's thinking he's just going to shoot the 13, go up table, then shoot the 12, and then the 3, and then.
Well, he's taking your guidance here. He's going to shoot the 10 and then go back for these 2 balls and get him out of there.
Yeah. Okay.
So the point of this little conversation between Corey and myself is that when you have problem balls, you don't want to leave them till the end of the rack. You want to get them out of there when you get to the earliest opportunity. Mm-hmm. And for those of you who play a lot of 8 ball, that's a good guidance there too. You want to open your problem balls up. So he's clear now.
Yeah. So now this is the one I like here. I like shoot the 3, then the 13, then the 9, then the 8 for last, maybe, and slide up. Or I mean, the 13's a good key ball, but it's just kind of tricky the way it's laying. You can go 3, 9, 8, but then it's tough to get on the 13, you know? I just thought if he goes 3, 13, I don't know. I'm not sure which way he's doing this.
He may come, I think he's going to, yeah, he's doing exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but now he's got to draw back, see, on the 9. Whereas if he would have went 3, 13, 9, then he could have shot the 8 and slid past.
Right, I understand.
The angle.
I think the viewers, yes, he had an option there, and
this is the same.
He's still come back to actually with Corey's last 3 balls though. He's going to shoot the 13, the 9, and the 11. And what we were discussing was what was the best way to get the angle on the 9 ball that he needs for the 11 ball.
Yeah, he got straight on that. See, this is a little bit.
So he's got to draw this back now and hit it pretty firm to get where he wants on the break shot.
Yeah, I'd rather go too far here.
So, but
That was all right.
He's took the big angle.
That was all right.
All right, so Albin's off and running. Started at 17. And he's got 14 more, so that'd be 31. So we're very thankful for our sponsors. You see them flashing in the corner of your screen. Spring Hill Suites is our host hotel this year. Dennis Wall's been a longtime supporter of this tournament.
Dennis usually plays. What, is he not playing this time?
No.
Yeah. This looks a little thin. It looks like he's just going to catch the 7, if anything. Yeah,
so I hit it. Oh, look at this. Wow. Pool at times can be a very cruel game.
Looks like the 1-8 combo goes inside.
So he would have had a really very easy shot on the 14 if the 2 didn't roll in front of the cue ball.
Yeah, this is goofy.
So
I'll tell you what he could do if he doesn't have a shot. He could shoot a stop shot on the 15 and freeze on the 2. And for some kind of safety if he had to. But I think the 2 will slop in this corner. This corner's pretty easy.
I think it's open.
I think the 2, you can just make the 2.
Well, the 3 ball looks like it would go too. That's a hard, very difficult shot. And I'm not sure about the 4.
3 on the side will go.
I'm not sure if the 4 passes enough of the 6. And that is, as Corey identified, that's a tough pocket. So if the ball may wobble and hang there. So he's thinking about what he's going for. Looks like the 3 on the side to me. Ooh.
And I swear, I could just see the way he's setting up to that. It's not the same as if it was a 9 ball. If it was a 9 ball shot, he's going to make that 100 out of 100. But since it's a little bit tough in straight pull, it just looks so much harder. It just, I swear, it's weird. Oh, well.
Well, so he has, should have 32. His score should be 32 if I'm keeping score right in my head. And now this brings Dimitri back with really a good chance to close the match out. He only needs 20 balls.
Yeah, these balls are laying pretty good. It's easy to overthink these. You just need to get those balls in the middle of the table opened up. I think I'd probably leave the 4. It looks like the 5-10 combo might go even.
Yeah, it looks like the 5-10 combo goes. It looks like the 8-5 could go too if he needed it. And
probably
also
try and follow over this other side of the table if the 5-10 does go and play for the 2 ball or that combo.
So Albin now having to take a little tougher shot there because the 2 ball rolled in front of the cue ball, forced him to shoot that hard shot in the side pocket with the 3. And this brings Dimitri back to the table with a chance now, a pretty good chance to close the match out. He needs essentially this rack and 5 more balls, 6 more balls it would be actually. He can get to 119 if he closes this rack out, so he would need the break shot and 5 more.
Well, he has a little bit of anger, but I don't think that he could.
So this is. So Dimitri, as we were talking about the idea of safety balls before, he had a lot of shots playing the cue ball into the rack from behind the rack there. He may have to take the 8 in the side here. And I think he'll play the 8 in the side and then try to come back for the 14 and 2, because until he clears those balls out, the 1, the 5, and the 10 don't have a pathway. So he tried to hit him. He's now going to have to take a combination, I believe. Or he's going to have to play the 4 ball, which I think he's leaving as a break shot. Probably doesn't want to do that. Okay, so he is going to shoot it. And came around. He actually did not. He was trying to hit the balls that are closest to the head of the table a little fuller, so that they opened up, especially the 14 and 2. So he's got a different pattern now. He does have a shot on the 7 ball, so he'll take that, roll forward. But he has to make a break shot now, and he's getting down to the end, near the end of the rack, and he doesn't at the moment have one. He had to play it, the 4 ball. So that was a good shot. He'll be able to get the 14 out now.
Looks like the 5 might be a break ball. Maybe.
Yeah, there's the audience can't see, but there's a line around the rack. It's a little white line, and they can see if the 5 ball is inside or outside of the rack. So we can't, because it doesn't show up on the screen. So we're not quite certain whether the 5 is inside or out. If the 5's outside of the rack, he'll leave it as a break ball. If not, he's going to have to move it a little bit to make it a break ball. And the reason they draw that line is because when you place the rack over the rack, when you rack the balls at the end of the rack's a little thicker.
Yeah.
So
tell you what, he came a little short on this one.
Yeah, he did.
I don't know. It looks like
Struggled
if he's
through this
got to run
rack.
this, it looks like he's got. I thought he would shoot the 2, then the 10 there instead of the 14. I think he's going to have to run this around the table, and he's going to have to fall on the 12 or 1. He might freeze right on the 12. No, he got by it. Yeah, that's pretty good. But still, he doesn't want to move this 5.
So you think the 5's good as a break shot?
I think the 5 is good.
Okay, I'll go
But he
with
doesn't want to move it. I think also you could play the 12 for a break ball. As long as you get on the right side of the table above it, you could play the 12. So I think from here, it looks like the 1, 5, and 10 all pass into the right corner pocket. I think I shoot the 12 ball in now and try and come up and get a little better on the 1. Now he's going to shoot the 5 in. I just
Oops.
made them both. Now
Oops.
what?
Well,
Here's what you could do here.
okay.
You can shoot the 12 in. And the 10 ball, it looks like it's in the rack. It's going to spot up table
Right.
and play for that. You could probably even follow up a little bit.
And
Get a
play
little
safe
angle.
after it.
You get a little angle on the ball on the spot. Maybe you can somehow break into the rack. Well, I don't think you can make the 10 from here. It's too thin, both pockets. So just roll up and play. And if he stops it and follows 2 rails, that's a little difficult to hit the stack and get a shot. It's doable, but I don't think he's got any other choice. Just shoot this in and stop the cue ball.
He did look at cutting it in the side. He's got. Well, for those who know the rule, if he shoots the 12 in and the 10 is inside the rack, which it looks like it is, it would go down on the foot spot, and then the player. There is a break shot from the foot spot. It's not an easy one. You have to go a few rails, or he could play safe.
Well, he fell nice on this one. Just the problem is it's the side pocket's right in the way from where you want to hit the rack.
Right. So
the side pocket's right in the way. So he can't really go that way. What he could do is he could go 2 rails.
And hit the back of the rack.
Second diamond and go into the rack. You want to hit maybe the 1 or the 7, and then the cue ball will slide over to the rail and hope to get a shot in the side pocket.
So Corey's suggesting he's going to play this as a break shot, and he will hit the side rail at about the second diamond, and then come into the back and the middle of the rack.
You need just a little bit of draw on it.
A little bit of draw to make the ball spin off the rack and not get stuck in the back.
Yeah, he might be able to hit just before the side pocket with some spin right there.
Yeah,
with some
and
spin
then he
and
would hit
catch
the
the top.
side of the rack.
He might be able to catch the 8 and 15, but it's kind of dangerous, I think.
So you would come the 2 rail. You would do the 2 rails.
I like the 2 rails a little better, but we'll see. We'll see what he does. I'm curious how it ends up from if he does hit before the side. Does it work? I don't know if it works.
He's just going to get 1 rail into the side.
See, that's what I was worried
That's what
about.
Corey's worried about. So he called that.
That's what I did when I just played the U.S. Open last week, and I had a 9. I ran out and got a 9 ball right on the spot, and I was just above it, and it's hill, and I shot the 9 in, and shooting it like I normally shoot a 9 ball my whole life. I just shoot it in and try and go 2 rails, but I forgot that they had put the 9 up on the spot. I mean, I knew they put the 9 up on the spot, but I didn't. I just went through my normal routine and shot it, and cue ball went right in the pocket. I scratched right in the pocket. It's similar to that because the tangent line's going right into the side, Yeah. So I it's just too many scratches. He still might win. He might scratch 5 times and still win this match.
Yes, which is
He could.
pretty unusual. So, that's a good safety.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. So Albin made that's a legal safety because a cue ball hit a ball and then a ball hit the rail. So that's the rule. The cue ball has to hit a ball and a ball has to hit the rail, or the cue ball has to come back and hit the rail. But it came into the back of the rack and knocked the 7 ball to the side rail.
So he's looking at his spot. He's picking a spot with his finger on the rail. He's probably going to try and thin off the 1 and leave the cue ball there on this on the short rail, bottom rail, where he's looking. He's looking at the middle. I don't know if I'd leave it there. I might leave it over on this right diamond. But then he can shoot the. I mean, where he's looking, he could shoot the 2 up in the corner. I'd leave it over. I'd probably leave it over closer to the right-hand corner pocket. Is where I'd try and leave it. I don't like that. He'll shoot the 5.
Oh, that is the 5 ball.
Where I would
five
leave it
right,
is the diamond to the right, near the right corner pocket, right on that diamond, is where I'd try and leave it. Maybe a ball to the right of that.
So the ball on the side rail that I was calling the 7 is the 5 ball. The color looked brown.
I mean, Albin's not shooting the 5. I think he has to shoot the 5 in this position.
Do you?
Well, I mean, he can play another safe, but then you're just. I mean, when you play safeties in straight pull, I feel like you're 50-50 to come out of the safety with a shot, because you got to, unless you think your straight pull safety game's way better than the other guys, which I don't know. It just seems like you're going to be 50-50 to get a shot. So do you think you're better than 50-50 to make the 5? Well, I think Albin Ouschan is better than 50-50 to make the 5. So I think he was shooting the 2 there. He came really close to making it. I don't know if he shot it.
We don't know if Albin called the safe on that shot or whether he was shooting the 2 ball.
I don't know. He came close to making it.
Yeah, he did.
Now it looks like.
But he put the cue ball in a place where it looked like he was playing safe.
Now it looks like Dimitri's just going to try and stop the cue ball on the 3 and freeze the cue ball on the 6, which would be a good safety. He can do it if he can hit it well. Oh yeah, he hit it really good.
Okay.
Really
So.
good. So now Albin's back in another bad spot.
So Albin's in a bad spot here. He doesn't have any place that looks like he pushes the cue ball. He's going to leave Dimitri with a shot. Or he's going to have to take a foul.
So here's another situation where you
go into 3 fouls.
Well, you say to yourself, if I freeze him on the end rail and leave him this 2 ball or the 5, is the 2 or 5 going to be an easier shot than I would leave if I did the 3 fouls? Because he needs to get back in with a shot. I don't know what he's doing here.
Well, right. The fact that he only needs 8 balls.
Oh, look at that shot.
Oh, there's a good shot. Look at that shot.
Masse and come back into the stack. I think he did.
That was a great safety.
I think he actually got away with that. That was tough. That was dangerous too.
Yeah, that was
dangerous.
That's a great shot. So Dimitri's not going to have a shot here, and Albin's put him in a tough position.
Dimitri might have to do something similar and go off the 5, try and come back underneath, or he can try and stop the. If he can stop the ball on the 15 and draw the cue ball back a little bit and freeze back on the 9.
Now, does the score affect your judgment here? Let's say you're 117 and you're shooting. Does the score affect what you would do in this situation? Would you think 3 fouls here, or would you definitely be willing to take a chance on a harder safety?
If I'm in this situation, I would be thinking of at least about 1 foul. If I don't see anything that I can do, I might do 1 foul and try and push the cue ball into a position where I can maybe play say I push the cue ball closer to the 6, where I can now thin off the 6 and go underneath. Take 1 foul. Wow, I hit that perfect. Wow, that was a great shot. And I mean, I think he left Albin a weird cut on this 13 if he wanted to shoot it. Or he may be able to. I think if the 13 wasn't there, he might be able to cut the 6 in too, but. Might be able to just stop the cue ball on the 6, play a safety. Looks like he can do that.
It looks like he's playing the ball. He called it, didn't he? Didn't he call 13?
Yeah, he called the 13.
So he's playing 13 in the corner.
Tough shot.
Very tough shot.
Tough shot.
And he obviously doesn't feel he's got any good safety options here, and the balls are open.
This is must make this or you lose the match.
Yeah.
Pretty much. And even if you do make it, you don't necessarily win the match. Fat.
Yeah, he missed it.
Well, Dimitri needs
And he needs 7.
7
8
balls.
balls. 8
yeah.
balls. 8 balls.
8 balls, yeah. So he's going to have to get into something here.
So he's
He's
got
got to get into the stack. I mean, the 6 ball is a perfect break ball. But, so, might be able to shoot the 10, slide over on the 2. Or if he rolls the 10 up, let's say, and he gets an angle on the 2, he can shoot the 2 and come across for the 3 and 5. Shoot one of those in, get on the 11, and then get back on the 3 or 5 to come 2 rails and get on the 6 to break them up. Okay, straight in on the 2.
I can't tell if the 8 is good or not.
The 8 goes in the side, I believe. Looks like. I don't know if it'll go in the corner.
No, it can't go in the corner. So, so Dimitri's problem is he has several open shots to get him really close to 125, but he's still going to have to open the rack.
Yeah, he's gonna. I mean, he can get one away. He can actually. I think he can get out. So he's made 1 ball or 2 balls.
1.
1 ball. Okay, he's made 1
So
ball.
he's going to be 1 short.
So he's at 18, and the 2, 11, 3, 5, and 6. That's going to get him 1 short. If he makes the 8, that's it. So if he can get above the 6, go 2 rails, and make the 8 in the side, he doesn't technically have to open anything up. If the 8 goes in the side. I don't know if the 8 goes inside. But he would need to shoot the 2 in, draw back to get a nicer angle to get over on the 3 and 5.
Yeah, he must not have been comfortable hitting the 6 and thinking he might not get a shot afterward because I don't know.
He can shoot this 11 kind of with a little bit of right spin and just try and shoot it in, come straight across 1 rail above the 3.
The 3-5, right. Right.
Get on the 3 now,
So,
you know. Oh, he drew it. Ooh, he's going back for the 6 now. I think he overhit it. No, he's got it. He's got the 6. Okay. So what he's going to do is he might shoot the 6, try and go up for the 3-5, and then come back over to the right side of the table and shoot the 2 and go into the stack from the 2.
I'm thinking the 8 doesn't go. Maybe.
If the 8 goes, he just fire the 8 in now.
Right, and get it over with, right.
Yeah.
So we're down in the closing stages of the match, and it looks like Dimitri's looking as though there's a dead ball, or seeing if there's a dead ball. He's got his eye on something there.
I don't see anything. 7 looks like the 1-7 looks like it's above the corner
So
pocket.
he doesn't.
But what you might be looking at is the 15-12. That looks like that might go. If that goes,
I think that's what he's looking at.
that,
That's exactly
that
what
might
he's
be
looking
it.
at.
That might be it. If he can make that, he can bump the 8. But here's the thing: the 8 bumps over toward the 2, and nothing goes in the pocket from there. If the 8 goes over by the 2, you see the cue ball is going to go up table off the 8. You might be able to have a shot on the 5, but if he doesn't get on the 8 or 2, most likely the 15. Looks like the 15 will probably bump the 4 out.
Yeah, that's what he looks like he's playing to me.
Yeah, because there's a little angle on that 15 into the 12. That should nudge the 4 out. 4 ball. 4 ball probably be his next shot.
He's
Oh, now he's looking at the 5. He's looking at shooting the 5.
yeah. I don't think he wants.
No, he's waiting on somebody on the other table. He's going to shoot this combo.
All right, so now there's a combo in the center of the rack there.
Yep.
The 12 ball is the ball he's trying to pocket.
Made it.
Made it.
Made it and
So,
got a
so
shot.
now he has enough balls that
Yeah.
3 and
Okay, so he's made
that was
3
his-
balls.
that
So
was
now
his
he's at 120.
He needs these 5 open balls and he's out.
Yeah, he needs 5. Okay.
So
I just follow this forward, and he's got the 4 ball up in the upper corner, right?
right.
And then roll that up for the 8. And you can get an angle on the 8 to go underneath for the 3-5. Looks like he's drawing back. I bumped it. Yeah, he can just get just right on this 8, just a little bit above it, so he can follow over for the 3 ball.
He is struggling with the last 4 or 5 balls here. I mean,
They're a little funny. They're a little bit. They're not
Yeah, a
that
little
easy.
bit
You
off.
just don't want to. You want to make sure you do it right. That's perfect.
yeah.
That was
So
perfect.
It's perfect now. So he's
I think
roll
you
up
just
a little
roll
bit.
over. Try and just bounce off the rail a little bit. He's playing for the corner. I figured he'd play for the
Yeah, you'd figure to try
Other
to go
corner.
and shoot the
Short
3 of
side.
the
short side.
right. Play the 3 and the 3 of the 5 in the other corner, right?
Yeah, because if you play for there, if you try and roll it up and you come short, you're finished. You know, you don't want to make sure you don't come short. 'Cause this ball could skid or something, you know. Well, he got there. That's just a little weird. I thought he would have tried to come all the way over. And this doesn't have to end up good, especially if he shoots the 5 and catches the 3 or something. Or just shoot the 3 in and draw back. You could go inside or. So he needs. I think he needs 2.
He needs 2. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
So,
at 123. So he makes these 2 balls. It's what you did,
that's it,
and that's
yeah.
it. Now he's going to have an easy shot on the 3, and this match
wow. Well
is
played.
over.
5 scratches and a winner.
5 scratches.
I'd like to scratch 5 times my next match and win.
There you go. Well, you could play me. And then you don't have to worry about it. Thank you, Corey.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thanks
it.
for having me. All
Thank
right.
you.
See you
Folks,
in-
we'll be closing this out in a minute or so, and the next match will be right up, I'm sure, because this was a little bit longer than expected. So give me a second to thank Upstate Al for putting this streaming together. Next match is Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz, who just won the U.S. Open 9-ball championships. Francisco is from Spain. Alecsa Pecelj is from, we'll give you a little bit of his history here. Yes, so Alecsa Pecelj is from Serbia. and he's the Serbian national, former Serbian national champion. And we're looking forward to a really good match in just a few minutes.
Check 1, 2. Hey, folks, Upstate Al here. I just want to remind you, just because this match was over, the other tables might still be playing their matches. Now, this match was a little extended because of the safety play and back and forth. Ran a little over. But if that match would have been 125 and out, this table would have not been occupied. And for $24.95, you guys could watch any match across the tournament room. You simply go to www.onsitepool.com/Upstate Al, and you guys can get your pass right there for the entire, week. And not only that, 30 days you guys can watch on demand. You could go back and watch the whole tournament if you're working, whatever the case may be. You can go back and actually watch the whole tournament for 30 days on demand. That's what we provide. I don't know what else to do. For 6 or 7 days of pool plus 30 for $25, we're trying to do the best we can. But of course, this main table that I'm streaming on here now will be live and free throughout the whole tournament. We're trying to shake hands with everybody the best we can. Thank you, everybody. And we'll be standing by. We do have another match coming up, and it was announced already. Hey, folks, all the other matches have started. I got to go out there and adjust the exposure on the cameras. We were here real early in the morning, 6:30. And in my era, I'll adjust the exposure for you guys so we don't get the sun break. But I just want to let you know, Johnny Morra, everybody's out there. I was just going to go out there and adjust the camera, and I was like, whoa, there's brand new matches going on. So that match that we were watching was lagging behind, and all the other matches are running right now. All right, guys, just bringing you up to date. $24.95. Put the headset.
Okay.
All right. Welcome to the American 14.1. We have another dynamite match coming up. Our first match just ended with Dimitri Lungo beating Albin Ouschan. And we're starting the lag in the match between Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz, who just won the U.S. Open 9-ball championships up at Harrah's in Atlantic City. And he is playing the Serbian national champion Alecsa Pecelj.
Huh.
No, Alecsa is from
From
Serbia.
Serbia, right? Huh.
And the lag is a traditional way to start a straight pull game, and it's the closest to the rail. So the person who's closest to the rail, they will always ask the other person to break.
So did you just see that? They lagged first, and then they must have measured it, and it looked like it was too close to call. And then they redid it.
Oh, there
and
you go.
and FSR won, right? So he's making Alecsa making him break, huh?
Well, it looks well. I can't answer that, Bob. My co-commentator, I'm Michael Frank, and my co-commentator is Bob Medengian, longtime pool player and veterinarian.
Yeah, that's been for a long time too.
Long time veterinarian and pool player. He's never taught any of his patients to play, but he's trying. So we're here, and the winner of the lag was Alecsa. Now they've been letting each other rack the balls instead of rack your own. So
okay.
It looks like that's the way they just started on this table. So it's probably going to continue that way. So the player has the option of where there's no referee to rack, of racking his own balls or having the other player rack. They decide that beforehand, and obviously they've decided to let the other player rack.
Good break. He almost froze the cue ball
on the
to
back rail.
the end rail. Yeah, it's a good break.
So a legal break in straight pull is 2 balls and the cue ball have to hit the rail. You're not trying to open the balls for those of you who are just learning the game or watching the game for the first time or two. You're trying to keep them close together because in this game, these this caliber of play, these individuals can run many balls, and the match is to 125 points.
Oh wow!
So we shot that, and
wow! What a tough shot that was.
that was a tough shot. And I think Bob and I could say in when we first started to learn straight pull, not too many people would shoot that shot from there. They would play safe. They would play safe.
You know what Jack Colavito would do on that shot? He'd push it and take a foul. Take 2 fouls, and then he'd shoot it, figuring that he was going to make it, and then he'd have you on 2 fouls. They don't do that anymore. They just shoot at it. They figure they're going to make it. And most of the time they do. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, and
The year that Ruslan Chynakov won,
yes.
I laid down a break just like that, where I left 1 ball on that right side, and he was frozen on the rail. He just rolled it in and ran 100 and out.
Well,
So I dogged the lag, and that was it.
Well, I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of that here. Because these younger players, they all shoot really well, and the games have changed to rotation games, 9-ball, 10-ball, where there's a lot of shot making, and they're used to shooting long, difficult shots, and they just shoot most of them.
Yeah, I mean, and they don't miss many of them.
No, they don't miss many of them. And these are two really great players.
Yeah.
You don't win the U.S. Open unless you can shoot.
No. But I don't know him at all. Like, it's different to play straight pool than it is 9-ball. And there's no question these guys are going to make balls. My question is how they get around the rack.
Yes.
And I'm sure it's all likelihood it's going to be pretty darn good.
Well, it's amazing. I obviously
they learn fast too.
This is Alecsa's first year playing, so I don't know how much straight ball he plays, but I do know that Francisco doesn't play much straight pool, but he plays every year in this tournament and has for the past 5, 6, 7 years. So he likes to play.
Yeah.
And
so how old are both of them? Do you know? No. just how old are they each? Because this, I think I've seen Alecsa before, and he looked like he was just a kid then when I saw him, and now he doesn't look like a kid, as much of a kid anyway. What do they have for him? They have him born in '99, so what does that make him? 23?
Yeah, 23.
Yeah, he's still a kid.
And how old? Francisco's not old. Not that old either.
He is born in '91. Well, he's a lot older, 31.
He's 31.
So, so if you were just betting on experience-wise, Francisco probably has a lot more. Not many.
Well, I do know he was Spanish junior national champion, and he's been playing a long time. And he and David Alcaide, also from Spain, a great pool player.
He's a real good player.
They travel everywhere. I mean, get all the tournaments together. They practice together. I mean, you see them all the time together.
Yeah.
And when you have that kind of a mentor, there's somebody to play with you like that, who's that great as a pool player, you really pick up the game. And Francisco is a great pool player. But as I say,
good to spar with somebody like that, no question.
There aren't that many straight pool tournaments.
Well, if they're Europe, though, there's a lot.
Yeah, they're on the Euro Tour. Right? And yeah, that's true. They do play quite a bit over there. But I'll have to ask Francisco, but I don't think I think he said he hasn't played straight pool since the last time he played here, which was last year. But in any event, they can pocket balls. So it usually turns out to be a pretty interesting match.
Well, I think he might have to bump a ball sometime because I don't see any shots that are really good break shots. At this point in the rack.
Well, tell me if you agree with this, Bob. When you have balls that are clustered or frozen, it's better to try to get them out of the way as early as you can. I realize that you can't always do that, but in generally speaking, because right now he still has to worry about getting a break shot, and he's got to move the balls that are.
That one's a little high. He would probably like to go to that. Is that the 5 or the 7
5.
ball?
That's the 5.
He'd probably like to nudge that one on the 2.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
And be able to, because that would be perfect. That 11 is high. It'd work if you have like the absolute perfect angle, but it's not easy. And he got the wrong angle on the 2, it looks like. But he could knock the 15 down, and he'd have one on the, behind the rack. But it would have been nice to be on that to be able to nudge that. I can't tell if that's the 5 or the 7.
since I called it wrongly in the last match that I commentated, it's the
You know-
5.
you know the colors. Okay,
yeah,
good.
it's the 5. I don't know all of them.
You know, they
For
changed.
the fans out there, they've changed the balls colors for streaming a few different times, and at times it's hard to for us to differentiate which colors are which balls. But I think I got it down now.
Yeah, they got how many sets of balls do they have different colors? Did somebody just they had the purple
Yeah.
purple 5 instead of the purple
Yeah,
4,
there's
and
a- yeah.
they made a mistake, right? Somebody made a mistake not that long ago. Cost them the match. I think that there was
Yeah,
one.
you're talking about Joey Tate at the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
The U.S. Open, Joey Tate played the wrong ball and the wrong color because
they changed the colors.
They changed the colors. It happens.
Yeah.
But these are the new Predator balls, very popular.
Yeah.
And
Oh boy.
yeah, there you go. Okay.
Well, now I don't know what you do for a break shot
So
here.
now
Maybe the 10 ball. I guess.
Bob and I are wondering what the break shot will be. There's only one potential ball, which is the ball above the side pocket. Unless he can shoot the 2 and nudge the 15 down and leave a behind the rack break shot. Not easy.
Yeah.
So,
But running out of balls
running out
to
of
set
balls,
up things and whatnot, and
So
it's really tough here.
the finesse of straight pull is leaving yourself a break shot and being able to continue to run. And if not, you're forced to play safe early on. And it looks as though we may be headed in that direction, actually.
Well, if he gets in the rack, that 10 ball is not bad, the one above the side pocket. But I don't know if he can do that because.
So is that 45? Was it 40? Ouschan got 45? Is it right? Yeah, okay.
And it doesn't look like he can. So he's got to take this 2 ball. And
They can
you
really
know,
shoot. I just marvel at how well they shoot. It's just amazing.
yeah, that's what he's going to do. He's lining up to get the 10 ball for the break ball, but he doesn't have a real good ball to get there.
Right.
He's got to play the 13 ball and get there, which is possible. It's just not easy.
So he's no question that he's a great shooter, and maybe not playing straight pull all the time. So he's going to try to maneuver the cue ball to go above the 10 ball on the side and get an angle where he can shoot the 10 into the side and make the cue ball hit the rack. But it's difficult from here, very difficult.
Yeah, really tough. He'd have liked to have been perfect on the 13, and that looks like a funny little angle.
So we'll see what he comes up with.
Yeah.
And he made it. Right?
See, to get perfect on the 10 was really tough. I don't think he did.
No, he made
Came up short. He's got a little angle, but it's going to be hard to force that. Make that in the pocket, force it, and break the ball as well.
Would you think about playing safe here, drawing it back?
No, because you can always play safe afterwards.
That's true.
But this one, it looks like he might not even be able to go directly into it. He might have to follow forward, come 2 rails out of the corner. I can't tell. It doesn't look like a real easy angle though. For him to force and go straight to the rack is going to be. That's what he's doing. Maybe it's better than what it looks.
So he's going to pocket the 10 in the side and make the cue ball hit the rack if he can. Keep going. And he did, and that's...
See, hard to get the force on that one.
Yeah.
Pocket the ball and get enough force.
Right. Many experienced straight pull players in that situation would have tried to hit one or the other of the 2 balls in the center to get the balls to spread better. Because if you hit them in the middle, you can often end up in that particular situation. Would you agree with that, or?
Yeah, but you know what? If he was able to have force, it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, you're going through them. Yeah.
When you're sitting at
Yeah.
that speed, you better hit one ball.
Yeah.
Because you aren't going to get through it.
Right.
But if you could
plow into
if
them,
you could have just went right through them,
Yeah.
but not at that angle. That's why I was saying that angle was tough, and made it tricky to get through that rack. Now he spread it. This is the curse. He spread enough balls to where how do you play safe from here? Where are you gonna play safe? That these sharpshooters aren't gonna make one.
Would you take a scratch here?
I would.
And would you consider 3 fouls here?
Maybe.
Because
I'd be pushing anyway to try to get to better spot to be able to play it safe.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna move a few balls, just a little bit, make my angles better, and try to get to where I can play a real good safe. Maybe I push to where I can get up into the left top corner and double them up on the balls that are on the rail, make them shoot that. He could shoot the 13, but that's not going to be a picnic if I freeze him on a rail. It's tough.
It's tough.
I don't like any of it.
So the options are for Alecsa to play a difficult safe by either placing the cue ball somewhere or making an object ball hit the rail after he shoots the cue ball into it, or taking a foul, which simply means, in this case, he would just essentially touch the cue ball or move it a very slight amount.
Yeah, he's going to take a foul. I like that. I like that. And I think as he moves the cue ball further down and next to that, whatever it is, left ball on the top of the rack, if he can get it to where he's got a nice angle to go up to the top. Did you see that? The cue ball, he nudged it and it rolled back. It must be on the spot just about.
Well, explain the 3 foul rule to the fans.
Well, each player, you can take fouls and you lose a point on each one. As you do 3 in a row, then you lose 15 in addition, and you have to break the balls after that. So you lose a point each time on those fouls. If you do 3 in a row, you lose those 3 points at a time, 1 point at a time. And if you did the third one in a row, then you lose 15 in addition, and you have to break the rack. See, he was doing exactly what I said. He had moved it one time to try to get a better angle to come off that top ball and send it to the top left corner. And now he's changed his mind. He's trying to leave it right there. I don't like this. A lot of bad things could happen. You probably foul again.
Yeah, I think a lot of players here would have to take the 3rd foul because.
Well, he hasn't even on 2. He's on 1.
Right, I understand. I mean,
yeah. But
before.
See that I don't like that. He might have ended up okay, but boy, I don't like that. It's awful. You also left him easy to have a return safety. He could just bunt that ball down to the bottom, leave you right there. I still don't. I don't think it gained him anything. He's going to be in just as much trouble when he comes back to the table, I think.
So we have 8 brackets of 7 players each. They play a round robin, and the top 24 players advance from the round robin. which probably means they're going to have to win 3 matches in order to do that. And in this bracket, Francisco and Alecsa are in a bracket with Alex Kazakis, Conrad Usagian, Abdullah Al-Yusi, Francisco Candela, and Matthias Arnold.
I think he's got to miss that 4 ball, which he overhit it.
So safety battle ends with Alecsa becoming victorious and back at the table with open shots. So we'll see what happens from here.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how his plans go through the rack. He's going to have to move those 4 balls in the middle at some point. It almost looks like that one. There's a combination maybe.
Oh, the 7 ball.
Yeah, and certainly the 2 ball is a real good break shot. I'd be trying to leave that, if I could. Yeah, so I like that. If he was planning on moving the 5 ball, I like that because that 5 ball has to get out of there fairly soon. He likes to move the 2. He's gonna go ahead and into those balls. But I really like leaving the 2 in case when you move those balls, you don't get a great break shot.
Well, last rack was a good example where potential break shots were shot early, and then he didn't end up with a break shot.
See, now watch what happens here. He doesn't have anything on the side of the rack, and maybe he has to go below the rack. But then there's balls that are trouble on the bottom of the rack. See, I don't know if that's going to allow him to have a really nice break shot at the end of all this.
Well, I guess he can see the 4 ball.
Yeah, I think he's going to nudge the 7 if it's possible. Because he's got to get to making a break shot of some sort if he wants to get into the next rack. Yikes. I think it's going to be a tough break shot. But these are the troubles with straight pool. You don't get into a groove. It's hard to run balls at the beginnings. So the 6 is kind of high. I don't really like that one. And then the balls that are on the bottom rail, you can do them, but those are not the.
They're not ideal.
They're not premium.
Yeah, not ideal.
Premium.
Right. Yeah. They're not premium break shots.
Yeah.
Get it.
Certainly can get them. And if you're shooting one of those that are on the bottom rail, which my guess is that's where we're heading. If you're shooting one of those, you better be hitting the end balls. You're going to have to hit the end balls. If you hit the middle ball on the bottom of the rack,
you're stuck in the rack.
You're probably not going to get a shot.
No shot, right?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't seemed
So
like
you think he's playing the 6 ball? I'm not sure if he's playing the 6 ball.
I
Maybe
think
he
that's
is.
what he, either by design or last option, he's going to end up in that spot.
That's where we're going.
That's where we're going.
Or you think he's going to play that 14? Or you think he's going to move the 14?
You know, I think he's going to.
He's going to shoot it.
He's going to shoot it.
You think he's playing that
Actually,
other ball on the bottom?
You know, I'd probably at this point leave that one leave the 13 as the break shot if it was me. If I was shooting from here,
It's okay. It's a little bit. It's
a little bit of a tough cut, but you know, you could still pound the balls from behind. I mean, I don't know what if he shoots the 6. I don't know what his
you're
plan
not
would
going to hit it. You're not going to hit it thick enough to get to the other. You know, like you'd like to hit the left
side.
two
Yeah,
balls
left
on,
on the right.
on left side, and I don't know if you can spin it that much to get there with that thin of a hit. Maybe it's close.
So Bob and I are working ahead. In other words, we're trying to figure out what his break shot is, and now we're thinking that the only possibility is the 13 ball, which means he's going to have to hit the cue ball of 13 pockets.
And then he's got a short angle here to get out. Yeah, I guess he can.
He's going to have to hit the rack from the back, and when you hit the rack from the back, you want to hit the corner 2 balls on the side opposite of where the object ball is. Otherwise, the rack won't spread open. So he's kind of really really stuck here in this one.
I think that's thin.
Yeah, I would agree.
And I don't, you know, he probably is. I don't think he can hit the left side of the rack. So now you got to hit the right side and hope that you just skim it. You know, so it's tough.
Yeah. My guess is he's going to shoot this.
He's going to shoot it
with a lot of impact.
He's hitting it. He ain't just rolling it.
No, he's going to hit it. He's going to hit it all.
You know, I think he can hit those 2 balls on the right side, but I don't think he can hit the left side.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll see how he does. I mean, maybe he can if he can spin it that well. Maybe he can, but I don't see it.
So he's a great shooter. So we know he's a pocket ball.
And he's hoping that he can hit that left side like that. I mean, the right side like that. That's what he's firing at. And if he hits just the first ball on the right side,
he'll be fine.
He'll be okay. Yeah, he'll be okay.
So I think he's going to slam this. And
he hit the middle.
Spun off. I thought he did a nice job with that.
Yeah.
Very good shot. So he pocketed the 13 balls he suspected, and he put enough spin to spin off the rack, which was a finesse shot. And then he did a really nice job with it. So he has a lot of open shots now. So he's going to run a 15.
Yeah, I like that. I get to your work right away. Shoot that 14 ball and go into that stack, because you need to do some spreading a little bit earlier. I think that's the.
So the score, it's 27-0. I guess he's pocketed 1 ball, so it'd be 28-0.
Yeah, he took a foul. That one. When he scratched.
Yikes.
Didn't come away with a real easy shot here, I don't think. Maybe that. Can he play that 13 on the side? Go by the 6? Yeah, that's tough.
He could. I couldn't.
Yeah, I don't even look at that shot.
Right. I don't know what I'd be thinking about here.
It's possible. It takes a lot of nerve to shoot that one.
At this point, I'd be just worried how many balls my opponent's going to get, even though I haven't shot yet.
He has a combination on the 4, but
he has a bank.
It doesn't look good.
He has a bank. He has a cross court.
Yeah, he's playing safe. He ain't banking that.
No.
It's you know, these guys probably make it about, well, I don't know, probably make it 70% of the time, but boy, you might be done if you miss. Maybe even more than that. They may even make it 80% of the time. He's playing it. Must be a real good banker. Oh boy.
Very good.
Yeah, that would make you a little bit nervous though,
Yeah.
because it slid in a little bit. You know, some of those hit they go back and forth in the pocket and then they stick up.
Yeah, well, the new
He had a
cloth
good-
probably
he had a good
helps that a
speed,
little
though.
bit, and he hit it at a good speed, and it's just
He had a good speed.
that's called pocket speed when they hit something like that, and planning it that it might hit the rail a little bit first and then roll into the pocket. And the new cloth helps that. As the cloth wears down, it's not quite as forgiving. But why? He obviously has a lot of ability and can shoot himself out of trouble.
Yeah. Yep. So 8 still goes? Must still go, huh?
I think it goes. It's
must still go.
sometimes a little bit hard to
'Cause
tell
it-
the
it-
angle
'cause it-
here, but I think the 8 goes.
Maybe not though. It is tough to see.
He'd have to spin it, I think. I'm not sure he could, I'm not sure he goes directly in. I think he'd have to spin it with English, and then he might not get as good as he wants. But he can break them up here, which is probably what his plan is.
I don't know how he's going to hit a little bit of it, but I don't think he's going to hit him really much. You know what I mean?
So it
Because he's still got the.
does look, I'm tentative in saying this, but it does look like he's going to try and leave the 11 ball.
Yeah. That stripe is the one that he probably wants to leave. But he's got to move the 10 and the 4 some point.
In an ideal world, he probably would have liked to have left the 1 maybe. But he's going to shoot the 1 now and try to hit the 10 and 4.
Yeah.
And then leave the 11 ball for the break shot.
Yeah.
That's our plan from up here in the bleachers. Whoa.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah, he's in good shape.
Yeah.
Pretty good shape.
Right. He's just going to make the 8, the 10, and the 4
What's dimension?
as the last.
Just Peter said you might want to know.
Because I think he'll probably leave the 4 as the last ball and go 1 rail up to above the 11. That'll be perfect. I think. Maybe he's trying to go above and come 2 rails instead of 1 rail. Is he going above that to get on the 4 that way?
That's what it looks like to me. He's going to go around. And that's the angle he got. So he'll go 2 rails and try and get an angle on the 11 to
And
break
this is
the rack.
okay.
Yeah,
But
it's
look
good.
at look
Good
at the
shot.
cue ball though. It's going to travel about 6-8 feet,
Yeah.
and instead of about 3.
Right, and he's got it has to land
And so-
on the right angle. Whereas if
so
he
it-
played the
so-
4 in this pocket from the other side, right, he's going to have an angle. I mean, he might not be perfect, but he's going to have an angle, and in all likelihood, it would be very good.
Yeah, I think
It's
it'll be good.
Little, but I think he'll be fine actually on this shot. So he's coming out to be fine here, and he'll take the longer angle because he's obviously a great shot maker.
Yeah. He doesn't have any trouble with that.
No, he won't have any trouble with pocketing. So that's Did he run the rack before? Do you remember the full rack? I think he did actually. Trying to remember where
Yeah,
we
I think
started.
so.
Trying to remember where we started from. So he's at least on a run of 28. We're sure of that. Could be a ball or 2 more.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's 28.
So we want to thank our sponsors. You see them in the corner of your screen. Without sponsors, there wouldn't be a pool tournament here. So we are very appreciative of them, and we're in Q Master.
How many sponsors do you have?
Yeah.
So he jawed that ball, forcing a little bit, but
So our major sponsors are Simona's Cloth, Predator,
yeah.
Bob Hewitt, Dennis Walsh.
What was your run? You made that break shot the other night?
And then we have a number of individual sponsors.
14 racks you did?
So we really haven't seen Francisco play to speak of, right?
No,
It's,
no, he hasn't shot.
Yeah, it was just
Scratches.
yeah. So now he's at the table. Get to see how he thinks. My prediction would have been, just because he's an older, a little bit older player, that he would have a little bit more experience and maybe maneuver the balls a little bit.
Differently.
A little bit, yeah.
More classical straight
Yeah,
pull patterns.
yeah.
Which, well, there's a touch of irony in Francisco in that Francisco just won the U.S. Open 9-ball championship. The U.S. Open 9-ball was the longest running pool tournament, major pool tournament in the United States, which started in by Barry Berman, who owned the pool room that we're in now since 1971. So it's and the U.S. Open still continues in an iteration run by Matchroom Sports out of England, which has a number of major tournaments. So we're very pleased to be here at Q Master. Just a beautiful pool room, has terrific food, and it's the largest pool in the United States.
Oh, up next 5 p.m. match is going to be Carlo, Biado, and John Morra.
The television match, right?
That'd be a good one.
Yeah, it'd be a good one.
Yeah. I was playing right next to John Morra. He was playing Keller. Is that his last name? And
Keller, yeah.
he must have been. He was playing good. So I think he looks a little bit more careful about how he takes these balls. I like that.
Yeah, he's thinking his options.
I bet the last 3 or 4 balls or more are not going to be a scramble, because that's really the big thing. You don't want to be scrambling on those last few balls. You want to be, hitting them in really, just stop shots and just easy shots. Not that these great players can't do it. They can. But you get a lot better position. You're going to be right on line, and it's a whole lot easier. The game gets easier. My guess is he's going to take that 12 ball last. He's got those 2 balls in front of the side pocket. Those are going to be some of the last balls. And I like the way he plays. You see how nice his pattern is? Going to go to this 1 ball, the stripe up there, the 5 in the side and the 8 in the corner. It'll be perfect on the 12. It'll be really It looked so easy.
So we're watching Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz. I've often heard him referred to as FSB.
FSB.
Yeah. And he's playing a more classic straight pool patterns and design. So he knew early on he was going to leave the 12 ball for the break shot, and he was going to use his key balls.
His cue ball is going to be along the
8.
same angle that the cue ball is right now.
Yeah, he's not going to go too far off the rail. Pull it up a little bit above the side pocket, a little bit below the side pocket.
Perfect.
And he has a perfect break shot. So far, 41 to 14. And Francisco is on a 14-ball run.
So he could follow this. He could draw it, but I like following better. I think he's going to hit the last ball in between the last ball and the second ball up. Looks like it's going to hit right in that area.
So we're in a first day of. There's a long week of play. Read the round robin.
So what was the finals of the U.S. Open 9-ball? Who's in the finals?
The finals was Max Lechner.
Oh, okay.
And Francisco.
Francisco.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
see, he's looking at it. Looks like he's going to go right into the bottom 2 balls. And I like follow as well as anything on this. And he did too. He's got shots everywhere.
so.
And the balls that are left in the stack, he's going to try to get to the 1 ball so he can go into them. He might be able to hit it right now, but I don't think so.
So we were reflecting on what he's going to use to open up the rest of the balls and what he's planning after that. Because when a player,
I think he'd like to get on that 1 ball, an angle on the 1 ball.
Too. And he has a what we call a safety ball. If he comes back for the 1, he has a safety ball in the 5 ball, which is closest to the to the rail.
I like what he's doing. He's gonna.
So he'll have a shot here afterwards.
Draw this ball a little bit, so he does use that 5 ball.
Yes.
In case he gets into trouble.
So, right. In case the balls didn't open up, he knew he would have a shot on the 5. He may play it anyway, but he knew it would be there.
Yeah.
And for those of you who are studying the game or trying to improve your game, we refer to those as safety balls, and it's good to think about those when you go into the rack.
Yeah. He still probably wants to bunt the ball out because I don't think that
he doesn't have a good break shot.
Either one of these are great.
So he's going to try to hit the 2 or the 10 or maybe both of them, or maybe he did it with the 9. So he has a.
Yeah, it's still a little high, but I guess maybe.
He still may try to get the 2 or the.
Yeah, he still may want to move something.
Move something over, so he has a good break shot. He does have a break shot on the 9 ball, so he's not going to be too obsessed with other shots. But if he gets a chance to move the 2 or the 10 out, you may see him do that to have the better break shot. The better break shot is a little bit lower on the rack than where the 9 is now.
Yep.
So my generation of straight pool players, because of I think a lot of it due to the equipment, would go into have to hit the rack 3 or 4 times to open it. A lot of the I would say the majority of younger players today hit balls with a lot more force when they have a break shot and try to open them up. And with the Simonis cloth, the great Simonis cloth, and the sort of perfect balls now, the resin balls, they're able to scatter them and not leave things that are frozen, have to be bumped 3 times.
I didn't play with it, but when they talk about the old clay balls were mud balls, and they would chip and whatnot. So you don't always get the best rolls.
Oh no. Even the ivory. I played with the ivory balls, and they were
they're just as bad.
Banged up, and they hit the floor a couple times, and they got a dent in them.
They get chips in them too.
Yeah, and the cloth was much thicker.
Slower.
Yeah, thicker, slower cloth.
In some ways, that's actually easier, and in some ways not. So.
Yeah. It just makes it harder to compare players across generations.
Oh yeah.
Because the equipment's not the same. But it's not that
hard.
one generation was better than another or worse than another. It's, in my opinion, it's just that it's harder to compare them because the equipment was different.
I agree. I mean, I don't think you can ever compare across generations anyway, regardless of equipment. Because times change. Just their thoughts are different, apart from equipment.
Yeah, and I think, I in some ways, I think the generation of players playing now is really a dedicated generation to professionals. I think they approach the game as a sport, which it is, and they do all the preparation an athlete would do to play in any kind of a major tournament, and it shows. The quality of play is extraordinary, and I'm pretty proud to say that this field is probably among the greatest straight pool fields ever assembled anywhere.
A lot of great players, but not the best. They still allowed me to play in it. so that was
I guess it's one of the sponsor promoters. I would say we take pity on a few
I appreciate
wannabe players, and
It's awfully nice of you guys.
But that Bob's underestimating. I know you've played with all the best players who ever played, right?
So he's going to play. Yeah, he's going to play this 9-ball last, which is kind of what we figured. But it's a little bit, because it's not the perfect break ball. He'd really like to get perfect on it. And that is real good how he ended up. Real good.
No, look, in your last match, you played Darren Appleton, right? And you got to what'd you get to, 90?
Yeah, 93.
93.
Yeah, Darren.
You're talking about somebody who's won multiple Darren multiple world tournaments. I think you're holding your own, buddy.
So, Al Francisco's on a run himself here, and he's going to hit the balls high. So this is all.
So that's
all follow.
His third.
But it looks a little.
Oh, that's right.
To me, I thought it was looking a little bit high. And if he bounces real, like when he hits this, if he hits it real hard, he could bounce and barely hit the rack, I think. But I think he's going to have good. He's going to come right into that 6-ball.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
There you go.
So Francisco's going to run a 28, 29 with that ball. and he's taking this shot. He's taking that shot because it's the right shot to play. Many of us, particularly people who play at my level of straight pool, play the easiest shot to make. But these players at this level, you can expect the vast majority of them to take the right shot, even though it might be slightly harder. So it enables them to go through the rack the way that they're planning and have good break shots and good key balls. The key ball is the ball before the break ball that sets you up to make the break ball and the break shot.
Yeah, he's still good. He has to nudge these 3 balls a bit. He played to get that 7 ball. He might have to nudge into the 15 and the 12 too. Maybe make one of those be better.
He doesn't, well, I guess he has the 11 ball.
Yeah, yeah.
And the 7's a good key if he can keep it going over there.
Yeah, right here he might want to hit that. If he runs the 15 and he could nudge the 12 or the 12 or the 11. Have a good break shot on that. It'd be perfect. Might be funny because he doesn't seem to like that.
Well,
maybe he wants to move the 8. I'm not sure.
I can tell you in the past 5 years in terms of his pattern play, and he's come a long way. He's pretty, looks pretty comfortable with figuring out what he's going to shoot next.
Yeah, he might be wanting to move the 8 here by placing, making the 2, moving the 8.
Yeah, he's thinking about something for sure. So, I learned something today. I learn every time I play, and I'm in my 7th decade here, about leaving the 4 ball on the side rail. I would always try to get those out of the way when they're a lone ball by itself.
Yeah.
And Corey did the last match. Corey Dole did the last match with me, and he said, a lot of times they'll leave that ball in case you have to come over there.
Yeah.
They're not. In other words, I would be thinking real early about trying to get that out of the way, and that's not necessarily the right decision. You can leave those kind of shots.
Yeah, nothing wrong with doing that. Sometimes it's how the balls flow too. Like where the last 3 or 4 balls are. So the 12 looks low, the 7 looks high.
Yeah.
And I don't think he wants to hit behind the rack. But maybe he might be playing for the 7.
Yeah, that's good.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah,
because
right.
he's gonna hit the 8 and then the 12 to come one rail for the 7.
So when did you get interested?
This one isn't as what's that?
Yeah, go ahead.
He's coming around. Interested in straight pool or pool? Or
Yeah, straight pool.
Straight pool? I don't know. I always loved the beauty of it. It's to figure out what the best way to play the balls is. I think that it's a beautiful game. I'm liking one pocket more and more though. you get less skill as far as your pocketing ability. You can forego some of it, not a lot. Not against the great players, anyway. Oh, wow, look at this.
Look at this shot. Look at this.
Yeah, that's all you have to do.
That's all you have to do. Is be able to draw the ball 3 rails and get
Yeah.
perfectly in line for the break shot. Yeah, I'm sure one thing, he didn't learn that watching me.
What a great shot that was.
That was, well, that was the artistry you're describing in the game. I mean, at times the great players just have to come up with those kind of shots where it's perfect field, perfect shot, and they're able to do it more times than they're not.
No, what I was talking about was just thoughts. I wasn't talking about skill because that was just sheer skill.
Oh yeah, no, I understand. I understand. But there is, I mean, for those of you who
So he's running 42.
He's going to run a 42, and for those of you who are new to the game, while you can shoot any ball, this level of player is thinking ahead as to exactly what patterns they want to play. Once they get down to 5 or 6 balls, they have it ordered in their mind how they're going to play that sequence of balls. And they normally, I would say, it's safe to say, play 3 to 4 balls ahead, or they'll go to the center table where they have a lot of options to shoot. Is that fair?
Yeah. I think so.
So, I mean, Francisco was playing a pretty classical game. I mean, he didn't try to really clobber that shot. He knows he's going to have to go back into the rack.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't.
And he didn't have
because
the
it was a little
angle.
bit high up.
Yeah, he's high. Yeah. He had to worry about making the ball.
Yeah. Well, you weren't going to be able to slam it and really change that much.
Well, I'll tell you, he's
got a lot of talent. That's
he
for
does.
sure.
Yeah, for sure. And the other thing is, he's played, as I say, a number of years in this tournament, and I've talked to him a number of times.
Yeah.
He has a great temperament for the game. He just has a wonderful temperament. If he misses, it's not the end of the world. I mean, he can sit down and overcome that, and certainly the pressure that he's played under, he can handle the pressure. It's always fascinated me when players of this level are just able to miss a ball and put it out of their mind. Because in just a few minutes later, you could be standing up there again. You have to shoot, so you've got to put that behind you.
Yeah, the great players are all able to do that.
Are you able to do that?
No.
I can't. I mean, I just can't. But
I do it all the time.
I try. Yeah, I try, and I have a lot of broken cue sticks to prove that I've never been too successful at it.
That was Upstate Al giving his 2 cents, and his 2 cents is usually worth a lot more. It's one of the most difficult things is to forget about it. Forget about it. I mean, great athletes do that, though. Tom Brady throws an interception. He comes back and fires,
Touchdown.
Fires them all.
Yeah.
All of them are able to do that.
I've always worked with tears. just cry about it or whine until somebody punches me.
So this now he's getting tested on this rack because he's what, halfway through it halfway through it, and he doesn't have a great shot, I don't think, as far as a break shot. So he's gonna have to move that 8-15. It doesn't lay just right. So this is a little bit of a tester.
So, I guess I'm always immediately struck by how many of the young players are using the
Extensions
no,
the
fiberglass,
the
carbon fiber shafts.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
And I know one of our major sponsors, Predator, makes beautiful carbon fiber
Yep,
cues. And
They do. They've been innovative in many, many ways.
yeah. And I play with the wood shaft Predator, but I've tried the carbon fiber, but I just
You don't
can't
like
sort
it?
of get the hand. Well, I'm 7, I guess.
The only thing that I don't like is sometimes it's tingy. It doesn't
Yeah.
it makes a funny sound.
I've kind of heard.
But-
I've heard that.
but,
They tell me they get over it though real quick,
yeah.
and the people
Well,
playing with them love them, obviously. And
when you hit the ball better, it's pretty nice. He tried to do it there, but he might have got out on that one. But it's tough from here. Looks like that 11's out, doesn't it?
yeah, the 11's out.
So-
It looks like that to me. And what I was saying to the fans, we can't see it on the screen, but there's actually a white triangle
Right.
drawn around
They
around
marked
that
the rack,
outside
yeah.
remark because the rack itself is thicker. So that they have to make sure that the ball is going to be out of the rack, because if
Yeah.
it's in the rack, then it has to be spotted if it's the last ball.
Right. But that looks like it's out. I
Yeah, it
think
looks out
is.
to me. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah,
And
I agree with you.
see, this was a little bit of a scramble for him, and he did well with it. But he's going to hit the 1 and the 8.
Yeah, I
and,
think so.
And then shoot the 10 last. I
That's-
think, unless that 11's not out, and maybe it isn't, because he's looking at that.
I think he's
don't know.
making sure it's out because that's not a mistake you want to make, right? Not a mistake you want to make.
Not sure what he's thinking here, because he's thinking of shooting this 8. Maybe he's going to knock the 11 over.
I guess it wasn't out. He went a little further than he wanted, so now he's got.
Now this is really
Yeah, he's
getting
got- right.
into the realm of break shots that are not perfect,
Right.
and they can stop your run.
So he's going to go off the back of he's going to go off the 10 ball.
Yeah, but now he's close to the rail.
Now he's got
too.
he's got a problem here on the
And
angle.
Gonna
right.
be tough,
Right.
I don't know. Maybe he's able to go forward 2 rails and get off the rail and give himself an angle on the 10.
To break the rack, he needs to be where
that
he
was
is now, which was a much more difficult shot than it looked like.
And then
That was really a finesse shot. There.
still now he needs to draw back to those the 2 end balls on the left side of the rack for him to have a good chance of getting another shot. But he's run 56, right? So he's
Yeah,
still,
he's
still
56
running.
ball run.
He's still running.
Right. 56 pounding him in there.
And this is the agony of the chair. Right? Because you can be in the chair for a long time. The end of the game in this game.
Yeah, and that's the other part of it. In some ways, I think it's really the most difficult and grueling sport because you can't do anything except watch your opponent.
Yeah, you get to suffer.
So today's high run so far, we do have a high run prize per day, and today's high run was by Mika Inneman.
How can you have that high run already?
92.
The day's not over.
92. I'm just announcing what it is so
okay.
far. Yeah.
He's run so far 92.
I'm announcing it because
That's
the
great.
sponsors told me to announce it.
Okay, and that's great because they're only going to 125, so 92 is a good run.
Yeah, going
So
to 120.
they're taking a break. Is that what they're doing?
It looks that way.
Okay.
Yeah. I was asking what the break rule is, and nobody's been able to tell me that yet. So I think it's okay if they don't abuse it.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
They have to run
Yeah.
off for a few minutes.
Yeah.
They just say okay. And you're technically your opponent has to agree, and the referee has to agree. But I think they probably just the individuals know each other pretty well by now on the tour.
Yeah, I don't think, you can. Wait, the reason that they came up with the break rules, the rules about taking too long or whatnot, is because players had abused it. I think I don't know if it's true, but Larry Lascotti told me the story of Unauthorized at the old Johnson City tournament. When he took his break, I guess they had a bar downstairs. He went down to the bar and was watching TV for a while, letting his opponent get icicles off of his arms and just sit there. so that's why they came up with that.
There's a reason. Well, the European countries.
That may not be true.
Well, in European countries, the players are sponsored by athletic associations that are sponsored by the governments, and actually in many of them you have to register a pool room to open it in the European countries. And, generally speaking, the sportsmanship is really, really good in these, in these tournaments.
I think all over, really. Most everybody here, I don't think anybody is trying to put moves on anybody else.
No,
which is good.
No,
Yeah,
and a lot of these players play so fast. I mean, they do.
All right, Francisco's back to the table. I think he's going to draw this back into the 2 and the 4, which is
exactly
perfect.
what he did.
Hit perfect.
So he does that so the cue balls spin out into, and he'll have some shots.
More likely to have
shots.
Shot.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there we have the knowledge of Dr. Bob and Denjin there. So if you hit the end 2 balls, if you hit in the middle of the stack, there's a good chance you'll get stuck if you have to break as he did off the back of the stack.
Yeah,
if you hit the end 2 balls, you'll spin out a lot and have more balls to choose from. So that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's been practicing his straight pool. I mean, he certainly knows the shots.
He's played
right?
before, I think.
Yeah, he's played before. Yeah. He knows the shots.
And I do like the way he plays.
Yes, he's thoughtful,
and
but he's not slow. He's thoughtful, but not slow.
Is the experience, because years ago, I think it's probably still true. To be a straight pool champion, you weren't just a kid. Most of them had to have played for some time to go through all the agony of straight pool, being able to learn patterns and know how the balls were going to come off of the full rack or the moved, the partially moved rack, and that takes some time. You didn't do it when you were just 15.
Well, many years ago, when I actually I'll use the UX Open example, 9 ball as an example, when it was held down here in Norfolk in its first years, I was at the first one. And, excuse me 1 minute.
No, Mike needed a drink. His mouth was dry and oh no. Oh boy. Well, now we'll see how Francisco's shot making is. Because there's really not, balls are spread. There's in a safe place. He's got to just shoot that 7 ball in, I think. I don't think he can
Agreed.
I don't know
He's
about the
got
10 ball. I think it looks like,
I don't think you can cut that.
and you pick your flavor. I'd shoot it in the side, but maybe he shoots it in the corner. Oh, is that ball dead? Wow, that would be something. If the 3-1 was dead, that would be a.
He's playing it. He just pointed.
No,
He's
shooting
playing the
7.
7 ball, yeah. So he's playing the 7 in the side. It's a very difficult shot, actually.
Well, he got a little fortunate not to scratch. He could have been in the drink for one thing, and now he's got to shoot a tough shot.
Yeah.
These are missable. Oh, now he went back to the dead ball.
I don't know.
Is the 3 carom dead, or is he shooting the 10?
It looks like he's shooting the 10, doesn't it? Eric, look at that shot.
Great shot.
Wow. That was quite a good shot.
So he didn't disappoint us on the shot-making part of this.
No.
He hit that ball right. He hit that ball great.
But
You notice that, they don't want to do that because he had to hit that real thin and you let go of the cue ball thing. Bad things could happen, but he
came out of it.
He hit it great.
What I started to say before I went off the air a second was the great players back in when U.S. Open 9-ball even started and later on as 9-ball developed had their foundation in straight pull.
Yeah, that's right.
And they learned, first they play 8-ball a little while and then go right to straight pull. And it was, the predominant and premier game up in, I guess, it hasn't been probably for the last 30 years or so, maybe a little longer.
Probably longer.
Yeah, longer, maybe 40 years or so, right?
Well, they all played straight pool because straight pool was the world championship. You didn't have a world 9-ball championship 50 years ago. Say.
Right. It was all straight pool.
You played straight pool because that was the game to get a chance at a world title. Which all these guys would relish. They want to play. You want to be the best in your sport.
Well, there are many who say that this is the toughest straight pool field assembled during the year, and I think there's some merit to that. This is a really tough field.
Peter always you and Peter always put together a great field. So he did move that 1 ball, but it still stayed a little bit low. I don't know that could be a break shot. Maybe the 5. Maybe he has to shoot the 5. Because that 1 looks low to me. I can't tell. Looks low. I can't make out the rack on the. I think it's low.
He's giving it quite a.
He's shooting the 1, so he must be shooting the 5. He saved that 5 with the intent that it was
going to be the break shot.
Going to be a break shot. Yeah.
All right. So, a pool lesson from Dr. Bob Medengian here, because he's called these last patterns, right? And these are when you get down to the last 4 or 5 balls, those are the critical patterns because they have to come out in a way that gives you a break shot, or you lose your turn at the table one way or another. So Francisco's going down. This is not ideal.
He had a funny angle. I think he had, if you forced it to the end rail, it was going to be hard, and if you roll it, then you weren't to get the angle. You had to go long. He chose to go long. I don't blame him. That's especially if I shot as straight as this young man.
Yes. I mean, that's it. They can take the longer angle because the shot, even though it's a really hard shot, he still figures he's going to make the shot.
Yeah, and he's on a run of 70, so he's creeping up on Mika right now.
Yeah, he's
got a chance.
Doing a good job. Certainly looks good.
This one, I think, his only choice is to follow it, and it looks like he's going to hit.
And most of the
Somewhere
circumstances,
around the 6 ball, I think, in that kind of ballpark.
I don't think the circumstances he found himself in where he had to really shoot a lot of good shots were those created by him. I mean, they were just the circumstances of the way the balls were laying as opposed to him making bad decisions about what pattern to play.
Yeah, I don't think it was
wasn't his
a bad
fault in the
decision,
sense.
but not. He didn't execute as perfectly as he had previous. When he went off the top of those balls and almost scratched, that was
Yes,
that was
yeah.
just he missed it by a half inch or not even.
Yeah.
Missed it by a little bit. But that's how little you make small mistake and it can cost you. But he's playing well, and it's 70-41. Great. Is he taking a break on this one to gather himself for a tough shot?
I doubt if that's the reason. I mean, I watched a whole lot of the U.S. Open 9 ball, and he was in a whole lot of it, and I didn't see him having to take breaks to worry about shots. He may have had to take, a nature break, which...
Mike, you had mentioned something earlier about how all these pool players now are serious athletes. And I think that's changed over the last, 50 years too.
Yeah, I agree.
For all the athletes, football players, they used to have beers.
No, true. That's
Larry
very
Bird
true.
would go
Baseball,
in. Baseball players, how many stories of them drinking. And pool had their fair share
Pool did,
of drinking and partying, having fun and whatnot. And now these guys, they go lift weights. They go, they keep them. They run. They do all sorts of things. They're in pretty good shape, because the golfers and the pool players and the bowlers, they in years past they'd all have pot bellies and go out and drink and whatnot.
Well, I don't think people. I mean, a lot of people don't appreciate the amount of work it is to go through a tournament like this. I mean, they're going to be playing Ouschan. So, yeah.
Yeah, it is a lot of work. It's
we're promising Upstate Al we won't break the equipment while he goes outside for a health break.
We're back to,
which involves a cigarette.
We're back on. He's looking at the tangent angle. That's what those guys are doing when they're looking at it with the cue stick. And it looks like he's going to go. Where he pointed was right in between the 6 and the 9. I think he's going to hit right about there.
All right, Francisco, and he nailed it.
He hit the 6.
He
yeah,
nailed it. Yeah. So there is an advantage to having ability at any sport, right?
It's nice to be able to pocket the balls.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, it's dead center.
But yeah, you're right. These guys, getting to your point that these guys are in pretty good physical shape. A lot of them to be able to. This tournament is grueling. You're playing for 4, 5, 6 days in 10, 12-hour days. It is.
I mean,
it's
just
physical,
think about this
but it's
match.
also the mental drains you physically too.
Right. Yes.
And I think that's what you're getting at.
Yes. I mean, we do have with us this week. Jason Shaw broke John Smith's record on the high run.
Yeah, 7:14.
7:14, and
yeah.
he said it was the mental part of it that started to, just concentrating on making the balls after being on your feet for three hours or more, and this match, I think Francisco's probably already been on his feet for about an hour, and having you can't. Pool is a pretty precise game. You can't fraction of an inch and it's over. You've got to turn your table over. So.
Right.
And times they have to play back-to-back matches, and then the pressure of who you're playing, and so forth.
All that.
It's really draining. So they do take
Yep.
taking good
Yep.
care of themselves.
And that's why the older players, guys that are in their 60s or 70s, awful hard to win championships because they can still play games as good as anybody. It's hard to play tournaments as good as anybody.
Yeah, because of the stamina it takes to play.
It's really, really grueling
Right.
for them. But anyway,
Yeah, it's a fact. I mean, for people who love it like you and I do, I think it's safe to say. It's
crazy
just,
people, right?
But it's really an amazing game, the aspects of it, and I always found it was really good for my concentration and discipline later in life. I mean, I learned discipline. The discipline it took to get
Sure.
somewhat good at it, and that was transferred to later in life. It was a good lesson
Right.
in life to know that you want to get good at something. It takes a lot of work,
Absolutely.
So I was always pleased with that aspect, having not been a particularly good student in my earlier years. It did transfer later on. Aside from the fact it taught me to add.
Yeah, Michael's being not completely honest. He's a brilliant person. So anyway, Francisco's playing great. I think he was leaving the 2-ball. 9-ball is going to be his last ball. He's eliminating these. Playing good. He's
playing great.
He's got a chance to run this all out.
I think so. It's looking.
I don't think unless something drastically changes on one of these break shots, I think Leska's probably not getting to the table again.
That's what I think.
Yeah. He's roughly 30 balls from or 40 balls from running out. So that's 3 racks. As I watch, I think that that's more than likely going to happen.
Yeah, he's playing really good. A lot of confidence and just premier placement.
This one he's going to have to
He's got to stretch
draw
a little.
probably.
Doesn't
Yeah.
have to stretch for it. I don't know. He may be tall enough to not have to stretch.
I think if he takes a chance of following this, he's got a chance of scratching. I don't like it. I don't like to follow because you might come off of 2 balls and scratch with this kind of angle. It's not very steep. It's I don't think that he's going to do. I think he's got to draw this.
Yeah, I think he's got to draw it too. Because if you're, where it is now, the tangent line would be pretty close to the scratch, right?
It'd be close, yeah.
So I don't think he'll kill it, but I think he'll try to draw to the middle of the table, maybe.
Yeah, he hit it pretty firm.
No, he was trying to draw it further. He was trying to do it. But so that's the problem with that kind of a shot there. He's got to make.
He spread all the balls.
Yeah, he spread them all.
Nothing touching. And he's got a shot. The 11 ball goes, or whatever that is, 13 in the side. As long as he makes it, he's going to have a shot on the 14 or the 14 probably.
Yeah, he's in good shape.
And then once he's back down this end of the table, a lot of shots. I don't think he's going to try to go into that 11-15 here. I think he's just going to. Yeah, he did. Okay. Man, he's accurate.
Yes, he is. And the reason he did that is because, number one, he's a great player, but he also knows the sooner he cleans up his problem balls. Now he doesn't have anything touching.
No.
And all the balls have a pocket.
Yeah.
So he's, for somebody at his level, he's got to feel pretty good about the rest of this rack.
And looking at this table,
Yeah.
I got to believe he's going to play the one ball last. I'd be surprised if he doesn't, although not shocked. But I bet he plays the one ball last. I mean, as the break ball, and the. You know what though? It is funny. It is fun to watch players because everybody's thought patterns are different. You know, everybody plays things a little bit different.
Yeah, some of it is just it's feel.
Yeah,
You know, it's
yeah.
just how the feel of it looks to you. You know, it's sort of an intuitive what too. I mean, I agree with you. 5 champions could
Oh,
look
yeah.
at the same pattern and all decide to play it a slightly different way.
Yeah.
They'd be pretty close to what they ended up with. But,
Yeah.
but getting there might be some deviation. You know.
Yeah, I like what he did there though, playing that 5 ball next. That was because this, you know, he has to move that 12 or 7. And I think that's what he's going for, is that 7, because all these other balls can go in the bottom left corner.
Yeah.
If he moves that. He also play the side pocket. But
And
I like this 7 ball. I like this shot.
Yeah, I think at this point, this stage of the run, as many good shots, he's really comfortable at the
Yeah,
table.
he's not. I don't think he's going to miss from here.
he's just-
He won't miss a ball. If this run stops,
It'll
it'll be
stress.
because he gets stuck. You know, like getting stuck in the rack if you're breaking and that sort of thing. Because he's in a nice rhythm and groove. He's not gonna have any troubles. Pool is a lot of rhythm. You know, it's a rhythm game. Straight pool, and so he's in a real good rhythm right now. I think was he playing that in the corner? Was he looking to get the 8 in the corner?
No, I don't
Because he got a little bit funny on that.
Yeah, I think he was looking at the 6 in the side. And
You think he
rolled a
wanted the 6 in the side, and he just wanted to roll forward a little
Yeah,
bit because he
I
went
do.
too far?
He's out of
He
line.
could have done either one of those. You know, the 8 in the corner and 6 in the
Yeah,
side,
he's
but he just went a little bit far.
I agree. Just I just,
Now he's got to shoot the 10.
yeah.
It wasn't quite what he wanted. But
Yeah.
you know, even great players, they get a little bit out of line sometimes.
I think he was playing like something like 6-8, 10-1 or some pattern in that area.
Yeah.
Now he's got to shoot the 6 now. The 8's.
Well, he could shoot the 8. He might like the 6 for a break shot.
No, I agree with you. I like the 6.
After he did that, but I think he moved the 6 intending to shoot it, so he's going to shoot it and then play the 8 last. And what's his break shot?
Yeah, the 1 ball. You called that. Yeah, no, I know. Well, I think,
I'm playing good today.
yeah, you are.
I'm playing pretty good.
Yeah, you are. He's probably listening to every word you're saying while he's shooting, right?
Yeah, like he would listen to me.
Good. Yeah.
He got a little bit, you know, it's a little bit thinner angle, I think, but he's going to be able to check this a little bit and be perfect. Yeah, he did. He checked it with draw there. That was good. Now another follow shot. He's going to go into somewhere into the middle to lower end of the rack, maybe middle. Anyway, 98. He's
Yeah.
he's roughly 2 racks away, right?
Yeah, 25 and
Yeah.
less than 2.
2 racks away.
Yeah.
So this rack and one more rack, I don't see him, you know, we've already talked about this, but I don't see him missing from here. Like I said, it'll be getting stuck. You know, funny things happen when you go into the rack. But he's playing the best odds by having good break balls like this. And
And he's really controlling that cue ball nicely off the. He's not trying to do anything that's.
Yeah, the worst one was that one from 2 racks ago when he was all the way up table and he played but he made it, so that was good. Yeah, he is controlling it well.
So he's sort of. What's he shooting?
Side, the 13 on the side.
I don't like those. I'm definitely shooting the
Yeah,
10 for whoever he was.
He's such a straight shooter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Right.
But shooting the 10, you might, funny things happen. You roll that in, and maybe you get between the 4 and the 2, and
I'm not saying. I think I explained earlier. I'm not saying I'm going to shoot the right shot. I'm going to shoot the one I think I can make, which is different from this level of
right
play.
Here, probably going to shoot the 11 to get that out of the way.
They can play the right ball.
But
yeah, that was the right ball for the reason you say. I mean, he doesn't have any. There's no obvious place he's going to trap himself right now.
Right. I'd be surprised if he didn't shoot the 11.
Yeah, get that out of there, and then he's clear.
You got to go into these balls again. I'm not sure what he's going to use to do that.
Well, I think I have to announce.
He's up. He's passed.
He's past Mika's run.
This is the high run.
Of 92.
Oh, the viewers get the.
Well, they're going to get to see 100.
Right? Well, they already do.
He's already passed 100. Yeah.
Yeah, but they probably see they will have seen the most current high run. That's great.
Well, after this is over, I'm going to get up there and show him a 4 or a 6 pack.
Well,
not in order either. Any 6. I'm happy with any 6.
That's pretty good because it'd be hard to predict that you would have the high run streaming at the time that it was happening, right?
The octogenarian high run, right?
Yeah, it's always an honor to watch these champions shoot and run balls. I just sit here and just enjoy the perfect play. And you guys, the commentary coming from you guys, I could.
So there you go.
Just listen to it forever.
He just broke it, the secondary break with that 3 ball, and now he's got a great. The 4 ball is going to be his break shot, and I think maybe the 6, but I would think about the 4. Man, he's perfect. He's going to run out. Oh, does he get to keep on going too?
Yeah.
So he gets to keep on going?
Yeah.
Do you guys stream that too?
Absolutely. But I've been in this predicament before.
We're not going to take him off this table, so he's going to have to stay behind.
Well, I've been in this predicament before where the player wants to conserve energy for the tournament.
And stops.
And elected to stop. Darren Appleton did that one year.
How about that? Yeah.
Well,
did he win the tournament?
He didn't win the tournament. Lee Van won it.
See, he should have kept on going.
Well,
no.
We raised the high run prize.
How much is it now?
Tournament high run is 500, and if he breaks, that's a tournament high run on top of the daily high run.
Right.
And if he breaks Petey Margot's record, which is a tournament record of 330 balls, it's 1,000.
Oh, that's an incentive.
So there's an incentive to keep going, right?
Absolutely.
And,
what a stroke that was.
These.
And it looked easy.
These are pretty young, generally speaking, pretty young players out there. I mean, it's not like 2 people having to hold me up to finish the match, right?
Oh, what a nice little touch that was. That could have gone wrong real easily.
Yes. No, he's playing just great. I mean, he's just, this is about as.
So I'm not sure which, the 6 or the 4. Either one is good.
I would personally, I would draw back and just shoot the 6 in the top corner and just come off the rail.
I don't know. He's got a lot of choices here. He could shoot the 4 in the side and shoot the 2.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
not fool around with the 6 at all.
He doesn't want to play around with it.
And
right.
and I like the 6 as the last,
Yeah,
the break
yeah,
ball
right.
too.
Right.
So this is, does he play 2 rails or just 1 rail? He played 1 rail. I don't like that one.
Oh, no, me either.
He got a small angle. He's got an angle though. He's going to hit the last 2 balls on that corner of 3 balls on the rack, and he'll spread them enough to have shots. And where's he at? 112. He only needs 13 balls.
Yeah, no, it's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he shouldn't have to go into the rack after this.
Except if he wants to keep his
Unless
run
he has
going.
to get, right, then he's right.
Wow, this is exciting.
Yeah. Unless he wants to keep going.
We do have bottles of sugar water if you want to pour it on your head and really
There
get
you
psyched up. We got it.
Doesn't Al have a great voice for broadcasting?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, actually
got-
does.
And a good face for
Yeah,
radio. I get
You
you.
got that powerful.
And so he can hit right. It looks like he can hit right at the top side of the 3 ball.
Brush it out.
So he's gonna be able to.
So will he draw this or sort of power it so he
I don't
gets
think
shots
so.
on the top rail?
I think it's all stunning here.
Just stun it and
I
get a
don't
couple
think-
shots.
If he draws this, I think he's going to end up on the end rail, and I don't like it. So I think he could. I think it'll be a hard stun, and nudge. A lot of balls to the bottom rail. That's what I think. Looks like that's where he's queuing too. Oh, he followed a little bit too.
Got a good roll there.
So 112 is where he's on right now.
Right.
You guys, how do you do that? Does Al do the control? How do you guys update it on the thing?
Oh, they'll update it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, they do.
Yeah, they update it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they're updating. They won't do it till after the. They don't do it ball by ball.
Yeah.
It's after he
So-
finishes the rack.
Hate to say this, but this match is over. I don't see Francisco
Missing, yeah.
doing anything bad from here.
Yeah, I agree.
He's
agree with
gone.
you. Yeah.
He's gone through everything else, and then he's playing real good. I've never seen him play, but I like the way this young man plays.
Well, I watched them all.
At the U.S. Open.
I watched the streaming all week long,
Yeah, yeah.
And he's played here every year for years, so it's been nice to watch his game, really.
Just a little inside information. Francisco was practicing with Tony Robles and taking a lesson from Tony Robles yesterday also.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that Tony trains all the people.
There you
He's
go.
rotten bugger he is.
There you go.
And the next thing you know, they all play good.
Yes.
He did that last year too. That Aloysius Yap. He didn't know how to play straight pull, and Tony gave him a lesson. Next thing you know, he beats everybody. He played good. I mean, he didn't give him a lesson to be able to play pool.
He gave him a lot of the
But
serious
Yeah.
pointers.
Yeah.
Because these guys know how to hit the balls in the pocket.
Yeah.
But he gave him the strategy part, which
Right.
takes. That's what we were talking about. It takes years to develop that. I mean, I think Liscotti was 29 to be the youngest person to win a world championship. And then a couple of years later, Alan Hopkins was 27 or 26 or 7. I don't know how, but he was the youngest player. You don't usually get to be real young and be a straight pool champion.
Now I wonder if Francisco is thinking or remembering that he can continue the run. Somebody should tell him. You know what I'm saying? Because his choice of shots now does differ.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
if he's stopping at 125,
He must
probably
know
going to
that.
play the easy balls up here, right?
He must know that, though, because he's...
Yeah, I
what is
assume he
he,
knows.
2
it,
balls
yeah.
from being done.
Yeah,
But, yeah, I know what you mean.
You know, I mean, but
You know.
if you forget for a minute, then you're...
Well, yeah. I
he
hope-
didn't forget, obviously. He's
well-
out, I think he's out now, isn't he?
One more. He needs 1 ball.
One ball. Yeah, one ball. That's what I meant.
So-
I'm assuming he's
so-
going to make these
So
two.
we'll know in a minute whether he played for, played for continuing or not.
Yeah,
I hope he does.
I'm
I
pretty
mean,
sure he played for
he
it.
must know.
Yeah, pretty sure he played for it.
Yeah, he's playing the
Yeah,
continue.
definitely he's playing. Yeah.
He knows that he's out, which is great. We ought to give him a hand for that. He ran out, and now
terrific.
Now he's
Terrific display of talent here by Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz with at the moment 125 and out.
yeah.
So just to mention it again, he has the option of continuing his run and going for the high run prize. He has today the highest run. He's congratulated by his opponent, and he's telling the tournament promoter that he's on a run of 125 and continuing. So. If Tony Robles is busy later, I can help Francisco out.
Yep.
Right. I'm thinking about making a tape.
So now, when you continue your run, do you torture your opponent to have to keep on racking for you?
No, I think that's. Actually, that's a good point.
Or is he just being a nice guy?
Yeah. No, I think he's. I was talking to him last night. He happens to be a very nice guy.
A very nice guy.
Yeah, he's very gracious. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good sport.
Because I might be tripping Francisco right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, there's nothing to say Francisco's car will be running when he leaves the pool room, but that's beside the point.
In other words, tripping, he would give him a slug.
Right. But
Well, if I was going to do that, I would have done it on the first couple racks. Why do it now?
well,
I literally meant tripping him.
but let me just say this: when you lose a match this way, it's not like you had 8 shots to win the match. I mean, there's nothing that he
right.
could do to
exactly.
prevent this.
Right.
It's just the beauty of it all. It's like so you can't even be upset with yourself. I mean, the guy runs out on you, it's over.
Yeah, that's probably a good way to look at it.
You know what I mean? You feel differently if you have 10 shots to win the match and you don't get anywhere. But you have a guy that runs out on you, what are you going to do about it? I mean,
there's
I
nothing
really
you can
think
do.
I think they appreciate
have
that
to-
in each other. I
Yeah,
mean, that's why
yeah.
they compete.
Yeah, that's all you can do is watch, but it's not enviable.
So he seems to have more of a zip in his step, doesn't
Yeah,
he?
he did get quicker because the game's over.
Yes, exactly.
This is kind of like you guys watch snooker. Like when they get to their what is it? Right around 60. No, 70. Was it 147? So it's got to be 70, 74.
Yeah.
When they get over 74, they get to it's free after that, right? You don't have to. You won the game. Then you get to play for your century run or your 140. The maximum run. Those guys have some more zip in their step after that. After they've won the game.
Yeah, in a way, the pressure is off.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
he's just, shooting balls to see how many he can make in a row.
Yeah, this part's really a lot of fun. He's already done the really tough stuff.
Yeah, I have a feeling this week we're going to see quite a few 125s. And
I would think so. Yeah, I would think so.
I think last year we had 6 runs over 200.
Yeah, I remember, and even in the finals, you guys didn't Phil run 200 in the finals?
Oh, was it the finals?
He-
I can't
he-
remember.
or not-
He ran 200 more than once last year.
Yeah, he ran it a number of times, and I thought one of them was may not have been the finals, but it was on his stretch to getting to the finals. He ran 200, over 200, which is amazing. I mean, this might be. Was it right now 140, right? 140?
120.
No, it's 140. Cause he ran one after the, yeah.
Yeah, they should update it.
Yeah.
It's 125 and 14 now, right?
Well, he made one extra ball.
Yeah, it would be 126.
Oh, 126 and yeah.
Now it's
okay.
140.
140. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's
And this is perfect.
He's on a run of 140.
This is the break shot that everybody likes. Hey, when you were talking, Jason shot this shot like, I don't even know how many times in that tape. And when you're talking about Jason, he told me he played so hard that his hands were bleeding.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it.
So, pool is really grueling out, It ain't just boxers and wrestlers and football players that.
Those people that want to trip you. They want to trip you up.
This is a tough game, boy. I hope you don't get any, a lot of brutal comments out. This will probably be my last.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
he's really stroking.
So how many do you think he's going to run here?
I don't know.
Because he looks perfect.
Yeah, he does.
He's been perfect.
Yeah.
Well, this rack, he doesn't have the 15 ball maybe? You got a break shot there? Or you move that 7-11. But 5's a little bit high. I don't know that you like it.
No, I think you're right about that. He's going to.
But he certainly could play that 15, and that would be okay.
I don't know.
You don't like the 15?
I do.
If he gets right by the
I like the
diamond
15.
below the side pocket, he'd be good.
Oh no, I like the 15. Yeah, definitely like the 15.
Still got to move that 7-11.
Yeah, he still has to open them.
Yeah, I don't know if it goes. Does the 11 go in this right-hand corner? Maybe it does.
I think it goes in either corner. But I don't know. Obviously he has a plan here, I think. I'm not sure what it is yet, but I think he's got a plan. Oh, he's going to
He's moving now.
Yeah. It's really interesting when I watch people at this level because that kind of a shot for me is a hard shot.
They're all hard shots. I don't know any of them that are not hard.
He didn't get a very good. He didn't get a really friendly roll out of that. He's shooting opposite-handed. Well.
Yeah, the thin cut like this.
He really doesn't have anything else.
It's a missable ball, but I don't think he's going to miss this.
No.
And he has enough balls out there that he doesn't have to play really great position. He just has to make it, which is always nice.
So he can, now he'll be back in line after this shot.
I don't know if he's playing for the 5 or, he might be playing for the 5. That's
Yeah,
what he's playing
it looks
for.
like it. Yeah, he's going to shoot
Yeah.
this 15 ball. I agree, yeah. Yeah, I'll play for
And
the
this
5.
is a nice little triangle balls, the 15, the 7, and the 12. Really. That's
Perfect.
a good pattern.
Yeah, he's perfect on it. Phew. So he
This
was
is 154.
154.
Yeah, with the but the problem is when facing well, I mean, the last day.
He's probably going right into the 3.
Well, I mean,
I was just going to say, if you give that full warp, you might slide off you might miss him, or barely hit him. And he did slide off of him a little bit. But he broke him out enough.
Yeah.
He's good.
And
He's good here.
He's got a little thinking to do in this rack.
Well, he's going to have to break him again. The balls that are by the side of the rack or the 11 ball behind the rack. If he plays this one to get to the 6, he can play behind the ball behind the rack. Whatever that is, 13. I don't know if he likes doing that, but he might.
Yeah, if he does that, and I was always saying about leaving a safety ball, I'd leave that ball up by the corner. I think it's.
Well, I think that's the
is
one
that the
that's
8
gonna,
or the 6?
It's the 6,
Yeah.
but I think that's what's going to get to the 13.
Yeah, he's going to have to use it.
He has to use
So
it.
then when he goes
But
in.
there's a pocket, that 2, 14, 8 ball. Kind of make a pocket, and when he follows into that, he'd be good. He likes this combination.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
I think he can play the ball on the stripe that he's by.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's right.
And those are kind of messy anyway, so
Yeah, he may want to play that.
maybe he can't play that. I don't know. It looks like he can play it, though.
It looks like, I guess he's pretty sure he can see this.
Did he jump it a little bit? That's what it looked like he was doing. He didn't feel confident that he was getting in between there and maybe jumped it a little. That's what I thought.
That's possible.
Because there wasn't a lot of room between
Those two balls.
balls.
Right. There's just so many aspects of the game that they can do so easily that, it takes a while to watch the game just to appreciate difficulty of a little bit of a jump on a ball to to pocket a ball. I mean, he doesn't have to think about it because it's so natural to him. But
well, I think that's why he jacked up. I mean, I don't.
No, I think you're probably right.
I don't know.
I
Have
mean,
any other reason? Because he was queuing between the 2 and the 3. He didn't have to jack up to do that.
Not only to think about the jumping, to perform it.
No, I agree. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's
sure.
It's so much that if you don't know what you're looking for, you would miss those things like a jump, that little jump, and just the way they bump in the balls to make patterns for other balls and pathways for other balls. I mean, it's just
amazing.
It's an amazing game. It's always a reason. I personally remain a big fan of straight pool
Well,
because of those
This
kinds
is
of
where the
things.
shot making comes in again.
I think the younger generation is coming up so fast. I just did a tournament, a 12-year-old girl, the Roadrunner, Savannah Easton, knocking out Monica Webb. She's
Oh, yeah,
knocking
yeah.
out Emily Duddy. I mean, this girl is just amazing. Oh, he's done with his run.
He just missed the three
Yeah.
ball.
Missed that three.
Well, that was a tough shot.
Yeah.
How about these guys, folks? Michael Frank and, of course, Bob Domingian, the doc. Man, you guys blend like ESPN and ABC.
There we go.
Beautiful. Really nice. Really, really nice.
What's his name again?
Thank you.
I don't know. Tripper. We'll call him Tripper.
Thank you for having me.
It's an honor to have you, Bob.
Well, we're going off the air, and I'm
pleasure.
going to ask him questions about Cavalier Spaniels.
Okay.
Folks, once again, there are matches going on the outside of the tables. Outside this main table, there's matches going on believe all the tables.
No.
And if you have the pay-per-view pass, now is your time to switch over and go to the other tables. But our next match is due at 5 o'clock. Wow, which isn't too far off, right? What time is it here?
Yeah, 163.
Yeah. So,
163, I believe, was the final run for Francisco Ruiz.
wow. How do you like that? FSR 163, but we will make sure that is it when Peter comes about. I'm pretty sure that's the right score.
Yeah, Peter's there. So.
Michael doesn't miss much, believe me when I tell you. Like I was saying, folks, there's other matches going on the outside tables. We have 14 other cameras or 13 other cameras for the tables that are around this one. And you could now switch over. The next match coming up right here at 5 o'clock is going to be Johnny Morra and Carlo Biado out of the Philippines. Morra is out of Canada. This is going to be a barn burner. Morra shooting lefty. I think it might be the first time he's shooting lefty in straight pool. I don't remember him shooting lefty in straight pool last year. Folks, there you see the next match right on your screen. I'm sorry about the noise around me. There's a lot of people hanging around the booth. This place is packed with champions from like, I don't know how many different countries. I'm going to try to find out from Peter. But I do have the booklet in front of me, and I will find out for sure. But that's the next one. Carlo Biado versus Johnny Morra in a 125-ball match up next at 5 o'clock. And it should be starting momentarily, folks. If you have the pay-per-view pass at this time, you can go around the room and check out any other match that's going on right now. And thank you, everybody, for your support. We appreciate it. And as soon as the commentators are ready, I'll put them on the air. Hey, folks, the players get a practice rack each. So we'll just keep the graphic up there for a little while to let the people know that are coming in what's going on, that they're just practicing. And you could tell. You know what? I could even take it down and let you guys watch the practice, too. What's the big deal? Hello. Here you go. The only thing is the scoreboard. I don't want to keep the scoreboard because then the people will get mixed up. So we'll take the scoreboard down and just let them practice. There you go. Folks, once again, I got a script in front of me. Every table is being streamed, besides this one, on a pay-per-view pass. All you have to do is go to on site, that's SITE, onsitepool.com/Upstate Al. And we appreciate your support. You could purchase your pay-per-view there and watch all the tables on the outside of the main table, plus 30 days on demand where you can come back and watch any match that you missed or the whole entire tournament. I mean, we're going to have over, what would you guesstimate, 290 matches? It's going to be a couple hundred. Yeah, it's going to be a few. Got 4 rounds. You got 14 tables. You got 28 per round, right? 28 players per round. Oh, you got 14, 28, 56. 50.
248 in the round robin.
248 matches in the round robin.
60, we go down to 24, so we got 8, 16, 20, 24, 23 more after that.
And then 23 more matches after that. I have a mathematician beside me. His nickname is the Rain Man.
271 matches.
Total of 271 matches you can watch on demand for 30 days. I don't know, folks. For $25, $24.99, $24.95, whatever the price is set out there, I think it's worth it. But you know what I mean. It all goes to keep us on the road and get us to the next event. We will be going right from here to the International to help Mr. Pat Fleming. And make sure to check out accustats.com for the International. That's like a major, super major. I think the majority of the players are here at the straight pool because of the International. Here they go to the leg, John Morra and Carlo Biado.
John Morra and Carlo Biado in this match. Yeah. Oh, I'm Michael Frank, and this is American 14.1, back for our 17th year, our 3rd year at beautiful Keymaster Billiards. And to my right is Chuck Seeger, a longtime fan and billiard enthusiast, who's going to help me co-commentate this match.
Welcome, everybody, and we've got a good one here.
All right, let me... So the Carlo has broken the balls, and it's customary in straight pool. It's customary in straight pool for the player who wins the lag to make the other player break. So obviously John on the lag. He's got a shot on the 13 ball. And he's off to the races here.
Okay.
So it's a 125-point match. And in our last match, Francisco Ruiz, the recent winner of the U.S. Open 9-ball championships at Harrah's Casino in Atlantic City, ran 163 balls, 125 for the match. The players are allowed to continue that run if they've run over 100 for the high run prize, and Francisco ended with 163. John just made a good bank. And let me tell you a little bit about our players. John Morra is from Toronto, Canada, and he's a world-class player. He's got a Fargo rating of 786, which is extremely high. And one of the interesting things about John is he can play either right-handed or left-handed, and that changes from time to time. This is probably the third or fourth time he's played in straight pool.
Michael, he took a year or so off to convert from right-handed to left-handed in order to resolve some back issues that he was having.
Oh, interesting.
And here he is now back in action on the professional level like he never missed a beat.
There you go. And our other player,
Carlo, is coming off a wonderful defense of his U.S. 9-ball championship that he won in 2001. Lost in the semifinals.
yeah, I saw that.
So that was
great. Yeah, great match.
that was a commendable defense of his title.
Yeah, I think he lost to Francisco, didn't he?
I believe so. Yes,
Yeah, he
the
did.
ultimate winner.
Yeah. So, I mean, as you can see, these players are multi-talented. I mean, they play all the games at a very high level. There isn't as much straight pool as there is the rotation games, at least not in the United States. But I've been playing pool for 50 years. I had one run of 100 balls in 50 years. Francisco's probably been playing about 5 years, and he runs 163. Like it was just the easiest thing in the world to do. We didn't, he made every shot.
Many of these players play straight pool when they come to this tournament. There's tournaments over in the Europe side, but for American players and others, this is pretty much it. Now these two are the B and C seeds in the Group 4. The number 1 seed is Fedor Gorst, who got beat this morning, and he lost to Max Eberle.
Oh.
So this gives you some idea how deep this tournament is.
Yeah, I've known Max since he was 16 or 17 years old, actually.
Yeah, I saw the match. Max played great.
Yeah, Max plays good straight pool.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he does. Folks, if it sounds like I'm slowing the draw, I'm actually just looking through the for Carlo Biado. I'm looking through our program to find Carlo Biado. Not smart enough to realize it was in alphabetical order. And anyway, Carlo is the 2017 World 9-ball title, the 2022 U.S. Open 9-ball title, and he's got many other titles. He's certainly one of the premier players in the world, and he has a Fargo rating of 820, and that's getting in pretty rare atmosphere. When you get
That's pretty up there.
When you get up there, he's acknowledged as probably one of the top 5 players in the world. So here he is.
Meanwhile, John has made faster work of this first rack, and let's see how far he goes here.
Well, the one thing about straight pull is if John gets to 125, we're never going to see how good Carlo plays. That's one of the agonizing aspects of the game. And sometimes you hear people say that a player never gets to shoot in straight pull. They may watch the match and a player never gets to shoot, and that isn't true. Every player gets at least one shot because the first player has to open the rack with a legal break. So the thing that happens there is if you don't get to shoot, you have to practice the break so you get a little better at it.
Work on the lag. Go
Work
home
on
and-
the lag,
yeah.
right. That was your story from yesterday, right?
Right.
Shows you I was listening. So he's got a stretch shot here, and I should know the rule, but I don't know if they're playing all ball fouls or in straight pool you generally play all ball fouls, which means if you touch an object ball when you're trying to position your hand for a shot or bump a ball when you get up from a shot, it's a foul and you lose your place at the table and your opponent takes over.
They are, in fact, playing that.
Yeah, that's what I thought they were. In the rotation games, sometimes they just play all ball fouls, which they play only the cue ball if you don't hit the cue ball. But in the actual rule book, there is no such thing as any ball fouls. In the rule book, there's only all ball fouls. So those are individual rules that a tournament promoter can have for their own tournaments. But in straight pool, purists always play all ball fouls. And that comes up quite a bit because at times they have to shoot over a lot of object balls to, pocket or make the cue ball play the ball that they're trying to pocket. So it makes it really difficult, and that's why, frankly, people my age or who played a lot are so good with the bridge.
Correct.
Because we played straight pool as our primary game, and the bridge, you had to learn how to use a bridge pretty early.
You also add in that good straight pool is mostly played on just the lower half of the table, which leads to a lot of traffic issues, perhaps, as far as not so much the cue, but where your hand is going in your bridge.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. So John was there trying to brush the 7 and 15 to open them up, and he actually made a really good shot and brushed them, but he didn't. He hit a little further on the ball than he wanted, so they didn't open up the way he wanted them to open up. I actually think he was trying to stop in that, hit the 7 flush and stop in that area and clear out some of the balls up here. But
He actually shot that last shot right-handed too, by the way.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
He will do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good skill to have, actually, to be able to play both-handed. Most of the players at this level probably play pretty good with both hands.
I would think so, yeah. They does cut down on your bridge use.
Well, now they're, almost all the cues are made with extensions, and that's quite a change. I really don't remember playing with an extension until probably the last 20 years that we're seeing them around. It was all bridges.
Yeah. And it's a very simple engineering solution where it just snaps into the back of your, or screws into the back of your cue, and it sure does make life easier.
Well, what I'm wondering, and I don't know the answer. Carl Canowitz, our referee for the tournament, may know, is whether or not there was a regulation cue length that you couldn't exceed. It strikes me that when I was first starting out playing pool about the 1960s, that there was a regulation length that you couldn't go over. And actually, the regulation cue size in that time was 57.
57.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
now larger, longer. I mean, and
Whatever you can get in the room. Yeah.
yeah, and the standard shaft size was 13 and a quarter.
Right.
And the 19 was that was what Moscone played with. So a lot of people just adopted the 19-ounce cue with a 13 and a quarter shaft and 57 inches long. But they became standard. I don't know what standard it is at the moment, but for a long time it was 58. They raised it about an inch, and then a lot of these taller players play with cues well over 60 inches.
I believe Shane Van Boney plays with something like a 63 inch.
Yeah, well, how tall is Shane? 6 what?
It's got to be 6'3" anyway,
Yeah,
I think.
6'3", yeah. Yeah, every bit of that, yeah, he's a tall guy. And a lot of the players here are actually pretty tall. So,
We have several players in the tournament that are playing with extensions in the middle of their cue, and so they're playing with long cues all for every shot. But,
well, if I need an extension, I generally start looking for something else to shoot. Because it's even with an extension, when you stretch it, you really have to be very, very accurate because you're not going to get a stroke through it. It's sort of a punch, you know. But they're so.
and your bridge is 20 inches away from the from your
right,
tip.
Right. You need to be able to. Right.
That's a wonderful shot.
That was a great shot there. So John is playing very well, and he's now into his second rack. So it's 14-0.
28.
28,
Yeah.
2 racks.
Yeah.
So the score's not up.
Yeah. And Carlos gets a moment at the table to
So I'm gonna have to keep score. You're keeping score.
rack it up. There.
Chuck is keeping score here. That's 14.
Well, I don't think John's putting his score up yet because he's still on the run.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So he's 20.
Oh, I forgot about that. They have to enter it right, and then it goes up right. So the players have electronic pads out there. They also have to sign just a paper sheet for the records, but they have electronic pads, and the score won't go up until they update it. And since John's on a run, he hasn't updated it, which probably means he hasn't thought about it, because I don't know why he would want to remember that he's on his 3rd rack or 2nd rack or 10th rack. But in any event, we're watching out for him. So that was interesting. The way I would have thought he might have drawn the ball there.
Yeah, he was able to kind of kill it on the short side there, and he has some options.
Yeah, I don't know what's the. I believe in the rule of thumb is when you're low on the rack, you draw. And you're higher on the rack, you can hit it more flush, and maybe I think that's right.
Correct.
So what we're talking about is the break shot, and if the object ball is low on the rack, which closer to the pocket, you don't want to follow those because the line of the cue ball is pretty much always going to be close to or sometimes in the pocket, so you can scratch easily. So you generally draw those shots when you hit them. But for whatever reason, John slid off on that the ball he had for a break shot. Although has such natural ability, he's able to shoot his way out of it, which is always terrific. And
one of the fun things of this tournament is to see the different styles and paces of the players. And it's safe to say that John is a more deliberate player than most. And but the results can't be questioned.
yeah, I agree with you. And I think if they don't really play a lot of straight pull, and I don't think John does, there's a certain deliberateness they need in order to try and assess what the pattern is.
Yeah, when when games like 9-ball and 10-ball, the game tells you what you have to shoot back. Next here, you're constantly thinking 2, 3, 4 balls ahead.
Right.
And
that may change whether you're in or out of line with the way you want to go.
right.
So as he moves down, as John moves through the rack, he's got to start thinking about what he's going to leave for a break shot, which I presume is the 6 ball at this point. And then what he's going to use as a key ball. And that I'm a little more unsure of, since he doesn't have like a great key ball at the moment. A key ball is the ball before the break shot that the player uses to set up the break shot. And that's not so apparent to me from here.
From what we're looking at here, we're not sure if that 5 ball is in or out of the rack. It looks like it might be just outside that left side.
So he could essentially use the 5 ball as a break ball.
Right.
Maybe that's his preferred ball. I don't know that at the moment. We'll know in a few minutes because he's going to narrow it down with his shot selection. If he uses the 5 as a break, then he can use the 6 as a
6
key,
is key, yeah.
or the ball on the 14 ball on the rail, which is a little more difficult, but still could be a key ball. I guess we're going to know within the next 2 shots.
You can see in the background Carlos patiently or impatiently, I'm not sure, waiting for his chance at the table. Looks like he's going 6-3.
Yeah, 6-3, and he'll use then use the 5 as a break. So he'll probably just he'll draw the 3 ball up the table from the 3 ball. He'll draw the cue up the table and leave himself a nice angle on the break shot. Certainly notice a lot of carbon fiber shafts out there being used. And one of our sponsors, Predator, makes a lot of carbon fiber cues.
Absolutely. I use them. They're probably the biggest innovation that's come into the game of pool since, I don't know. It's just It's something that took off kind of like the graphite shafts did in golf and the big heads did 40 years ago.
Also, we get a lot of support from Simonis cloth. All the tables are newly covered for this championship.
John's now up to a 42-0 lead with the 3 racks that he's run.
Well, 42, and he's got a pretty good break shot.
Yeah.
He looks pretty comfortable at the table. I mean, he doesn't look like he's struggling with any shots or.
Looks like he took a quick break here. I got to believe he'll load that thing up with some draw and try to get back out into the center of the table here.
It's a good time for you guys that have the pay-per-view pass to mosey around any table you want and keep up to date with those other matches going on. As this break is going on, and make sure to come back right to the featured table and listen to these 2 experts go.
That was our streaming producer, Upstate Al, and this is what, the 3rd year with us, or second or so? It's at least 3. Yeah, it's 3 years. Yeah. So got some wonderful equipment here. Bring all this to you for your viewing pleasure, and hopefully you can learn something about it. It'll help your game.
Appreciate the kind words there, Mr. Frank. Thank you.
Every year it seems like the technology just continues to grow and grow and provide a better product to the folks out here that take an interest in this.
And the rooms were lit. There's better lighting and improvements every year made by QMaster. So, and we're in our 17th year, the American 14.1 straight pool champion, and we're in our 3rd year here at QMaster.
Michael, you've been involved since the launch of this whole project, haven't you?
I have. The credit really goes to Peter Burrows, who really had just got the idea, and it never left his mind. And he works on it 356 days a year.
He's quite an individual, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it really takes a lot of work to put something like this together and to grow the field, too. Some people have said it's the premier straight pool tournament in the world, and I don't think I'm partial by saying I'd have to agree with that. Certainly, it's got to be one of the most competitive, if not the most competitive field ever assembled. And that's been the last few years. We've just been fortunate to get these marvelous players from all over the world.
The depth of the field is just astounding. But if there's a better one out there somewhere, somebody tell me about it, because I'm not aware of it. He was able to slide off that rack without finding the corner pocket, and he's off and running.
Yeah, he kind of likes to hit the break shot that way, doesn't he?
It seems to be that way, yeah. He hasn't embraced that European style of just
slam,
draw, take it up the table, and sometimes it comes back. But,
yeah, I think my guess is he's trying to get to the center of the table each time with the break shot. After the break shot, make the cue ball go into the center. We'll have more options if balls are open. So, all the players at his level are just able to pocket. So they're not really that concerned about distance, I don't think. I mean, they obviously would rather be closer than further away, but they don't obsess about that in the way that many of of us who are trying to improve the game, improve our own games, will have to be concerned about it. So let's see what he does here.
Yeah.
And he does know that you want to, if you have problems in the rack, you want to get the balls open as soon as you can, because you don't want to wait until you only have a few balls left, and then you're trying to open balls that are clustered together or frozen together, and you wouldn't have shots otherwise. And you always want to clear out the problems early so that every ball has a path to a pocket. And once that's done, and then the execution becomes much easier than trying to pocket balls and later figure out, well, what pocket should I shoot? You know, only have one pocket available to make a ball in.
The late billiard writers of over 40 years, George Fells, once said that straight pool is like life. The sooner you solve your problems, the better off you are.
There you go.
And that's exactly what John has accomplished here. Every ball has a pocket. And like Michael said, it's just a matter of execution now.
Yeah, so he will. We still got a little work to do around the 10-7. I mean, the pocket to my left, and I'm watching the screen, is open for all those balls. But to do that, he's going to have to get. That's what he's doing now. He's going to take the 4 ball, and then he'll probably play either the 10 or the 7. I'm not sure which one. And I guess he'll leave the 9. Does it look like that to you, Chuck?
Kind of looks that way, yeah, because he's, either way he's going to have to bump one of those 2 remaining balls after he shoots. Looks like he's shooting on the 3 ball here.
Is that the 3?
The 3 or the 7?
It's the 7. Yeah.
7.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm used to the colors.
Yeah, you have a colorblind partner, and sometimes it looks different on the monitor as well.
Well, as frequently as they change the color of the balls, it's not easy to keep up. But so he's obviously going to leave the 9. I guess he's going to use the 6 as a key ball. And that's exactly what he's going to do. So it looks like a 1, 12, 10, 6. And he'll have sort of the same break shot he had last rack, actually. So it looks like what's going through John Morra's mind is, I have a plan and I'm sticking to it. Right? I think he wants a little more angle on that ball. So now he does have the option of playing the 6 first, but then he has to shoot the 10 and come around 2 rails for the 9 ball as a break shot. If he could play the 10 first, and ideally he may not have the angle to do that, he would have only had to come off 1 rail to have a pretty good shot on the 9 ball for the break shot. So he's opting just to take the 1 rail, which I think is probably a smarter decision. So he'll try and draw back, I suspect, a little bit. And perfect. That's just about perfect.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah. So now he'll just come off the rail a little bit, 6 ball, and he'll have an angle for the 9. I do think he would have preferred a little bit more angle on the 6 ball because the 6 balls, he's not going to have a great. I don't think he's going to have a great angle on the 9, but because he's got to make sure he pockets the 6.
But he'll pop this pretty good, and yeah.
Yeah, he's okay here. He's got a wide angle. This is not an easy shot for everybody.
No.
He's got a real thin cut to make the 9 ball. The advantage of the wide angle and thin cut is that you can normally hit the rack a lot fuller and harder. The disadvantage, of course, is the shot's harder. So, but I think for him, this is not a very difficult shot. He's not putting the score up, though. So something bothered him, and for those of you that are watching how to improve your game, the player next to him is moving, so that caught his eye when he bent over to shoot. Some of us stay down or try to shoot anyway, and that's a mistake. I mean, you really want to get up and go back down when your vision line is clear. And if your opponents are moving their legs or wobbling their cue stick when you bend over, just stand up until they stop. So that was a very nice shot.
Yes, it was. And that time we saw him, that cue came right out. Didn't stay down on the bottom half of the table. But he's got options here.
Yeah, I guess he can see the 3 openly. I don't know that. There's probably enough room to pocket the 6, but from where he is, he'd have to wobble it in, and he's not going to take that chance.
Right.
So I think he can see the 3. Excellent shot. It's always fascinates me how these really expert players, the way he put the spin on the top of the coming to that shot with that spin that just came off the rail and went right back down the table is.
Most amateurs find spinning the ball from 7-8 feet away is
difficult.
Quite a task.
Yeah, and the accuracy. I mean, it needs to be hit perfectly, but that's why they're down there and I'm commentating.
And we're sitting here looking at a monitor with a microphone in front of us.
And we're commentating.
Yeah. John comes from a family of pool players. His dad played pool. He's from Canada. He's won countless tournaments up in Canada. And like I say, to see him back playing at a professional level after switching hands is just, I just find that fascinating.
Well, he's picked this game up because when he first played, it was Midlothian, I think, the first time he played straight pool.
I believe that was like back in 2017.
Yeah, something like that, right?
I covered that tournament for Billiards Digest that year, and I believe in talking to him, it was his first time he'd ever played it.
Yeah, I heard him say that. Talked to him a little bit, but obviously just picked it up. So the difficulty in straight pool, a lot of people think it's because you can shoot any ball and they're all worth 1 point, that it's an easy game. But at the level they're playing here, where number one, you don't ever have to shoot again if your opponent's as good as John.
Right.
And he's really not playing any ball. He's thinking 2, 3 shots, 4 shots ahead. He's already positioned he's already got a break shot in mind.
Got himself in a little bind here, I think.
He's got to shoot.
I think he's going to play the 12. Combo, or is he going the 10 straight up?
I think he's going straight up.
Okay.
Pretty sure it passes that ball.
Yep.
Yeah, so he pocketed very cleanly. That's the other thing. I mean, when they pocket a ball, they're unless they're trying to, because they need to use the rail or short the pocket. If they just are trying to pocket at center, it just cleanly hits the center of the pocket in the back.
Center cut. It has that sound that
it has that sound. They just
gets your attention.
right, and if you're practicing, that's what you want to practice. Hit the back of the pocket.
Right.
And watch how they shoot side pocket shots too. You'll notice that they always use the deep part of the pocket, and side pockets are the exception to that. They generally will aim at a deep side of the pocket because they know they're good. Sometimes when you have an angle cutting into the side pocket, if you're aiming dead center, you can just hit the point and you're going to bounce out. They don't hit the point. They aim at the deep side of the pocket.
These tables are Diamond Pro-Am 4.5-inch corner pockets and 5-inch on the side. And what makes it even more difficult is they have a deep shelf in the corners, and that means that the slate is not cut out towards the points of the pocket, but rather deep to where a ball can easily rattle in the corner and stay on the table.
Well, those who have been watching all day long will notice that that's exactly what happened with some of the earlier matches, particularly the match between Albin and Dimitri, Albin Ouschan and Dimitri Janko, where the ball did not hit cleanly in the corner and it hung up.
Just kind of jarred and sat right in front of it.
Jars,
Yeah.
it jars, and it's not going. It's not going to go down. When that happens to me, I blame it on everything but me.
Well, as someone who plays a lot on a similar table as this is, myself and my opponents and playing partners have things to describe those pockets that can't be said.
Yeah. No, I know. I completely understand. What somebody say to me one time? Square balls and round holes. I think one of the greatest concepts I learned was the idea of skidding, where the ball skids. Because then every time I miss, it's a skid.
It's
It's
a convenient excuse. Yeah.
It's a skid. It's got nothing to do with the fact I missed it by 4 inches. It's a skid.
Oh, and that just the fact that ball was rolling so slowly is what allowed that to make it to the bottom of the pocket.
Well, because he's going to have an atypical break shot here, he's going to have to use the ball that's up closest against the head rail.
Yeah, he'll just try to get a decent angle
He'll
on
just
it.
try to get an angle. And he'll want to go into either of the two. I don't know where he's going to land here, but when I see it, I'll have an idea. He's going to want to go into the two corner balls.
Absolutely.
He's not going to want to go into the center or the back of the stack. So you can see the line running from the spot to the back. He's not going to want to follow that line. He's going to want to go. He may draw this into the two end balls on the left, on the right hand side. I think that's what he's going to do. I don't see. I was saying he could also go into the two balls that are on the left hand side with inside English. But I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's going to draw it because he can hit it harder. And if he hits the ball, the cue ball will skid off. If he hit the two balls, the 9 and the 3, it'll skid off. Or if he hits the 4 and the 12 and the 10, it'll skid off. If he hits the 6, it could have trouble. If he hits flush on the 6, it could have troubles.
Now, if you joined us while this match is in progress, John has made run 5 straight racks, and the score is 70-0.
Guys are running balls out there. That's exactly how Francisco started off. So he hit a little bit to the right of the 6, and he did get fortunate, and the 3 ball came back. If it didn't, he would have been hooked.
Yeah,
But it did, so he's fine. So now he's thinking about how he's going to open the rest of the stack. He obviously sees the balls that are open for shots, and but none of them is ideal for going back into the rack. The 2 ball's good,
Right.
but he has to think about that now because he's gonna want to get these open pretty fast.
Yeah, because with the separation of those balls, even though they're kind of clustered, it's hard for one shot to open all that up. Is that the 11 ball, Michael, that I think he's shooting at? Yeah.
It's the 11 ball. Yeah, the 11 and 15. No, the 15's down, so it's the 11 ball. I can see the 15 down table.
No, I think he has a combo here.
Oh, he's playing the 4.
Oh, he's playing. Yeah.
He's got another combo that's pretty good right there. He's got that 1 ball. And that's a real good break shot.
Just conveniently rolled into position there.
1 ball rolled into position. He's going to play that 1 ball.
And that should open up.
Unless he feels it'll roll off. If he feels it'll roll off, he's going to play the 2 ball. But if it's not going to roll off, he's going to play the 1 ball. And when you have combinations that are dead on, then you can hit those. There's a little separation for those that are watching closely, so he's got to be somewhat careful how he hits it, but he's going to hit it.
Yeah, a little low right there, and
it's going to hit it pretty solid. Yeah, because he wants them open. You don't have to keep going in there.
All problems are solved.
Keep going in and opening and opening and opening. Not going to happen. So I think that was a great shot.
And he had a couple insurance balls up table if he somehow got stuck on the top side there.
Shot.
Yes, that solved that problem.
So now he still has a little bit of an issue there, but nothing that's, he still has to decide what he's going to do with. I think that's the 10 and the 12.
I think those are the 2 there that are.
Yeah, the 10 and the 12. So he'd obviously like to leave the 14 ball as the break ball. It's a great break shot.
Yeah.
And as far premium break shots are always on the side of the rack, and generally the closer they would be to the middle of the rack, the more optimum they are for opening the rack. So the 14 is a pretty premium shot. So he has to get, in order to use that ball, he's got to get the 10 and the 12 out of the way. But the 10 and the 12 both pocket were in the upper right-hand pocket facing the screen. But he'd have to get the 6. I'm not sure if the 12 passes the 6. So he's going to have to, I think he'll probably draw back here. I don't think he would. Yeah. So now he's going to be able to get these out of the way. If the 12 passes, he'll play that now, I think, and then he doesn't exactly have a pocket for the 10, so he's got to play the 10. I think he's looking there to see if something would pass the 9. Now he can. the fact that the 9's as close to the pocket as it is, if he really got stuck, he could shoot the 12 in there, and he could play it off the rail and hit the 9 and kiss it in. But this way, he's got a smooth pocket, and
This is kind of a unique finishing of a rack in straight pool, and the fact that he may clear out most of the bottom before he goes up top. But,
yeah, he may have to go up and down,
Yeah.
right? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, 'cause
that's what I'm thinking too. Yeah.
you know, those balls are of no value up there.
Well, and he can't pocket the 12 until he gets the 6 out of the way.
Right.
So, and he doesn't, even if he could pocket the 12, he would then mess up his break shot because he'd have to hit the 14. So he's probably going to have to shoot those balls in the left-hand pocket facing the screen. So I think you're right. I mean, I agree with you. I think he may have to go down. We'll see what he does here. He could come out and play the 6 as a possibility, and then, you know, it's just tougher position that way than clearing the bottom out. And what I don't like if I'm in this position is he's still got, is that the 8 ball
That's the 8 ball that's still in a
yeah,
precarious
see,
position
it's
there.
still in
Yeah.
a tough spot because there's nothing that's really too ideal for getting from the 8 to the 15 back up to the 6 and 10. I mean, he's such a skillful player, he's going to do it, but or he's a favorite to do it. So we'll see what he does here. So he's getting rid of it now.
That's going to take care of the 8.
So he may actually save the 15 ball. He may play the 8-6. Well, because the reason I say that is that ball that's closest to the corner pocket is on a natural angle to go back up for the 14 for a break shot.
Right.
So he may not take that out now. He may go 8, 6, 10, 15 and use it, play it that way. I think I'd be pretty tempted to do that as opposed to something else.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he really didn't get ideal on it, but that's what he was planning to do. I'm positive of it. So the point is that the reason he missed the 8 was because he was trying to get so good on the 6 so he could come back off the top rail to get in line with the 10 ball. So it wasn't that the 8 itself was a very difficult shot to execute. It was everything that he had to do to turn out right in order to get in line so that he could play the next 3 shots the way he wanted him to.
Yeah, the work involved the cue ball, not so much the pocketing of the ball. And in the process, he forgot to pocket the ball.
So, yeah, and that's the difficulty of straight pool compared to a rotation game where he'd only have to pocket the 8 and he's going to have some shot on the 9 somewhere or some shot on the 10 somewhere. Whereas here, the precision required to keep the balls in line to go from one to another. So John's run was
80 balls.
80 balls. So phenomenal start for John. And now he's up against Carlo Biado, who is one of the premier players. Now Carlo, I think I have to look in my program. But I know Carlo knows straight pool.
Perfect.
So I think we could see a pretty good match here.
Yes.
Even though it's even though it's 80 to zip right at the moment, 80 to 1, I guess.
80 to 4.
80 to 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, just talking about Carlo, things going on with me, and you guys bring back a lot of memories. In the Philippines, they play 15-ball rotation with all that traffic on the table. And Levan Corteza, his very first straight pool tournament, won his first match, and I called him over. I said, Lee Van, how do you like straight pool? He says, Al, it's too easy. I said, wait a minute, come here. What do you mean it's too easy? He said, well, I play 15-ball rotation. Now I could shoot any ball. And once he learned the pattern to the key ball and everything, he was a monster. He won that tournament, his very first tournament, Lee Van Cortesa, and he's in this tournament also.
Well, that was Efren's practice pattern. I mean, he would play 15-ball rotation and practice running out. And I've seen him do it, several times practicing.
Absolutely.
So you don't get that precise at anything unless you're going to work at it. But, really, you're not going to hope you get better. I mean,
And a few years back, Lee Van had a nice run in the straight pool.
Yeah,
I want to say might have been 2017. He came into the tournament that we had down in Midlothian, and off I think one or two other straight pool tournaments that he'd won back in the day when there were more than just the American straight pool tournament in America.
yes. No, I know he's a great straight pool player, yeah. And I'm pretty sure Carlo is, too.
Well, Carlo probably sat in his chair for, maybe 40 minutes, Michael? And just then you come out and...
Right, you got to you got to shoot, which is I always thought that the physical toll that takes on you over time has to be enormous in a certain way. Because in other games, even if you're losing in a tennis match or something, you're still playing back.
You're still moving, yes.
You're still moving, right? I mean, here you just have to sit and watch your opponent, and then at some point maybe you get up, and you got to fire. You can't.
In any of these games, once you go back to your chair, you have no defense for your opponent. And
no.
He's got a pretty good looking layout here on this table. But, I guess that's the 11 that, or is that the 13 that?
I think it's 13.
13 that
he's going to use
for his logical break ball. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see Carlo in action here. Let's see how he handles this rack. Well, John made a really good showing in that run there. That was a tough run. And again, the lesson there is, it's you have to be in line for the shots, pick the right shots in order not to get yourself in a spot where you have to make both a difficult shot at the same time. You have to have extraordinarily precise position. But he played really, it was 80 balls. I thought he was going to go all the way. Actually, he looked like he was going to go all the way.
That didn't seem like the kind of shot that was going to end it.
No, he was obviously thinking about something. He had something else on his mind. Because that's a shot he's probably going to make 100 out of 100 times if he's just shooting the shot.
He should clean out the neighborhood around by his break ball here, and I don't think he's happy having to shoot over the 2 ball if he
didn't
goes after that 9 ball.
He did not want to end up there, that's for sure. And he's, if he was thinking about using the 11 as his break ball, he's going to have to bump it a little bit here.
Yeah, that's...
So he's got a double whammy that came out of that little, just quarter of an inch error, right?
And
yeah, he's not happy with himself. He'll get out of it, but he's not happy with himself. So this is where we're talking about all ball fouls. If the stick or his hand touches the 2 ball, it's a foul, and he has to turn the table over.
sure that wasn't what he was looking
So,
for either.
yes, this is a perfect example of one thing leads to another, right? He's got slightly out of line, just maybe an eighth of an inch on the 2 ball, and now he's out of line a little bit on the 13 ball, and he's going to have to somehow get himself back in line. He's going to leave the 7 balls to break ball, so he's okay there, or he could leave the 1 ball. So he's got a couple, shots, and all this is doable, and he'll probably do it because he's so great. But it shows you the extraordinary precision that's required to be able to execute these patterns.
He's basically had to rethink his whole strategy
Right.
now because it just went out the window.
Well, it was interesting when Corey Deuel was here, and Corey's won a number of straight ball titles. He said if this was a 9-ball game, this ball would just be a cinch for him, because he shoots these in 9-ball like all day and all night.
Right.
But because it's straight pull, it's a different psychology to it. He's thinking about, for straight pull, that's a pretty hard shot when you're stuck, right? They miss a few of them, and most of the ones Albin missed, Corey said, I've played him tons of 9-ball. Those are just not shots he misses. you
Right.
know? So anyway, but he did shoot himself out of it, and he's going to be right back in perfect position after he makes this. He played a 12 on the side, and then he'll have a 1-ball break shot. He'll probably roll the cue ball down.
Just roll that forward a little.
Well,
and,
this is where height has something to do with your game. Because Carlo is not as tall as some of the other players, his natural break shot, if he has a preference, will be to put the cue ball slightly above the side pocket, because he can reach it easily and
Correct.
he'll able to power. If he left it above the side pocket, he'd have to stretch to shoot it, and he'd much rather have a full stroke into it. And I know that because I'm short. And shrinking every day, by the way.
being tall and having long fingers is definitely a physical advantage in this game.
It helps. It helps. Although it certainly hasn't hindered him. I mean, and you think of certain other players, it doesn't bother them. They're just tremendous.
Just have a lot of talent.
A lot of ability, yes. They just have that ability to pocket. So he's taking a good look at this. And I would think cue ball is going to hit pretty center of the rack. And I don't see him going forward with too many of these shots. I think he's going to draw right off the rack here. He went forward.
Yeah.
Huh.
Caught that 2-ball that was one of the
head
balls up there. He may have drew it a little more than he wanted to, but he's okay.
Yeah, he just has a little cluster of 5 balls. Everybody can see those on the screen, and he's going to have to, find a way to open those up. And I don't know when he'll do that.
He might do that right now.
Yes.
Yeah, he can use the 4 as an insurance ball if it gets stuck.
Let's see something here.
No, throw that idea out the window. He got it that way. Okay, in the process of getting himself into a position in the center of the tables to start attacking these balls now. But everything is kind of opened up.
Viewing audience can't hear me. You guys can hear me. Just a thumbs up if you can hear me. See the camera right up there? Mike? Just give me a second. We're going to go to you guys. Take a look up at the camera and just say hi. Can you hear me, guys?
I can hear you, yeah.
Now you can hear me better.
Okay.
Michael, take a look at that camera and say hi.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Good to have you with us.
But these are the two guys.
We're delighted to have you watching our stream live from Virginia Beach, Virginia, and Q Master Billiards.
And unlike in the past, Mike, you're not working out of a closet, are you?
No, that's true. That's right. The past few years we're in a closet. We're back here in a lot of space behind us.
This is a fabulous facility.
And I was looking at the Fargo ratings, and Carlo Biado is, as I mentioned earlier, 820, and Albin Ouschan is an 819. So they're the two highest Fargo ratings we have, and I'm positive they're in the top 3 or 4 players in the world rankings. I should say 1 through 4. I'm not sure what the order,
Right.
exact order
Yeah.
is right now.
Yeah.
Changes a little bit. Fuller's up there
You
too.
throw Joshua Filler in there
Yeah.
and Shane Van Boning as well. But,
Let's see, where's Shane? Anyways. Oh wow. Joshua's 837.
that's probably a legitimate rating.
Yeah, that has to be number
with the
one.
resume that he's building.
Yeah.
And
Gorst is 825.
okay.
So yeah. Wow. Well, that gives you an idea what the field's like here, trying to win this tournament.
Like I say, and Carlo's a B player.
Yeah.
They use the rankings for the 7 players that are in each group. Not so much that it shows no priority because as a round robin, you're going to play everybody in your group, and it's all just one loss record advance, and in the case that you have ties trying to get in there, then they go by ball differential of the matches. Now the winner of each groups will get an automatic bye when we move into the elimination round. So there'll be a total of 24 players, of which the 8 group winners get a first round bye, and then they'll be down to 16 and then just play single elimination right up to the end. And I believe all matches in the single elimination are to 150.
I think that's right. Yeah.
So it
Go up by 25 balls. And I don't know if the final's been decided. It will at least be 150.
yes, yeah.
Usually
But,
it's make it a little longer, but not much longer.
You want me to line somebody up for 9 o'clock? Or for the 7:30 match, whatever? Because Danny would do a 7:30 match if you want me to say something. Okay, I won't say anything. Somebody else?
Carlos will just draw back a little bit for this and use the 8 ball obviously as the break shot. That shot right there separates the Trotters from the Pacers, where him going 3 rails to get to that position, and he's fine with that.
So the score is 79-29, right?
Yes, I thought John's run was 80, but apparently it was only 79 by their count on the table, and that's the only one that matters. So
Don't remember him having a scratch, but
no, that,
Here we go, guys. Back up at the camera. There you go. Now you can see it.
okay.
All right.
Picture of me, lucky you out there.
the lights show all our blemishes, Michael.
Yeah, right. All right. So, if you thought that was Brad Pitt, you are mistaken.
Now you're going to turn it off.
The Carlo 32 seems right, because he made 4 after John's miss, and then 2 racks puts him to 32, but I don't know where John is minus 1 ball, and because he certainly didn't foul on that miss, did he?
No.
Unless the 8 ball or the cue never found a rail, which
No, I think the 8 ball.
it got to the
No,
short
yeah,
rail.
yeah, it did, yeah.
So he should have
So,
80, but
yeah, it could be what I didn't see clearly, because I was looking through the program was whether or not he made a. Carlo broke.
yeah, Carlo lost the lag and he broke, and it was a legal break. So
And then John took off.
that's right.
Yeah. So I don't have an answer for you.
Don't think there's any problems
No.
with this rack.
No, he opens them pretty early. I mean, he doesn't really fool around. And looks like he's sort of experienced enough that he makes his decisions pretty early about or pretty quickly about what he's going to do in general.
Right.
So he's giving this a little thought.
It's American 14.1 champ.
This page right here. American 14.1 straight pool championship. That's one
And we have a separate group, so it's
Serious stuff.
Oh, which one do you have?
well, we had a Facebook group.
Oh, yeah.
The problem with that, as you pointed out, is they have to get approved to
Yeah, we want to be on the public.
the pages.
It's almost like he has too many options here. But,
No,
No, is that the group?
that's the page.
American straight pool.
This is the page.
Oh, that is the big.
Yeah. Now, when you approve it? No, when you do approve, people want to sign up, that's a request. That was our problem.
I think you made it private.
But every time you search.
The group's coming up first.
So we'll go from the 6 to the 9, and he'll be on a perfect angle because all he has to do is stop the cue ball here. I don't know if he'll roll a little bit. Again, to be a little bit above the side pocket. No, so he's very comfortable here.
That right there just validates the importance of a key ball and the fact that he didn't have to move that ball an inch in order to have perfect shape to continue the run and open up the rack.
Well, he's on his way too.
Carlo is currently on a 46 ball run.
So that's I would say the most modern of the straight pull break shots is to draw to the back rail off the rack and come up. For real power players like Thorsten Holman, they just smash through that ball.
I was watching Thorsten earlier today, and it's just, I don't know if anybody hits it harder,
Yeah.
on the break shot. But Michael, you can speak to this, back in the days when, the greats were playing, they never even considered taking that big draw cue ball all the way up the table, did they?
No, I actually like to think of Thorsten, myself personally, as a person who really changed the way straight ball is played, in the sense of, as far as I know, he was the first one to routinely use that shot in straight pull tournaments, and it's been adopted by everybody who has that that game. I know Thorsten pretty well, and he told me that the issue with that shot is the scratch. He says, I know I'm going to scratch a small percentage of the time, but the payoffs are big.
Right.
So, once again, let me tell you who the high runner of the tournament was. So far, it's a 162 by Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz.
14, and then he came to the table and ran out. 0. And that's his career high run, 169.
It's a career high run for Francisco.
He's having quite a year. Like I say, coming off just winning the U.S. 9-ball Open up in Atlantic City.
Yeah.
And he also won the European 9-ball championship earlier this year.
Right.
And he also teamed with
He's on the
Alcaide.
Mosconi. Actually, he's on the Mosconi Cup this year too.
Yeah.
So he's got a, I guess what you'd call a banner year. Good for Francisco.
He's having quite a year. Happy for him.
Yeah, no, he's a really, really, really nice guy. That's his road companion,
David Alcaide.
David Alcaide.
Yeah.
Right.
Playing next.
Speaking of David Alcaide, he will be our next match. on our feature table, playing Mario He, a wonderful player from Austria.
Yeah, that should be a good match. They're all good matches. I mean, and they're all capable of running out. I mean, that's the. That's what makes the field so competitive. Well, I should say 80% of the field is capable of running out. So we have an 825 Fargo on Francisco, and I think that was before he won the U.S. Open.
Yeah, I don't know when that went to print, but it certainly didn't go down with that victory. Carlo is working his way through this rack. And that shot there is going to solve what problems that he has left by getting shaped to pop those balls down in the lower right-hand corner here. There are 11 other matches going on as this match is taking place, and there's a total of 14 tables in this room that we're playing in, with the theater seating on one side that allows a wonderful viewing position for the spectators.
And you guys can all watch the surrounding tables, all the other 13 tables, simply by purchasing a pay-per-view pass at on-site, that's S-I-T-E, onsitepool.com/Upstate Al, and you will be able to wander around the room to any table you want to watch that featured match. I mean, there's everything's a featured match. There's so many great players here and talent that you guys love. And we appreciate the support. Keeps us going, Zach and I.
And that's quite a benefit for somebody sitting at home, that, you know, they can pick and choose who they want to watch. And
plus, it's a 30-day on demand. So if you have to work tomorrow, you can come back and watch the whole tournament for 30 days. Any matches. What did we figure about? 273 matches.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
I know that's always a big thing when I'm streaming, is do I have replay capability and things like that. And Carlos continuing his run now. He's now up to 60 balls. And he has a similar break shot as he had the last rack, just from the other side. Only this time that break ball was just a tad higher, which kind of prevented him from going up table. It looks like he may have some difficulties here. I can't tell if that 13 ball passes. The cue can get in a position to make that in the side. Looks he's shooting it, so it must.
There you go.
Yeah. He hit that as what they call pocket speed, where the ball just rolled in. So he was able to get away with hitting it so high on the left side of the pocket.
Oh, that got away from him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to hit that more flush, which would have really been a nice shot. But now he's got to shoot the 14.
Right.
So. It's amazing, and then I mean, just zoom out.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much, but that shot is
A very difficult shot.
professional level at its best.
Yeah, that's a difficult shot. But he is rapidly closing in on the really nice run that John Morra started off with. So looks like we'll have a horse race here in a minute. If he makes this rack, it would be 74 to 79.
Correct.
Or 79 to 74.
Yeah. Well, he's still got work to do here.
He does. And the 11 and 3 ball present, a minor problem for him, I think. Don't know if the 11 has all.
Can go, if he can get at it to get at the side there. Or
I think whether he could get it in the corner, in the
okay.
upper left-hand corner facing the screen. If he can, I guess he can, because that's what he played position for. So I think we're going to see him shoot that this moment. And then he's set, because he's got the 3 as a key ball, or even the 7 as a key ball. So he's got a couple good key balls. So he may, he's got to come back for the 10 ball. But he can do that. Be interesting to see when he does that. I have a feeling he wanted to do that now.
yeah.
So they'll do the 8 o'clock.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Doesn't make sense that Corey could give up. You know what I did though? I had 3 or 4 innings where
This should,
Michael, Tony, they're not going to turn, you'll be doing 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for letting me know.
He'll take care of this 10 ball now.
Corey.
You go to the Snookers yet? The guy, what's his name? Barrow. Big Barrow.
Yes, man.
He should be okay with that. And we now have a 79-64 match. 74 match. Excuse me. 79-74.
It's actually, this is only, break is 1 inning. And John's, Morra's part 1 inning. It's 2 innings. And you have up to 3 inning game, right?
Yes, we're still in the second inning here.
Are you guys ready?
There's a break an inning.
You start setting up today?
Well,
Tomorrow.
I think it is. It is. The break's an inning.
yes.
So Carlo breaks. He's in the second inning.
Yeah,
I just realized I was talking to myself for 5 minutes because I was on mute. But in any event, at least I got the answers I wanted.
yes, we are still in the second inning of this game.
We're in the
Top of the second. Yeah.
well, top of the third because Carlo broke. Carlo broke. John shot, and now Carlo's back. So that Carlo's in his second inning.
But that was John's first inning, right? Off
Yeah.
the break. And so John's only been to the table once.
Once, right?
Yeah.
But Carlo's been there twice.
Twice. So we're in the second inning
But
here.
what's interesting about that is, in the old days, they used to keep your average by inning. So if Carlo was to stop now, you'd have to divide 2 into 74. And if John stopped now, it's 1 into 80, right?
Right.
And we're 79.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
We set up our own match and everything. We were going to do it over there. We had that bundle of
so in other words, today they have ratings like the Fargo rating and APA ratings and other kinds of ratings. In the days when it was pretty much just straight pull as the championship game, they had averages by inning.
Average per inning.
So
Okay.
since Carlo broke, that's 1 inning, so 0, and then he shot and ran 74. So for those looking at the screen, well, Carlo's had 1 shot, and he's run 79 about now, and they both run about 79 balls, right?
Right.
So, but Carlo's average under official scorekeeping back then would be half of what
Half
it
of
is
that,
now.
yeah.
Right.
That was the pre-analytic days for all you youngsters out there.
Oh, that was pre-calculator
Pre-
even. Forget computers. That was pre-calculator. Yeah.
Carlo's got himself into a little tricky position here. That, It's never good when the cue ball is the lowest ball on the table.
No, he slid off that ball and he went too far.
Right.
Uncharacteristic, but after all, he has run 8 balls.
Unlike most, he can shoot his way out of this situation.
So he's going to have to shoot, and he's thinking about back cutting that 1 ball.
Right.
I mean, that's not a shot I'm ever going to think about. I probably would think about the 13 in the side, but I'd hate that shot. So he's in a position that's pretty tough even for him, I think. And he doesn't really have any other options. So
No, I don't see anything else.
he's playing the 13 in the side ball, in the side pocket. So this is a very finely tuned shot. Now notice if he's going to shoot to the back of the deep part of the pocket. So watch the way the ball rolls. It'll roll slow enough that we should all be able to see it. Because he really can't hit this too hard.
No.
And see, he hit in front of it, and it really then you can't make it. I mean, you have no way of making the ball.
That is and that's a difficult angle on this table.
Yeah, because it only gives him half a pocket to aim at. He only has half a pocket. So he's got to hit the back part of the pocket to have any chance of making that ball at all. And that's what he was aiming at.
Carlos's run was 78 balls.
There you go. So his average is 39, right, per inning. Per inning, it's 39 because the break counts again. The break counts as a shot, just like shooting balls. So now that John is at the table, whenever let's say he missed right now, just for argument's sake, his average would be 40. I have no idea what that means.
He wants a great name. Give him that little great name. Trying to get rid of. He's got a minute.
We might mention that in this game there is no shot clock, and we have a house referee, but each of these matches being played, there is nobody that's solely responsible for refereeing the match. This is like golfers. You're kind of police yourself.
Yeah, if a player fouls, and it's not always obvious to your opponent, because sometimes, a lot of times, your back is to your opponent.
Right.
It's the player's obligation to call foul on himself and turn the table over to his opponent. And in the years I've been watching the tournament, which is now 17, that happens a lot in the tournament, where somebody will just get up and nobody even saw it and just call the foul and then go on. So it's a pretty high standard of play they set for themselves. The referees, our referee is Carl Kanowitz. He's been a professional referee now, I think, 3 years. He's a very, very experienced referee.
He also is into photography as well.
Yes.
When he's not refereeing, he does a lot of.
Well, that's his livelihood. His video and camera shop in New Jersey.
Okay.
Yeah, but he really knows a lot about the game, a lot of the history of the game.
Prior to the tournament starting today, there was a players' meeting of which the brackets were drawn, and Carl briefed everybody on the rules, of which one in particular is if you see the ball getting ready to scratch and going into the pocket, you are not allowed to catch it with your hand. That is considered unsportsmanlike conduct, and it's a 15-ball penalty. And that actually occurred in the first round of the matches today with one of the players. But,
Oh, really? You reached in?
yeah.
Oh, my.
But,
It's just a reflex. You know,
Right.
you see the
You
ball
know,
coming, you just
yeah.
catch it. But
Amateurs do that constantly.
You can't do that.
This is a
So
this is a different game.
yeah.
And it just so happened Carl had to be was looking at that area of the room at the time when it happened, you know. Otherwise, it would have gone unnoticed.
And for those of you aspiring to get better at the game, it's a good it's a good practice not to ever do that, because most of the tournaments you play in actually have that rule that you can't put your hand in the pocket to catch the ball. So it's just a really good habit to get into of not doing that.
I'm not all that versed in league play, but is that rule in
Gen-
effect
yeah,
in all the various leagues?
Yeah, you're not. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the reason is they never want to run into a dispute where somebody says, but the ball wasn't going to fall. You know,
Correct, yeah.
You
That,
grabbed it, or
You see people.
your hand did the motion or whatever. So,
Yeah, in the local pool hall, you'll see people
Yeah.
putting their hands in there, and then the ball, you know, catches the edge of the pocket and doesn't go in.
Oh, there's a nice shot.
Three-rail position
Look at
that
that.
came up perfect.
Very nice. All right, so
John got 10 that rack.
he's at what, 80?
He
Oh,
should
no,
be in
90.
89. All right.
Yeah,
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 we've got
90.
him at 90. They've got him at 89
So-
out there, and Carlo should be on 78.
So you have to figure within 2 racks, he's at this level of play, he's a favorite to really go out from here.
There they go. The 4 balls Carlo had made in that previous rack prior to the miss in the side is just now being marked up on the score. And there he is at 78.
There you go. So 78 to 90. We're 35 balls from a winner, right?
That is correct.
So that's about 2.5 racks, which I think that went a little bit further than he wanted. Wouldn't you think so?
Yeah, it kind of looks that way. But,
I think he was probably going to play the 13 from there, maybe even the 12. But I'm not sure he can see the 13. He might. Can't. The 6 is a tough cut. I don't know. No, it looks like no, he's going to play the 14.
14 and
Yeah.
try to bust up that cluster in the process.
Yeah. He actually may have been playing for the 14 with a little less of an angle.
So he just added a back extension to his cue here.
Good shot. Very good shot.
Yeah.
So
He's got all all his balls in the
And
lower
he's got
half
the
of the
four
table.
ball, is a good break shot.
yeah.
And, you know, so I think he's in pretty good shape here. Should be. He's got a few little iffy situations, but the balls are open enough that if he makes a mistake, he'll still have pockets.
At some point in time, he'll have to go up and get that 8-ball because that does him no good being up there.
And he does have to shoot. He does right now have to shoot in a way that's going to open up the pocket for the 1 ball. So he's going to have to get the 11, and I think that's the 6 up there or the 8. I'm not sure, near the corner.
Right.
So he's going to have to go in that. He's going to have to get that out of there. At least he's going to have to get the 8. But he's probably going to take both of them out when he goes there. So we'll see how he's thinking about this. He's aware of it. We just have to see how he's thinking about it. I'm not sure. Yeah, he's going to shoot the 9. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take the 8 and the 11 out after that, and the 1 and the 3. Clear out that little force amount up there. He's kind of got a natural pattern to do that. So, could be 11-3, 6-1 maybe. So it'll be interesting to see when he goes to the 8-ball. This is. He's going to go to it.
Yeah,
He's going to go to it now.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, he's definitely going to go to it now. So the reason I know he's going to go to it now is the angle he took on the 1 ball brings the cue ball straight down that rail where the 8 is, and I think he wants to get that out of there because then the remaining, he's going to leave the 4 balls a break shot, and the remaining 4 balls are all sort of in a natural grouped. They're naturally grouped. So he would have rather had more of an angle on this shot. He's going to have to hit this ball with kind of hard and with a lot of draw, I think, to get back where he wants to. He could go forward, I guess, and come up for the 11. It's another option. Let's see how he plays this. Yeah, see, he took that. So now he'll shoot the 7. I suspect then the 14, 12, and leave the 11 as a key ball. So he's got a pretty good. What you want as you get closer and closer to the end 4 or 5 balls is you want stick shots. You want to be able to just stick the cue ball, shoot the next shot, shoot the next shot, shoot the next shot. And that's pretty much what he has here. So you'd be able to pocket the 7.
Just kind of connect the dots, huh, Michael?
Yeah, just connect the dots. And because I don't think he's got to move too far. So he's going to shoot here on the, I think that's the 14, and then he's going to shoot the 12. And if all stick shots, he has a little bit of angle on the 11 and draw out and leave the cue ball in a great angle for a break shot on the 4. So I think that's what he got in mind. And he could, and he's got the option of going forward here and using the 12 as a key ball. So he's going to draw back.
Slight drawback and a.
Yeah, he actually won't draw too far because he won't want to take a chance on going past the 12 ball. So if he just maybe an inch, that's all he's going to use is about an inch maybe. And then he'll have a natural angle on the 4. So it's a classic pattern there of how it works.
You know, Michael, I've been listening to you for the last 4, maybe 6 hours. And you call every shot crossing your T's and dotting your I's. And you sit there modestly and saying, well, I can't make it, but they can make it.
Well, I've been watching a long time.
I bet you shoot a mean stick, too.
I've been watching a long time. I never played at anywhere near this level. I played good enough, but I never played at this level. But that's made me appreciate the game so much more, is that I know what I have trouble with, and I see how easily they do it. And it just makes me just love the game every time I watch it.
Well, I know you love the game. I can tell by the way you're calling these shots, and not only the analogy behind it. You know, what ball he's going to play, and this is the reason why he got on this ball, and he's in that line to take out another trouble ball. It's really nice to listen to.
Well, I appreciate that, Al. I do. I know you hear a lot of commentators.
I sure do. I had C.J. Wiley with me last night.
Oh, did you?
I sure did.
I haven't seen him play for a while. I saw him play plenty in the 70s and 80s, though.
I'm expecting him to come down. All right, guys, you got it.
Doesn't look like there's too much problems to overcome here.
No, he's taking his time and very focused, and somewhere he's been shooting this game. That I'm sure of. Or he's been practicing quite a bit, because he's got a pretty good handle on it.
So you see him going into that one ball here, or is he going to get back out to center table here?
I don't like that because he doesn't have a safety ball, what you call an insurance ball.
Yeah.
But he can play the 2, and from the 2, he'll go right through.
I got you.
And
Yeah.
he has no
Yep.
problem here. No problem at all. He just put high English on the cue ball and follow. And he'll come out with a lot of shots here. He'll have the 6, he'll have the 1. He may make a break shot here. He may just hit easy and knock that ball. So now he's got a break shot.
That's exactly what he accomplished there.
Yeah. So that 5 ball that he just knocked out, a little stack, it'll be his break shot. And seeing how he's played now, he'd like to leave the 8 ball as his key ball. That's his preferred pattern, right? So we'll see what happens from here. Now, the problem with that delicacy there and just making the break shot, manufacturing the break shot with the 5 ball, is that's left him in a position where he's going to have to shoot over a ball. Because I don't think he can. Well, maybe he can see the 12. Maybe he can see the ball there.
You can see this.
So he really wanted to clear these out, but he can't. He's got to really. He's going to. This is not a hard shot for him. I don't think any of these shots are hard for him from here. So it's just what he feels most comfortable with at the moment. And he would, even as skillful as he is, he would be worried about fouling if he's got to get that. The way the 1 ball and the cue ball are frozen,
Yep.
he can only hit the very top of the cue ball to make the ball he's aiming at. And not always, you brush it with your hand, you put your hand down. I mean, a lot of stuff can happen. So he didn't want to take that chance. He's too seasoned in competition to do that.
And like you say, he left that 8 ball just didn't even consider shooting that as a possible option because that's the key to get him to the. Is that the 5 that you said that he bumped out there for the break ball?
He bumped the 5 for the break ball. So it'll be interesting to see how he does this. I know he. I know he wants to leave that 8 ball. I can tell you that right now. That's his deal. So I think he's going to play this and then shoot the 1 and bump those other 2 balls. I think that's the 13 and the 6, I think. Then he's going to shoot them and shoot the 8 next to last and have a perfect angle, and he'll be pretty much out. He should be pretty much out. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so he really didn't want to move the 6 quite that much because then he could stick on the 6 and then it would be like stick on the 15, stick on the 6, stick on the 8, and he's out. Now he's got to do something a little funny with the 6 ball because he bumped it a little bit too far. And he really doesn't want to play that 8. I can see his style now, I got a picture of it. So he may take the 6 up in the long corner. And no, he's going to go for the side. No, he's perfect. He's perfect on it. That's exactly right. So he'll come off the side rail, play the 8 in the side, and then stick it right there, and it's got a perfect break shot. Perfect. Yeah, it's perfect.
Stop shot. And 8 balls later, he's a winner.
So he's ended up exactly where he wants to be. And he's just looking to make sure he's got the angle he wants on the break shot. Because when you end up in this kind of a position, he has the luxury of an inch forward, an inch back, an inch to the side. He's going to go for the optimum shot for himself. Now, he may have gotten slightly out of line, have to come off the rail, which is what happened there.
Right. But
he was hoping for a stick shot there, and that was it. But they're so skillful that's. Yeah, he couldn't fault how he played that rack. I mean, that was just beautiful to watch, actually.
I wonder if Carlo's thinking maybe I should have cut that ball in the corner.
It's funny you said that because I'm thinking that Carlos has long ago put that out of his mind, or he could not win the tournaments he's won.
That's a good point.
You know, I mean, he can't be dwelling on that stuff.
Yeah.
He missed the ball. He missed the ball.
Right.
I think about balls I missed years ago when I used to play quite a bit. Go home, I could name every ball I missed. They get over that.
Yes.
I mean, he's got to wake up tomorrow. He's got what, 5 more round robin matches, and
he's got.
And if he loses this one, he's got to win one more of those, and he was hoping he didn't have to be worried about probably. But I just think they got that mental ability to just put that stuff behind them.
No rear view mirror.
Yeah. And he's a pretty calm. I mean, I've watched him play a lot of tournaments. I mean, he's a pretty calm fellow.
Yeah, even keel.
Yeah. He's got a real good temperament for it. And I do think a lot of times, at least what I've observed, is people, champions, and, you know, was been around a few of them, they work it out by practicing. I mean, if he misses a shot he feels that he shouldn't have missed, and they shoot that shot 1,000 times.
Right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's out, don't you? he's
Needs 5.
I doubt that he'll go into that cluster at all.
No.
He's going to pick them off. Yeah.
Too many outliers there to
Yeah.
take that on.
He may go to the center of the table now, as opposed to shooting the 3-ball. Okay, so we'll shoot the 3-ball first and then go to the center, and then he's out. Yeah. Put this one in the history books, I think.
Something bizarre would have to
Yeah,
happen
he
to
played
not
really
get to the
well.
wire here.
He played really well.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
When you look back at that 8-ball that he missed, you know, as we mentioned earlier, it was probably just a case of spending more time thinking on what you could do with the cue ball than making the shot. You know, because it certainly wasn't anything difficult by their standards.
No,
yes,
no. You can barely call it an execution error. I mean, he's thinking about, you know, I need to get on that ball exactly, because I remember that sequence. He needed to get on the 6-ball exactly in order to get the other balls the way he wanted them, and that made a really easy shot difficult. Not that he wouldn't have made it, but I think he was concentrating so hard on the other part that he took for granted. That, you know,
that's exactly right. Yeah,
and at the level of play, I see a lot of players. That's what they do. They start concentrating, or they start looking at where the cue ball is going before they're finished their stroke on the object ball. So they've taken their eye off the object ball because they're worried so much about where the cue ball is going to go.
For the game, that would be it. Yeah.
Excellent match.
That was a very clinical.
Well, we thank you for your viewership.
Yes. Stay tuned for the next match because it's a beauty.
Yeah, bringing up a beauty, right? It'll be David Alcaide and Mario He, Australia versus Spain.
Thanks for listening, folks.
Not Australia.
Watching and
Austria.
listening. Yes. Austria, yes.
Versus David's from Spain and Miro is from Austria. Okay. I don't want to get his countries wrong. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Okay. Good night, folks.
All right, guys, there you see the next match. David Alcaide versus Mario He. 125 ball match. Boy, what a close match between Johnny Morra and Carlo Biado. Both of them have opened up with great runs. Well, that's going around the whole pool. So feel free, you guys with the pay-per-view pass. Oh, I got to change the time on that graphic. It's actually 8 o'clock, the text on the top. Just let me fix that so people don't get confused since we're already into 20 minutes after 7. So let me make this 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. This way the folks don't get confused because I'm good like that. But there are other matches going on. You can hear the people applauding in the tournament room. I don't know if you guys picked up on that. That's the next match, 8 o'clock. We'll have 2 people in the box, 2 guest commentators that know the game and play the game. We'll see you then. Thank you, everybody, for purchasing the pay-per-view. I'm going to send out about 70,000 emails in about an hour, and I hope you get one of them. If you don't, get on my email list. Just PM me your email address on Facebook, and I'll add you right to the list. We'll see at 8 o'clock, but feel free, you guys that have the pass, to roam around the room and check out any match you like. We'll be right back at you. Well, folks, it looks like they're about to start. We're going to have Pasquale sit in. He's going to sit in with Michael Yetnik as soon as Michael gets back. But Pask is here. We call him Paz. He's here right on scene. Haven't seen him in a long time. It's really nice to see him. I think you... Wait. There you go.
Thank you, Al.
You're quite welcome. Michael will be back in a second. And I guess you and I could hold the fort for a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
I think we can do that, right?
Are we starting early?
They're starting early, yeah. The players elected to start a couple of minutes early. Well, 10 minutes, not bad.
All right.
So we do have a booklet here. Of course, we know Mario He, and of course, we know David. But we do have a booklet here with some of their accomplishments. My eyesight is...
I know David has 2 World Pool Masters.
Yeah.
We all remember his bank shot, Hill,
Yes.
on the 9 ball.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Incredible.
did,
Incredible.
yeah. Argue with people that will always give yourself a chance to win. You know, if you play safe here, then you give the guy a chance to bank. He won for it, and he has the title.
He'll go for it again. Good point.
Yeah.
Here comes Michael Yetnik. Now I'm going to step out and let Michael Yetnik and Paz take it over. Mike, you're going to be on number 2.
He's going to do the Michael Yetnik break, I think.
Okay.
Exactly. Well, actually, no. I mean, that's pretty bad. At least he's on the top rail.
All right, guys. Nice to be stepping in here with Pascal, and obviously Upside Al.
No, I'm out. I'm sorry. Got it. You guys enjoy it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think Mario could take a lesson with you, Mike, because this break was subpar. He left 3 shots open, and
That was the perfect break. He set up his opponent, and now he's got a wide open rack. I need to take a lesson from Mario. Nah, the break's a little hard to judge. It's still very new cloth, probably about 2 weeks old. So getting the deflection and the hit on the object ball from that distance is a little more difficult. I got a little fortunate in both my matches, played good breaks, and the wing ball came out and landed locked, wired up for Mika my first match, and lost that. And then I just lost a filler. So hopefully, maybe I should do some more bad breaks, and I'll get the first shot instead of them.
so you're saying it opens more on new cloth, right?
I'm saying you got to hit it thinner than usual.
Okay.
And with the outside English, you're hitting it thicker because of the English. It's pushing in towards the ball. So I think Mario's going to try to probably, if the 8-10 is wired, he's going to open him up with the 8-10. But if not, he's probably going to go 4-7 and then come back out for the 6 and use the 6 to open him up. Again, if that 8-10 is wired in the bottom, then he'll just pop that in and call it a day and go into the stack and open everything up with the combination. I think. I mean, he could potentially go into the 11 now, but it's a bit risky if he's got angle. I think he's very thick on this ball, so I think he's going to come out for the 7.
Like one rail, up and down one rail.
Yeah, he just wants to get the cue back in the angle where he is now. He could also spin with inside English. The English is actually catching well.
Oh,
Okay, so that combination's got to be good. So he's going to play the 8-10, go into him. Now he's got to watch where he hits the 11. I think he's going to follow through. Nope, he's going to play the 6 and then play the 7 for the breakout. Okay, so that ball must not be wired.
oh, he tried to break with the 6.
Didn't try, he succeeded. Good shot. He's got the 13 ball to open up the breast if he wants. Yeah, it looks like a 113, and then I'll open up the rest of the stack and then start his inning. Nice and clean. Okay, he had a little more angle, so he had to go to the rail and back out. He might take the, I believe that's the 7 ball on the left side or the 5 ball and come back out again if he's not good on this break shot, or he could take it now. Looks like the 5 ball. Yeah, he's going to take the 5. Try to get a little thicker on this 13 ball. And got right back where he is, looks like.
Yeah, exactly the same. And he has to take it now, right? Cannot
Well,
risk. I mean,
he could go 2 rails off the 2 into the 11 and open him up. But I think he's just going to take this cut. This is about a quarter ball hit. Hell of a lot of energy on the cue. It'd be hard to get stuck, and he should get some relief. Probably at the 11 ball or the 14 ball next. 11, 14, or 9. He's got three possible shots, I think. Okay, looks like he's got the 9. I think he's got a window between the 8 and 10.
do you think he should have hit harder? I mean, he kind of hit medium speed and.
Yeah, he was so thin on the ball that I think he just wanted to pocket it, knowing that he had a lot of energy on the cue naturally because the thinness of the hit just probably hit it a little soft maybe. Well, the balls are open. I mean,
He has no break ball right now, right?
he's got the 10 ball underneath the stack. And he could push down the ball by the side. If he wants to use the 10 ball as a break shot, he's going to have to somehow alleviate the 3 to open up the 8 ball. I'm not sure if that's an easy proposition. Maybe the 8's outside the rack.
Yeah.
We did put lines around the rack, guys, but it's white, so it's still a little hard to see on the screens. So we're going to have a little bit of difficulty telling which ball is going to be the break shot, which really does help a lot with our decisions. But Mario knows what's out and what's in. He might be able to use the 8. If he can use the 8, then he can use the 10 to clear out the 3 and the 10 and the 14. Maybe the 8 clears the 3. Looks like it does. So he can just go 8-3 and then use the 10 ball. And that's ideal because he'll be on the correct side of the table to use the 10.
Yeah, that was it.
Nice. He's got a little thicker than a half ball hit. If he's hitting the outside of the rack, he'll use top outside or top right. If he's hitting a little closer to the center of the rack, he might use top inside. I like top inside on this. And I go ahead and hit this with some pace. But if he hits it with top outside, he'll still get about 4 or 5 balls out and still probably be able to get back into the stack.
So inside spin, you want to do 3 rails and go back to the middle of the table.
Yeah, the inside spin opens up the whole rack. The outside spin, you just get a couple balls, so you have to, maneuver your cue ball a lot more around to get the run. So I like using inside English on this, especially because it looks like he's hitting the 6 ball. And this is top left. And spinning all the way around the rack, 3 rails, like Pascal said. Nice long bridge. Okay, he used outside. And I think inside English was the play there, based on hindsight. Again, I just like using inside English on that shot. So that was a decision error, I think, on Mario's part.
Okay, so we're going to see the first safety battle, which is a very important thing in straight pool. Not everybody likes this aspect of the game, but
I wish this aspect came up more in my matches, so I might have won one, but that guy just ran lots of balls on me. That's the other way to win. Yeah, I'm going to work on my long straight-in shots after this.
He's in trouble, man. There's no easy safety here.
Yeah, he's supposed to take a foul and maneuver the cue in a little better position so he can play an easier safety. He could also double. Well, no. I think he's just supposed to take an intentional foul. And
So would you take three foul here and 15-point penalty?
not yet. I would try to move the cue in a position that I thought I had more of an advantage.
It's not so bad. I think he's
I
gonna.
think David's going to go for this 8-ball.
Yeah.
He's going to lose the cue ball a little, though. He might have another tough shot after he makes this. If he feels like he can slow roll this in, though, I think he's going to go for it. He's not frozen on the rail. You know, if the 6-9-2 is all locked together, you can just freeze him on the 6-9-2 and put him back where he was and keep playing this game, or he can go for the 8. I think he's supposed to go for the 8 here, though. He's such a straight shooter. David's a really strong player. There you go. No, he hit it with good speed and played this part of the pocket. Now, his biggest problem might be the rack, but it's also that 14 ball by the side. That doesn't go in the side. So that's a huge problem ball, unless it slides by the side pocket. And from this angle, it looks like it might go. And if that's the case, it's not that big of a deal.
I think it goes.
Yeah, if it goes, he might be able to play the 5 by the 1 and attack the stack and have that 14 ball as insurance if it goes. But that's assuming it's an easy shot, and I really can't tell the angle here. It looks like it's... He might even play the 11 off the 14 to relieve it if it's in a bad position, which is a smart move. I think he was just looking at that. Yeah, it must not have been in a good position, or else I don't think he would have sacrificed that ball. He lost his cue ball a little bit. And with that, I'm not sure exactly how he's getting back into the stack. If he takes out this 7 ball, he's going to have to get a really sweet angle on this 1 ball to go back into the stack. I don't see anything dead.
Maybe there's a 2-5 combo here.
I mean, it looks like it's facing this short rail. From here, it looks like it. Yeah, I feel like it's facing the short rail. He's got some work ahead of him here. That's something in straight pull that I don't think is talked about that much, but getting started is always the hardest part, and it seems like the first player that gets started in straight pull has a huge advantage because they usually they get through that first painful rack, and then they put a number down, you know, but if you don't get through that first, you know, sticky situation of the rack, then your opponent kind of smells blood and just jumps on you.
Okay, not sure what is he planning. What he's planning now.
Well, if he goes 2 rails and hits the rack, I'm not sure if he'll get off the rack. He's going to lose a lot of energy.
It's going to be weak.
I mean, I don't know what else he has though. I don't see anything open. I might go ahead and play the 13 and then the 1 and then play a safe. You know, not even try to attack anything. Yeah, he's just going to play a safe on the 13 probably and leave him up table. I can't see him trying to Z into the stack here. He's not going to have any energy. I don't think he can attack with 1 rail either. Unless Pascal, you're right in that 2-5 is a possible combo, in which case, you know, maybe he's going to play this ball and then play the 4-2-5 or 3-2-5. He just looked like he might be playing for the 3-2-5. So maybe you see a dead ball that a little elusive. Yeah, he was trying to Z into it. I didn't see that having any probability of being a good shot. Now he can thin this ball and put the cue ball all the way to the table. This I think red stripe on the left side above the 4 ball. he can thin that and put them all the way to the table. And I don't see anything going dead here as long as that 3-5's off. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he moved
Pretty
it.
natural safety, and he can freeze him on the rail pretty easily with that shot. Now Mari's going to check and see if the 5's got a kiss off that 12. If it doesn't, then he's going to be playing probably a safe off the 4 ball.
Looks like he spotted something here. 12 in the corner.
No, he's got to play some safe here. Yeah, he's trying to thin the 4.
Yeah, here it's better to miss the 4 completely than
Hit it chubby.
yeah.
Because if you hit it chubby, the 5 comes out. And he hit it thick and didn't control the cue either. And that's because he hit it thick. So, you know, this is kind of what he left David last time, and David missed. I don't suspect David would miss this again. David's a very good shooter, but, you know, these balls are definitely missable. We can't just assume that because he's one of the top Spanish players that he's just going to pocket this like it's a hanger. But he is supposed to make this. There you go, nice stroke.
Yep.
Now maybe he plays the 4 and uses the 6 to alleviate the stack. Or he could follow up and get on the 12 if it goes by the 6 and use that to go into the stack, but he's got to play one of these 2 balls. He'd like to have a nice angle on the 6, meaning like a 30-degree angle or better, so he can open up a lot of balls with the cue ball.
I don't know, I'm getting pretty hungry over here. That's all I want to say. We got a slice of cake for you. The whole cake.
Yeah, so there was 2 safety battles in this rack, and David won them both.
Okay, so he's playing the 12. He's probably going to have the 6 ball or the 14 to be able to go into the stack. Problem is he's not guaranteed to have a shot here. Now, there's not many balls, so it'd be unlikely for him not to have a shot, but he's not guaranteed a shot here. I might play the 4 and then the 6. Yeah, I like that a little more. Just because the 6 wasn't really going to be an insurance ball anyway, so you might as well go ahead and knock that other ball off. Now, I think if he goes into the 13, the 14 will hit the 2 and everything will open up. If he hits the 9, he might be in trouble.
Oh.
Okay, he hit the 2. And if I'm him, I'm looking for a dead ball. Like maybe the 2 off the 9. If not, he could just pocket this ball and freeze the cue ball on the lower rail. I like that a lot. If nothing's on, then I like just playing a safety. Now, if he can play position for the 2, oh, he can't.
Wow.
Is he going for the 2 now? That's crazy talk. Man, the Spaniards, some guts.
No, he's gonna do what you said. He's gonna play safe.
I don't think so. I mean, that's what I would do. I'd play the 14. You know, I'm a little bit of a pansy, though. I'd play the 14 and freeze the cue ball on the back rail. Get back in the safety battle. He won the other 2 safety battles. Why not continue with that play?
What? Oh, my God.
Yeah, and he's jacked up over the 9. Perfect. Hey, he's been watching you shoot, Pascal. No fear. Geronimo. Looking, go for it. All right. He still doesn't have a great break shot, and he's shooting off a good one. So, I mean, the 9's definitely in the rack. The other ball, the 13 ball or the 11 ball, isn't a good break ball unless he leaves it for the side. You know, if he can get to the left side of the table and leave that as a side pocket break shot, that has some value. Ball in the hand, I don't see you getting a lot of relief off the rack if he leaves the cue in the stack. You know what I might have played there? I might have tried to bump that. Bump that ball on that last shot. You know, if you miss it, you still get this shape. If you hit it, maybe you get lucky and you put him in break position. That's something I was just seeing, and he shot it a little too quick for me to register it. Now he's got to go back.
Yeah, play straight and go back
and probably go 2 rails underneath the stack with the side pocket break shot. This is still reasonable, It's definitely not classic, but he's got some life here for sure. So now he's going to swing 2 reels underneath and try to hit the right corner 2 balls. So we're here in Q Masters, and at the room here we have Elvis Rodriguez with in the box, selling some different shirt designs. He's amazing. He's selling stuff for the International Open, selling stuff here for the American 14-1. If you guys are in the neighborhood and want an awesome, comfy shirt, come on through. Oh, he just missed that 9-ball by a sliver. You saw what he was trying. He was trying that 2 rails underneath, and he really wanted to hit that 11-ball or the 9-ball. Would have got a good relief. Now, Mario's not on a foul, so he's got to outmove him again, and I don't see anything. Hopefully he's just soft rolling in behind it. Yeah, that's a little firm. I don't like that shot. You got to just take a foul there. He tried to get a good hit, and on that play, you really just got to hit it soft, accept a foul, and get back in the safety battle, knowing that you can outmove your opponent.
Yeah, he sold out.
Yeah, you can't go for that 1-rail kick. He was trying to get the 14-ball to hit a rail there.
The 4 goes in the side pocket.
Yeah, the 4 goes in the side. He can follow up for the 13.
He's a road dog.
They offered us cake. I was like, you kidding me? Of course we want cake. I'll take cake, pie, any sweets. All right, he's sweating this a lot. I don't know why. This seems like a pretty easy shot. Maybe it's a little more difficult than it looks. From our angle, he looks like he's almost flat in the ball, which means he can just roll up a little bit and I'll have the 13. What do you see, Pascal? You see any reason why he's taking so long? Maybe it's a little more difficult.
He's really sweating it. He wiped his forehead just now.
We got Bobby Chamberlain in the house giving us cake. Holy shenanigans! This is amazing.
I got my shirt from. Thank you very much, sir. All right, we're gonna eat for a while, so. Yeah, we still haven't figured out what's going on here.
He's playing it safe here. He doesn't like it for some reason, and I think he's drawn back behind the 8-ball and playing it safe. I don't understand it. It must be a much more awkward angle than we see. It looks to me like he's straight in, but there's no way he's ducking if he's straight in. So there's got to be something about this that he doesn't like. Maybe he can't follow forward without double hitting the cue or something to get position on the 13. Yeah, he doesn't want to accept the 13 from there, which is fair. Okay, called the side. This is what I thought he'd play all along. Now he could play the 4, the 13, the 1, and then use the 5-ball to go into him.
Oh, okay. There was more angle than it looked.
Yeah,
okay.
a lot more angle than it looked, and it's reasonable for him to consider a safe because this is a long shot in the 13. He's a diamond away from the rail, so he's probably supposed to make this. But again, this is missable, and he hasn't really had an opportunity to loosen up.
Yeah. Okay. If he makes it, though, he has a strong. Oh my God, he missed. So another reversal.
I think he talked himself out of that shot on the 4-ball. You know, he was just concerned about that 4 so much. He spent so much time dwelling over it, knowing that he was going to have a tough shot, like 2 tough shots in a row. He's just going to follow and hit the stack right now, I think. Yep. Now he better hope that 6 goes, or else he's
This is
in
kind of
trouble.
this is kind of a slow start for these players, right? I mean,
Well, they're just not getting the stack to open up. This is what I've been doing. Like I was here with Danny Baruti, and we've been practicing, and this is how our matches have been going. We've been not opening up the stack and having weird scenarios come up all the time. No easy outs. And played my matches. Both my opponents had wide open racks after every break shot, and they were running racks. You know, it's just how it goes sometimes. It is a bit humid. There's a lot of people in the room, so that could be having an effect. He can't shoot at that ball. If he doesn't like it, he should probably take a foul first. You know, take a couple fouls and then shoot at the 2, or let Mario shoot at the 2. Give your opponent a chance to take a low percentage shot. Well, that's why he took it. He felt good about it. So now he could draw into the 3-10 and get in trouble again, unless the 5 goes. Or he can draw into the 5 and probably be okay. If he hits the 5, I think I'll have the 9 after. He should be all right if he hits the 10. Yeah, he's got the 9, good. And he got relief on that 13 ball. That's very fortunate, because that could have ended up poorly. So he hit that with a good speed. You know, probably recognized that that was going towards there, and that's why he hit it a little firmer.
yeah, the 6 ball could be a break ball, but how does he get rid of the other 3 balls?
Well, he could develop the 12 with the 6 ball. Right, and that'll open everything up. Yeah, if he hits this, he'll push the 12 over to the other side, and he's got 3 balls to play position at the end for it. So this is probably the right play. Oh, but he slaughtered it.
Yeah, now it's...
Now the 8 ball is probably the best break ball, or maybe even the 12. Oh, the 1's still good. He could use the 1. The 1's probably going to end up being the break shot. He's got to get a good key ball to get to the 1. He doesn't have anything easy to get there. My guess is at the end he'll go 13, play the 3 in the opposite pocket.
He tried to create a better break ball.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a reasonable shot, because if he hit it too thick, he might not have a shot in the 8, you know? I guess he always had the 13, so it was safe. That was probably a smart shot. Nothing wrong with trying to create stuff if you don't have a good option, and right now the 1's kind of in a bad spot. Hopefully he still has the 8. Did he just call the bank, or is he cutting it in? He's cutting it in, right?
Yes.
No, he called the bank. All right, so definitely some non-traditional approaches here.
Yeah, he had the 13 of the table, right?
No, the 14 blocked the 13 ball, so that's why he had to take that. Okay. I would have left the 13-1 for my last 2 balls, though. So now he's going to have to work this rack a lot. My guess he's going to go 1, 12, 3, and use the 14 ball as his break shot. He's probably not using the 1, based on the fact that he just took out the 13. So when he hits this, the good thing about this, he's got a very thick angle, so it'll be easy to stay near the rail for those 2 balls. He'll probably want to play the 12 next, and then the 3. And he'll want like a half ball hit angle on the 3 ball.
That's straight.
Yeah.
Tiny angle.
He might be able to pull this off the rail with a low inside English. That'll widen the angle off the ball if he's got any relief off the rail. Oh, he had an angle. And he's got about a half ball hit. This is good. So now he can pop off the rail pretty naturally to the middle of the table. And he's going to want to favor the middle of the table here. Ended up making the rack much better by bumping that 14 ball. There's a little oversight on our part. Pascal, he overhit this a bit. Hopefully he can still hit the rack. I think he can.
if he plays soft, I mean, he's going to hit it, but
Yeah, I think he can hit it. Maybe he doesn't have to play too softly.
okay, so if the score is accurate, it's 25-16 for David.
Yeah, I was with Danny Baruti earlier, and he says that Mario He has a sister. Her name is Mario She. Just had to give that out there. Thanks, Danny, for that one. Is it Alcaide or Alcaide? Do you know how to pronounce it?
No.
All I know is he beat me last time we played. I didn't really get to shoot. Oh, he doesn't want this to scratch. Well, a little bit of love there. Could have ended up poorly. Now, what he could do here is play position for the 4, leave angle on the 12, and then go into an off the 12. The problem with that is the 4 ball is possible insurance, so he'd prefer to get underneath the 12, go into them underneath, and have the 4 balls insurance. So this is a little bit of a tricky shot. He needs to freeze himself on the rail, and then he doesn't have quite as much angle as he'd like to open up the stack. So he's got to make a decision here. Now, the good thing is if he removes the 4 and then goes 1 rail into the 13, the 5 ball should come down and he should have shape on the 5. So I might go ahead and remove this 4 for position purposes, but that's assuming he can get a little relief off the rail.
That's definitely what he's considering. Take the 4. Yes, good call.
Yeah, he was able to get a little relief off the rail. Now, if he can stop the ball, he'll have a nice angle to go off the 12 into the stack. He could also maneuver around and use the 6 ball. The 6 ball is a great break shot. Almost no danger, using the 6 ball as a break shot, but then you're removing one of your break shots for later, so he's got to weigh out those options. Looks like he's following. So he might play to the other side of the shot. Still, I think if he hits the 13 and the 3, I think the 5 will come down if I'm reading the rack correctly.
I think it's more safe to go 1 rail and break with the 6 now, right?
Yeah, he might break with the 11 and preserve the 6 as a potential break shot. If he can avoid the 3, then I agree that that's probably the play. Come back up. Now he's looking at the 6. He must just been a little funny on that 4 ball and decided not to use the 12 ball. Yeah, just spin out to the middle of the table. You got a lot of options. As long as he doesn't get straight on the 6, which he did.
Straight on the 6 and too much angle on the 11.
Yeah, but he can use the ball on the rail. I think that's the 15 ball to come back out to the middle. The ball to the right side of the 6. Yeah. Or if he's feeling froggy, dice this 11 in. You're going to have a large angle. You're going to get a lot of movement off the balls. I don't think he should do that because the 5 might actually get in the way of the 11. Because the 11 will be moving so slowly and he's going to go directly into the 9 and the 5 will have a lot of pace on it. Oh, there's another option. Follow up for the 11 and the sign. That's not a bad option. I like that. Sometimes I overlook that. Yeah, he's deciding whether he can kill that ball, and he doesn't think he can, so he's going to play position for the 11, I think. He chose the corner pocket over the side. I kind of like the side, to be honest. I think that might have broke him up a little easier, but let's see his result. He's going to probably have the 5 ball or the 3 ball next. Okay, the 5 ball didn't move and the 3 ball went in, so now he doesn't have an easy shot. Yeah. The side pocket break shot, I think he would have definitely had a shot, where this was a little riskier. Now, if he can cut this in and go 2 rails, he should have shape on the 8 or the 9. This is pretty natural to go back and forth on these tables. They play pretty fast. Oh, he might have overhit it. Slow down, baby. He's all right.
It doesn't Doesn't look like he can. Okay, the 9 goes now.
Yeah, maybe he can play the 2.
Oh,
He was able to squeeze the 2 out. That's always an ideal scenario. Now he can play the 9, play position on the 5. If he can touch the 9, tickle the 9 a little bit to the left, that's ideal. But if he can't, then he might have to play for that ball underneath the stack, the 13 ball or whatever that is. He's got to clear that 5 out so the 10 and 7 have a pocket. Okay, he's just going to bump the 13 or the 11, whatever that ball is, over to the left when he pockets the 5. He'll play that ball next. If he happens to land perfect on the 10 in the side, he'll play that also. Oh, I lied. Combo is dead. Looks like 5, 10, and 13 to me. The reason I like the 5, 10, 13 is because the 10's a little by its lonesome, but the 10 leads to the 13 nicely. So I would just play the 5, roll up to the rail, get on the 10, make sure I'm not on the rail when I play the 13, and then I have a lot of options to get back on the 8.
yeah, right again, Mike. That's exactly what he's doing.
He's got 2 rail position, 1 rail position. You've got a lot of options with this 13 ball. Yeah, he's going to go 2 rails with outside English or 1 rail with inside. This table does catch with inside English, so he might use inside English and just go top right here. Or I think what he'll do is go low left.
Looks like 2 rails now. No?
Nope,
Straight.
1 rail with top inside. That's how I would have played it, but sometimes I see guys go with the outside English. It's sort of personal preference, I think.
He has a tiny angle now. It's going to be weak.
Oh, I think he's got enough pass skill.
Think so?
Yeah, he's sitting at the top of the rack, and I think he's got probably like a 15-degree angle. It's not like he's got like 3 degrees or something. He's got a little more angle than I think is obvious here.
I have your account. I'll send you an email. Okay, but I can
Yeah, he's going to be all right here.
live update of table? Yes, at the bottom, yes.
Okay. I guess it's the experience commentating because it looks almost straight to me.
No, he can actually draw this to the back rail and up, or use a stun draw and probably come out to the middle of the table. He just checked to see where he's hitting the rack. If he's hitting the bottom side, he's gonna draw the masses on this. Yep.
Oh, wow.
And as you can see, a lot of explosion on the rack. No balls are touching except for the 14-11, so he had enough angle there. Now, he didn't slow roll it, but, you know, he was okay. So David Alcaide is putting on a little bit of a show for Mario. Mario had an opportunity but wasn't able to connect on a long 13 ball up in the upper left corner, about where the 5 is, but the cue ball was back diamond and a half from it. David has a couple problems here. He's got the 11-4 and the 6-4 and the 11-14. The 3-10 is also a little problematic. Looks like he's got the 7 balls of break shot currently, and the 9 ball could develop something else. Okay, so he can play the 12 now and probably alleviate the 11 ball and have the 14 next. He really wants to hit the 11 ball here. If he hits the 14, he could get in trouble. If he hits the 14, he might have a long shot up table. That's what he's looking at. He's like, okay, yeah, he's trying to hit the 11 and break out both in one shot. That'd be sweet. I don't think he'll scratch. That'd be a bad roll if you were to scratch off the 11. It looks like it's too high off the rail for the scratch to be on, unless he got a funny ticky off the 4 or something. But I don't see that as being possible. I'll be very surprised if he scratches off this, unless he hits the 14. Okay, he went at that a different way, and he got a good roll. He got the 3 ball on the side, so he's okay. But he did tie up more balls over in that problem area.
Okay, you thought he was going 1 rail, bottom rail, and then into...
Yeah, I thought he would definitely go bottom rail into him. he's trying to see if he can make this 11 and open up the 6 after the position of the 3 ball. This is getting a bit demanding, and he doesn't have many options to get over there again. Yeah, he'll also have the 10 in the side if he doesn't hit this sweep, but I think he'll be able to get position on this 11 ball in the corner. Now, if he gets underneath it, that's not very helpful because that doesn't help out the 6-4 situation. And I'm not even sure if he's got the 11. If he doesn't, he may have to just play the 10 in the side. Yeah, I think, well, he's feeling that out. I don't think he likes it. You know what he could have done? He could have played the last ball, the 3 ball, then the 10, and then played the 2 off the 4 and opened those balls up. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Maybe he can play the 13 after this 10 ball and then use the 2 off the 4 ball to relieve that situation there. I think that's the play from here. I don't like playing this 13 and then using that other stripe. I think it's the 15 ball to go into him because then he doesn't have any insurance. But if he uses the 2 off the 4, he'll break the 6 out. The 6 will hit the 11. He should have a pocket on the this 15 ball off the 2, right? You see any better way to relieve that problem? I mean, the carom off the 4 is a joke, right?
You're thinking much faster than me, Mike. I'm just trying to keep up.
I hope he sees the 2 off the 4 because that would solve everything. Come on, David. Play my shot, please. Otherwise, he's got to play the 15 and go into him and get lucky for a shape. Or use the 2 rails to go off it.
Okay.
Come on, play out the 4.
Play off the 4.
Off the 4, it's a hanger.
Okay.
I mean, it's the easiest shot, and it solves his problem.
Yes. I mean, it's not 100%, but...
He could hit a half ball hit, he could hit a quarter ball hit, and anything in between and still make the 4.
How about going forward 2 rails? That's bad.
What's his next shot? That's what. There he is. Thank you. I love it when I'm right. I hate it when I'm wrong, but I'm wrong a lot, so that's how I learn. Play something else, then I'll learn something. No, there's a lot of options in straight pool. There's like 50 ways to skin this cat, which I would never do, by the way. There's a bad movie on Netflix now if you guys want to feel bad about cats.
Okay,
See how nicely that opened everything up?
Yep.
No, if only I could run balls. I'd be doing all right this tournament. So now his last problem is this 9-14. He's got to get that out of the way if he wants to use the 7 balls as break shot. Or he could opt for something else a little more creative. But I really think that's probably going to be his play. He might actually be able to hit the 14 and go into the 9 now and create a key ball. If he can knock the 9 by the side, that'd make a key ball. No, I wasn't able to do that, but he can clear both those balls out and solve his problems, which is just as good. If I had my choice, I would use the 6 ball to get on the 7 ball as my break shot. So let's see if he tries to preserve the 6 as his ball. My guess is he's going to have to use it after this 9, and then maybe he can use the 11 balls as key ball. Okay, so he likes the 9 as a break shot a little more, or he likes the cut angle on the 7 a little better. He may be able to go 4, 13, 11, 6. Do something else. Maybe 11, 6. No. Well, he is going to preserve the 6, so I like that. A lot of movement going on that shot to get to the same position.
So yeah, there was a couple of innings at the beginning, but looks like David settled down and yeah, he's putting a show now.
Yeah, I like the 6 because you can go 2 rails around the 9 or 1 rail up, depending on what angle you get. And based on his last decision, I'm assuming he's going to leave the 1 rail up with outside. A little easier to execute than the inside English one he had to use last time. Yeah, this is a nice angle. He'll go 1 rail and he'll go almost across the line he's in now. He'll just avoid the scratch, so he'll keep it a little narrower. David's looking around. I don't know what he's got there. Yeah, he avoided the side nicely and got almost the same angle as last time, which, as we saw, was productive enough to open up the stack.
Do you remember what's the current run?
No, they got in a couple safety battles, so I don't think he's on anything long yet. I remember what cost Mario, and it was the 13 up table.
Yeah.
Played the 4 ball on the side and then missed the 13. Yeah, I think he's hitting the 2 ball, and it looks like he's drawing the Brock again, so he's probably going to go back to the short rail and up. Oh, this is, I mean, he hit that really strong, and Keybell's going to spin for a little bit, and then he's going to play the 6, I think. And what he could do is play the 6 with outside English and go into the stack. It's kind of free. You know, he's got the 1 at his insurance and 15 as insurance. Solve the rest of those problems in one shot here.
You think you should go into the stack right now?
I would softly, not too hard. Yeah, that's what he was trying. But there was no risk there, so it was a free shot. Why not? Why not just solve your problems immediately? You know. Now he can play the 1 and then the 5 go into him, and he can either go into him firm and go through him, or hit him softer and the 15 next. If something goes awry, he still has the 3 ball and the 12 ball to go into him, or the whatever that 10 ball is. You know, you can cut the 10 in, go into the stack, or you can cut the 13 and go into the stack. I really like the 5 the most. I feel like he'll get the best result as far as opening it up. He's looking at carrying into it now. I guess that's not a bad option, but I like the 5 more. I can just control exactly what angle I'm going into and which ball I want to hit, you know. He can get a thicker angle and go right into the 8 and get a thinner angle going to the 12. Or he can get in between and just follow right through and come onto to the other side. I think I'll have the 15 in the left corner if he follows straight through it. You know, I think he's going to clip the 8 and then go to the other side of the table. Oh, looks like he's using draw. Well, then he'll definitely have the 15 next. That's probably a smarter play, right? As long as he splits the 12 and the left ball, I think that's the 13, he should have a shot in the 15.
I have a hard time judging the angle here. The angle he has on the 5, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, we know it's thick. We're just not sure how thick. Yeah, he went into the 8, and if I was going into the 8, I would have used more follow and gone to the other side, so I had the 15. He got some relief, though. He got most of his problem solved. As long as he can see this 14, he's got an easy shot. If not, he's got the 8. The 8 ball, though, sometimes, you know, you can put a little spin and it'll spin it right over to the right rail, you know, on the 8 ball. So you want to hit that with just a smidge of canceling English, I think. But if anyone else likes that shot and is really good at it, tell me how to hit it better. So he's got the 11 ball as a potential break shot. I don't think any of those other balls go. Like the 12, 13 ball, I think, are tied up. So he still has to relieve that problem. Okay, able to open it up, but he lost the cue, hitting the bottom side of it, wanted to hit the top side of it. Had he hit the top side of it, he'd have tons of options. So he just mishit that ball. Now he's got to come with a shot in the 13, I think, or the 8. Personally, I think I like the 13 more, but some guys would shoot this 8.
Well, you're closer to the object balls, right? It's always much easier.
Yep, the side pocket's the biggest pockets on a diamond, on any table, really. So he's got to weigh him out, but he likes this ball. Just going to pocket this ball, not going to worry about the cue ball here. He's just going to follow it up, make sure he makes the ball. Now, fortunately, he developed the 12 ball as another break shot, which is actually better than the 11. My guess is he'll hold on to that. He's got one more real problem ball, and that's the 10 ball. You don't like balls on a rail unless they have some sort of function. Now, the 10 leads to the 15, which you could use as a pivot ball to get back on the 12 ball break shot. That is one option if he wants to hold the 10. So they call that the triangle, the 10, the 15, and then pivot out to the 12 ball. That would be one option. I think he's got the 2 straight ahead between the 12 and the 15. Another rule of thumb that players will play is they'll get rid of all the balls underneath the break shot and use one of the balls above for the cue ball. That's very standard. And I think David might be from that school of thought. I learned that actually from Danny Harriman, who put on a pool DVD, and he talks about getting the balls underneath the break shot as quickly as possible so you can use one of the balls above to get above the ball.
Is it the video of his big run, 351, I think? Or it's something else?
I think well, it's a long time ago, but it's got a little like, how do I say this kindly? The production at the beginning has very basic music, and it sounds like a little backdoor music, like hillbilly music, which is fun. But yeah, he's got a nice video, and he explains his run on the video, and his cat meows a little bit in the background, and he gets some incredible knowledge. And I like cats, so I was okay. And I like the banjo. I thought Al was going to do Deliverance, but he did the other one instead, the other banjo song. What is he doing? He's taking out the 12, so he's going to use the 10 to get to the 8 and use the 11 balls as break shot. So he's going to go 12, 1, 10, 8, I think. 12, 7, whatever that ball is in the middle. 12, 7, 10, 8 in the side, and then use the 11 balls as break shot.
Yep.
Now you'll notice he's trying to keep the cue ball moving as little as possible and the line of the ball going towards the next ball. So he's trying to get pretty straight on this 8 ball so he can just float forward and play the 11 ball as the break shot.
I have no clue.
Al's being humble over there.
What's your iron in straight pool, Al?
715 balls.
Really?
That's it?
Do you have it on video?
They're going to certify with the BCA.
Is that 7.15? All right, right, so perfect break position, nice pattern at the end, a little cue ball movement. He's trying to minimize his ability to make a mistake and get out of the wrong angle. So nice out there by him.
Hey, folks, right there on your screen is the post for the American 14.1. Wednesday is the meet and greet. You can see it's written right there. If you're in the area or you want to come down and rub elbows with these two gentlemen in the booth, plus the other professionals that are out there, that's the day to do it. Meet and greet. Pool pros from around the world. Make sure to be here or be square.
All right, so he used the power draw stroke on the break shot and went to the short rail and spun out 2 rails back to the middle of the table. He used low right on that shot. So when it hit the back rail, it spun to our right and then came back down. Obviously, he made sure it didn't roll off.
Are you using a carbon shaft, Mike?
I am. I play with a Jacoby carbon shaft. They have a new prototype that they were letting me use. It's a 12-4 shaft instead of 11-8, which I usually play with. It hits so good, I'm playing with the 12-4 for a little bit until they give me the 11-8.
I'm playing with a wood shaft, and what impressed me right now is that David is able to put both a lot of speed and a lot of spin on the ball. I feel with my my wood shaft, I have to choose between the two.
Yeah, I mean, he's still he's obviously a world-class player, so he's calculating exactly how much deflection and swerve his cues has, you know, and there's some stuff that I've been working on with Paguline, sort of along the similar lines, and actually John Schmidt about understanding swerve and deflection a little better. And when you understand that, you can really sort of exploit your position on any table condition, and that's the level that David's at. David's just completely aware of his equipment and how it's going to operate, and he's able to do whatever he wants. But the carbon fiber shaft, you know, has a lot of benefits. It doesn't ding. It'll last forever. It'll be the same diameter. It won't warp.
I have the feeling you can do stuff with carbon shaft that you cannot do with a wood shaft. Would that be true? Like,
I think it's all the player, honestly.
Okay.
I mean, I would love to push one shaft over another shaft, but if you have a quality player playing with a wood shaft and high deflection, they'll be able to get out just like David is. Or you could have a player like David playing with a low deflection carbon fiber shaft that's able to do the same beautiful thing. It's just it's a matter of understanding your equipment well and performing it at a high level.
Yeah. Well, my shaft is low deflection. It's just it's an OB2 something, OB2, and I looked at the last 2 break shots he did, and I feel it's not something that can be done with my shaft, like putting so much spin and breaking so hard at the same time.
Well, he might be putting a quarter tip but hitting it hard, and that's putting all the spin on it. You know, that is another factor. Let's see if he pushes the 8 out here. He's got the 15 as insurance, so he can tickle the 8. If he does do that, he's going to have a little problem with the 6, but I think the 5 ball leads to the 6, so it might be worth the congestion. But he might opt out and just use the break off with the 6. I guess that's what he's choosing. I'm actually a little surprised by that, because with the ball near the corner, he had insurance by pushing that ball out. And yes, it's going to get in front of the 6 ball, but he still had the 5 ball to take the 6 in the lower right after he cleared this pocket out that he's clearing out now. So it was a pretty risk-free shot, but I'm sure he has something in mind as to how he's going to attack this pattern-wise. Looks like he's going to take care of the balls up table, then use the 12 to get back down table. If he was doing this, I would like to go 2, 10, 12, 5, and use the 6 as my break. Now he's got that 8 ball that's been left there, and now he's going to have to deal with that 8 ball. But 2, 10, 12, 5 would have been very natural, and he could have got a nice, nice position on the break shot with that pattern. My guess is he's going to use the 8 as his pivot ball. Or key ball to the break shot. I say pivot ball. Pivot ball, key ball, I'll use interchangeably.
So, and how do you call the key ball, the ball before the key ball? What's the term for that? Key ball to the key ball.
Yeah, key ball. The lock to the key to the door.
Yeah, it's pretty clear now the 8 is...
No, he's a little funny now.
I mean, it would have been perfect if the 8 wasn't there. Like, you could...
Yeah, pocket the 5, roll up, and have the 6 as a break shot. That's what.
Yeah.
But he's going to follow up, probably get an angle on the 5 to go one rail with inside English, which you can't use on your shaft, to get positioned to the middle of the table. No, I'm just kidding. He might actually draw this back, depending on what angle he has. Yeah. Okay, now that was a good shot, but a lot of cue ball movement. He's been doing really well to not have to work the cue ball at the end. This particular pattern, he had to work the cue ball a little more, and again, he's such a strong player. He's just going to execute a little bit of 9-ball position to get back to the middle of the table here. Now this is much thinner, Pascal. I'm assuming you won't use any English on this shot and just focus on pocketing the ball. The angle is going to get enough energy to open up the stack. So this one he probably won't use any English, and you won't see it spinning like a top. Guys, this is on Q-Score. If anyone's interested in seeing the other live scores, we can't really tell you about those, but you're more than welcome to go to, sorry, Digital Pool. My bad, sorry. Digital Pool. Yeah, that's the scoring app for this.
Something different this tournament is that it's your opponent rack for you, every rack, even the first.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that's such a big deal. We have the lines on the rack, so you can see if someone's racking it high or low. You know what I mean? So it's not like you can cheat racking for yourself, but it's okay. I don't know. Different rules, seems like every tournament.
But
of all the rules, that's easy to fade.
Yeah, do you know why this change was?
I have no idea. Do you know why?
No. I thought it was standard now that you rack for yourself.
You know what? I'm gonna take a number on that. I think last year Thorsten was racking, and he was racking for himself, and he bumped the ball, and there was a foul called on him that he called on himself because he bumped the break shot. And if he wasn't racking, there couldn't have been a foul called on him, and that's why they have it where your opponent racks. That is actually the reason why I think they do that. And it makes sense, you know, but at the same time, I don't know if I would have called a foul on Thorsten. I would have had the opponent put the ball back where he thought it was. Because at that point, he's not really acting like a ref. Or actually, he's acting like a ref. So it's like if the ref moved the ball, you wouldn't call a foul on the ref. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, it's a little rough. It's a little rough call.
If is the key word, because in American 14.1, it's all ball foul, right? Professional pool.
Yeah, but he's not shooting.
Correct. But you
at
said
that time.
if there was a referee, there was no referee.
Right.
You
So
know
the
what I mean?
referee would have been the one committing the foul, and you can't call a foul on a ref.
So his opponent called the foul.
I don't think his opponent called the foul. I think
called it
Thorsten
himself?
called it on himself and says,
That's
I don't know what to
great
do. Yeah, well, I mean, it's Thorsten. He's
Yeah.
always going to be the
and he's used to playing all ball fouls.
right.
You know.
So what
I
happened
say
there?
it's a fair call.
So
No,
they-
it's definitely not unfair. You know, I agree that it's a fair call. I would just question it. You know, meaning I'm not sure that I would call a foul on Thorsten. I'd have the opponent just put the ball back where he thought it was. Because he's acting as a ref at that point. He's not acting as a player.
yeah. So
But that does solve that problem. That's probably why they have us racking for the opponent, is to make sure that problem can't happen. It's probably a good rule. Just like sticking your hand in the pocket, another good rule. You know, people are trying to be kind and catch the ball to give to the opponent, but at the same time, there are scenarios where if you were to do that and it wasn't to actually fall, it'd be detrimental to your opponent. It's actually a move.
Makes a lot of sense. You're probably right on that.
Meanwhile, did you see what happened when David missed? I think he tried a combo. And
Played a combo, and the one ball was close to the rail or frozen to the rail, and it just didn't go. That was a very missable combo, and Mario, he's got a really good opportunity, but he's kind of left himself a little bad. He's on the rail here, and he's had a wide open table. Not that he can't pocket a bunch of balls, but he really shouldn't be on the rail here, you know. But he's going to get in stroke soon, and then the world's in trouble. This guy's a beast. Okay, he's got the 2-ball. Looks like the 5-14 would be his last 2 balls if he has anything to say about it. Or the 4-14. Or sorry, 15-4-14. But the 5 and 4 are both great key balls. If he leaves that ball up table, the 15 ball, then he'll use the 4 as a key ball to the 14. If he doesn't, then he'll probably use the 5.
And just to piss you off.
No. He'll probably keep the 5 then.
Okay.
Both are good, you know. And I don't get that mad that easily. Take it easy. I'm not going to start breaking things over here because he takes the wrong shot.
Because you didn't say piss you on.
We probably should thank the amazing Peter Burrows for putting this on. He's been doing this for so many years. It's all the players are very grateful, and we love doing this event. I wish it was 10 times a year or 12 times a year, but we get it once a year, so, you know.
Amazing tournament, yep.
Always one of my favorite events, regardless of how I play. I get to see a bunch of my friends here and hang out with great people. Win-win. All right, so Mario's making easy work of this rack. This is pretty wide open, just what he needed to get started here. David's at 82. He started with 16. Let's see if he can catch up here quick. Now he's getting rid of the 4, so I think he'll hold on to that 5 for his key ball, and this is good to get rid of all those balls up table. Now he'll want to get rid of the 12 and the 8, clear the pocket for the break shot, and the 1 ball. He really wants to get rid of the 1 ball as quickly as possible, too. So 12, 8, and 1 are his problem balls.
So maybe right now, right? Go 1 rail and take the 1.
I would take the 12 and play position on the 1. Then I got the 8 as insurance after I make the 1. Or 12-7 1 is good. You know, he's probably going to have to play the 8 now, though. Maybe he can play the 7. I don't know how close this is. But he could play the 8 and then the 1 and then use the 7 and then, you know. I would like to get rid of the 3. The 3's kind of in the middle of nowhere. The 10 to the 5 is really nice. I think he's going to go 8-1-3 or 8-3-1 is also good. I would try to play position on the 3 and the 1 here. And if I happen to get on the 3, get rid of it, then use the 1 to the 7 to the 10. You know, if I happen to land really good on this 3 where I can just draw back and play position on the 1, I would do that. We have Andy Lincoln as the tournament director. Big shout out to him. He's been doing a great job for years putting this together and taking care of it. We have Carl as the referee. Doing a phenomenal job, making the calls.
Big shout out to Carl.
I'll thank Jacoby Custom Cues while Mario's just running this pretty simple rack out. Now, what he could do possibly is get up for the 3. I think it goes by the 14, play for the 3 and the 10, right? And he's got 2 options. If he's real thick on this ball, he might have to play for the 3. But if he can play between the 3 and the 10, I would do that and try to get both of them. You know, and if I land on one, I can negotiate to get to the other. Yeah, he looks like he's trying to go forward and miss the break shot and come back up for the 10. You can see how much of a nuisance this 3 ball has been. It's just kind of in the way. Now he's got it. So now he's got 3, 10, 5 break shot. And that was a really good shot he played there. You see, if he came up a little short, he'd have to shoot his key ball out and then have to really negotiate a funny pattern to get to the break shot. So that was a sweet shot he just hit there. could be overlooked. Now it's going to look easy. If he has a choice, he'll probably draw the cue ball back, maybe a foot, or go forward a foot. But he'd like to be a little closer to the middle of the table than where the 5 is. And just about a foot, good. And he's looking really good here. Nice rack by Mario. And he needed that nice easy rack to get loose there.
Okay, current score 82 to 30.
30 even?
Yeah, I think so. You got them all right. Yeah.
Pascal, can you tell us about your engine?
The 14-1 engine.
Yes, tell us.
The best advanced scoring software for straight pool.
Yeah, anyone that plays straight pool, if you've ever seen his engine, it really helps with getting the stats for the players. He's probably going to draw this all the way back. Ooh. So he hit the bottom of the ball, so the pure draw went right to the rail and then back out. See that nice spin that he put on there?
Again.
That does open up the balls a little more and keeps you typically from getting stuck on it. Looks like we're getting a cameo from some player. Who is that over there on the right? I can't see. A little cameo. We get to see a stroke. Okay, a little short stroke there. He didn't have to do anything on that shot. Don't know what it was. All right, Mario's getting back to the table.
So yeah, if you want to see the 14-1 engine in action, you can go on Facebook on Sean Morgan's pro page, and you're gonna see all the matches that we stream at Amsterdam Billiard. This is the software we use usually to during the stream, and there's all kind of stats about the falls, the runs, and yeah, check it out.
Yeah, recently we had the great Steve Lipsky giving commentary at the finals at Amsterdam Billiards. Yeah, that was a good match.
That should be at the top of the page, yeah. It was Chris Newmeyer, the new sheriff in town.
And Sammy Islam.
And Sammy.
The old sheriff in town.
The gatekeeper of the finals.
The finals. Gets in the finals every time. All right, so let's talk about this rack a little bit. He does have a little bit of a congestion there with the right side. Looks like the 4, 10, 9, maybe 15, 11, and what is that, the 7 ball in there, and 3? Anyway, that huge cluster there. Now, I'm looking at relief, and he can go into it now, but he's not guaranteed to have another shot, except if he draws off it. Okay, he's opting not to. What I think he's going to do is play the 12, roll into the 2, and then use the 6 ball to open him up. If he rolls into the 2, he'll have an angle on the 6 to go right into that little pocket. And we always love that little pocket. Oh, he decided to draw into the pocket right there. It's a good shot, too.
It is?
Nice little pocket, yeah.
Okay.
Why not? He had the 2 as insurance. He's going right in that little pocket. It's like a little glove, so you can't lose your cue ball.
You're allowed to criticize Mario.
That's a good shot.
Drawing into this?
Why not?
I don't know. I'm just saying my opinion. I mean,
you're here to critique. You can be as much of a nice guy or
if you want to
mean as you want to be.
It's okay.
We'll tell him after the match, and you guys can meet outside.
Not running race. He injured himself.
So I kind of like playing that ball up table, the 13 ball, right now, and getting on. Now he's thinking of clearing out that 4 to get back to that 15. That's also a good shot. But if he plays a stop shot on this ball up table, he can play the 4, and that opens the pocket for that 15 and 10 a little easier. He also could get angle on the 6 to tickle some balls if he wants to. That's more of a construction rather than surgery. Most of us like to do surgery when we're playing straight pool. Okay, if you can see this ball, that's helpful. Yeah, and he created a break shot. May have hit it a little too hard, but that was a good attempt there. If he's on the right side of the 10, he can push the 15 up if it's not out already. If not, he can roll up a little bit and play position on the 6 to do the same thing. He's got insurance with the 2. And I think he's playing the side pocket instead. So he'll play the 13, then the 3, and then he can get angled to bump that 15 out if it's not out. Again, I'm assuming the 15's not out already, but he could bump this over a little bit, and he's got the 6 and the 2 after. I like that a lot. Just a little tickling it over. There you go. Nice shot.
Wow.
Now, he may have hit it a little on the top side. He wanted to hit a dead square, but I think it's all right. Now, he may still use the 11 ball as a break shot because he's got 2 key balls over there. But never hurts to develop something if it's free. Then if he gets in trouble later, he can bow out and use the 15 instead of the 11. I do think he's going to use the 11, though, because he can go 1, 5, and 11 real easily.
Okay, well, how about now? Where is he going now?
6, 15, 1, 5. I wouldn't preserve the 15. It was nice if he had more key balls over there, but I think the 11 ball is a better break shot just because of the 1, 5. He can play the 1 in the corner. He can play the 1 in the side. Both of them lead into the 5. And the 5 is a natural angle from the 1 to get back to the 11.
You would take the 1 in the side or in the corner?
From here, I'd take it in the corner. I'd follow one rail with a little bit of top and just leave it up table. He's probably playing for the side, though, just across me. Yeah, it's just a lot more cue ball movement. I was moving like 3 feet. He just moved 6, you know, but he got straight on the ball. That's his great cue ball. And just as good a shot, just a little more movement. You know, I'm always just trying to up my percentages of being on the correct side of the ball. If he got a little funny on that 1, now he's got to work to get to the 5, you know.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, dead perfect.
And looks like Mario got the message.
Yeah, Mario woke up.
Cannot mess around too long because David is at 82.
Said, hey, I'm a champion too.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to criticize him at all.
We'll leave that to Pascal. So there's a couple of the women here already sweating some of the matches. Bethany Skies was here. Or sorry, Bethany Sykes and Christina. T-Catch was here watching matches. Obviously, Pia Filler was here. Has Jessica Barnes been around? I think I saw her around too.
No, I haven't seen her.
It's nice to see the women watching straight pull and supporting. They'll all be playing later. You guys can catch them later on in the week.
So do we have a men division, a woman division, or is it an open division?
No, it's a men's division and then a women's division. You can't play any other one. Sorry,
Okay.
Pascal.
Well, no, I was thinking maybe some of the female would want to play in the tougher field, right?
I mean, I would love to see some of the females play. Some of the guys, some of them are very strong and could easily win. But sitting here, Mario got a pretty good break shot off that, but he's a little jacked up over the 6. He's got really just this 4-ball cluster to contend with. I think he can use either the 1 or the 10. He'll have to clear the pocket to use the 1, but he's got options to open him up. Looks like he's going 5-4 initially, just to get back control of the table here, control of his cue ball. He does need to clear the 12 and the 8 out so that the 1 clears. Also could break him off with the 7. I like the 1 or the 10 a little better. Okay. Now there, he could have played just for the 3-ball. Instead, he chose to play for the 3, the 8, the 12, the 14. That was a good shot there. Whenever you have an opportunity to play for multiple balls, it's always a little safer than to try to play for 1 ball in straight pull. A lot of times you'll get in trouble if you try to get too perfect. Now I'm thinking Mario was going to go 8, 12, 1, and then open him up. I think he was thinking that too, but he got a little funny with the cue ball here. He might have to shoot the 10 up table, but I think he's going to end up playing the 12.
Jacked up. It's not
easy. He probably will try to not use any English unless using left English allows him to avoid the 7.
Actually, is he going to be jacked up? Looks like he has.
I'm pretty sure he's jacked up. he might even have the wrong angle and go into the 13 after he hits it, which would be disadvantageous. Yeah, now he's looking at this 10 to see if the 10 goes. That's how bad he is on this 12. Now, I personally am better at making the 12 than making the 10, even if I can see the 10, so I would play the 12 first. But a lot of guys will go ahead and shoot this 10 if it cleared, but I'm pretty sure the 2's in the way because he looked at it and didn't even consider it.
Okay, so
yeah, he's just got to pocket this ball, no English. He's got the 14 as long as he makes it, or the 1.
Yep.
Okay, now that's why he took so much time. He was afraid of scratching the side, so he put a little outside English, complicating the shot even more. It was a great shot by Mario. Now he's got to come with another great shot. I might even consider playing the 3 and getting back in line here, or the 14. I kind of like the 14. I wouldn't play the 1 here. I think the 14's an easier pocket. He's going to solve his problems. He's just got to make this ball. He's got the 13 as insurance. Okay, good shot. I'll say great shot. And it looks like the 9 developed for a possible break shot, possibly the 10. I think the 9's a little better if I'm reading where the rack would go correctly.
Well, unfortunately, if we want this ring to work and keep these people happy, I got to work on this fucking cameras. I don't have a choice.
So I think he's probably going to play the 10 and then the 15, the 7-4. I would like to get rid of that 3 ball as quickly as possible myself. But since he's at this half the table, he might go ahead and remove some of these balls. I would like to keep the 6, 7, 13 for my last 3 balls for the 9 ball break shot if he's using the 9 ball.
6, 7, 13. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a nice little triangle to get back on the 9. But he's got to get rid of the 3 and the 14 as quickly as possible if he's going to use that. And right now, if he can get on that 14 ball, I think that is the play. Or he could use the 9 to get to the 14.
It's going forward here. Yeah.
Yeah,
14, like you said.
He realizes how bad this 14 ball position is. So this 14 ball is right in line with the 9. I'm assuming the 9 goes. If it doesn't, he can pull up and move the 9 in a better position, and he's got the 7 and 13 balls insurance. I like that. If he doesn't like the break shot, if he doesn't think it's perfect, then he can pull this up a little bit and make it a little sweeter. You know what I mean? This little draw nip shot if he does that. Okay, he chose not to, so that means he should attack the 3 there. I would have attacked the 3. 3, 6, 7, 13 was my play. Now he's going to have to go 3, 13, 9 for the last 3 balls. So he's going to play 6, 7, 3, 13, 9, I think.
It is horrible. It is more divisive.
6, 7,
Just deteriorates.
Yeah.
13, 3.
I don't like using the 3 as my key ball. I like the 13 more. Let's see what Mario chooses. Yeah, there you go. As long as he favors the left side as we're looking at the screen of the 13 ball, it's easy to get back to the 9 wherever he wants to be. So he's just got to favor straight on or slightly to the left of the 13, and he'll be in sweet position. Okay, perfect.
Great, yep.
Now he's got a stop shot, or he can go to the rail and pop out whatever he wants. Depends on what angle he wants on this 9. I think he can just twirl this in and hang it there.
So Mario's going to be at 57 now, 25. Yeah, 25 away from David.
Right, so Mario's back in this match for sure. Now that they get in a safety battle, David doesn't feel secure. You know, he's been sitting for a while. So Mario's changed the momentum of the whole match.
I'll be right back.
After this tournament, I believe most of us are going to the International Open. We're excited to play some 9-ball again. Now this does look a little low, and if he had pulled up on that one shot, the 14 ball, and just nudged it up a little bit, this would be a sweep break shot. Now instead, he's got to really work to get the balls to move. This may end up being a safety rack if he doesn't hit this 10 square. Okay, he hit the 10 square and got a great roll.
Yep.
Man just got a solid roll. Could have scratched very easily in that lower left corner. And I'm not saying you got to get bad rolls, but that was definitely a good roll from Mario. Yeah, I like what he's doing. He's got the 8 ball as insurance after he pockets the 4. If he gets a nice angle on the 11. Problem is he might be a little thin on the 11 after making this 4. He's so thick on this ball. He doesn't want to sacrifice pocketing the ball or clipping the 8 on the way in. You know, I might just accept a thinner cut on the 11, or maybe just pocket the 8 and use some other ball to address the stack than the 11. But
if he takes the 11 now, he has no safety ball, right? Could go wrong.
Well, he can't cut the 11 in now. He's got to play the 8 to get to the 11.
Yeah, I didn't mean like 11 now, but 8, 11.
Yeah, he's got no safety valve. Now, he could approach it like a normal under the stack break shot and use top inside if he's got the right angle and go 3 rails back around to the middle. You know, he could use top outside if he's hitting the outside part of the 5. Those strategies for attacking secondary break shots are very similar to the initial break shot theory. Okay, so he's playing position on the 5 to open him up, which I like because the 12 is insurance. This is well played, well thought out. 5 clearly goes, so he'll get to the left side of the table and just use the 5. As long as he doesn't overhit it. Slow down, baby.
Yep.
All right. Ooh. Oh, no. He lost his chalk in the abyss.
Oh, that happened.
He got it.
That happened to me. Took me and Danny Barudi half an hour to get it out.
Oh, we thought we were going to do a restroom break there for 20 minutes. No. So by what I see, he's going to use like a stun draw, just clip the 1 and come up table. He'll have the 12 or the 10 or the 14. He's got lots of options here. And now he can use the 10 to attack the 11 and 1. He's got to get rid of those balls under the stack. 2 ball will be his break shot. Okay, so what I would do here is clear the 12 and the 7 because I'm on it, right? Try to preserve the 14 ball because the 14 ball is the best key ball to get to the 2 ball. And get rid of the 6 and the 10, you know, and the balls underneath. I like to use the 6 or the 10 to get on that 13-1. And then use one of those to get on that ball underneath. Now, at rare occasions, the ball underneath the 2 can be used as a pivot ball to get back to your break position. So he's got to decide that. Why did he just kill his key ball? I don't understand that. I don't understand why he just did that. That was a much better key ball than the 10 ball. Maybe he's planning to push the 11 over for another break shot. Maybe the 2's in the rack. There are a couple reasons why. I'm trying to figure out why he did that, guys. The 2 must be in the rack. 'Cause it seems like a good break shot, but it must be in the rack, guys. So I'm sorry. I was given false information. So he wants to use the 1 to push the 13 out.
Then he missed.
And he missed that. Now the 14 ball is the best break shot from here if he doesn't have a break shot. If he plays the 14 and gets position on the 1 to push the 13 out, he's got that ball underneath for safety valve.
Okay, so you say 14 is the best break ball?
With what's up. But he's going to create the
rail?
13 ball. Yeah, he's going to create the 13 ball, I think. Wow, did he get straight on again, or does he have the angle? I didn't think he spun that enough.
No, that's to pay it off.
Maybe he did. Maybe he got the angle to push that out. Yeah, I think he's looking at where he wants to be. Yeah, he's still not there.
Okay, so now it's do or
No, it's die.
Yeah, do or die.
Because he just panted like he's
Yeah.
on the wrong side. So, if he's in this position, he shot off that 14 ball, and that was a safety valve. Now I understand if he got on the break shot, that would have been the right shot. But you know what I might do here? I might play the 7 and try to get on that position one more time. Because the 7's a useless ball.
He has to, right? It's either that or the inning ends. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, he's in such a bad spot.
All right. Tomorrow.
Even if he was above it, he could push the 1 down, and then he'd have a break shot. You know what I mean? But he just got, I think, dead straight on the 1.
Yeah, so that's why he's taking a long time here, because he doesn't see any.
I mean, he could go 1 rail and try to hit the 13, either pushing it to the right or pushing it towards the side, towards the center of the table for a side pocket break shot. Or play the 7 and try to get position again. You know, he's tried to play position 3 times and hasn't gotten there. That's. I think the 12 is too thick to hit the stack.
Maybe side pocket break shot with the 14. Well, no.
You know what I would do here? I'd play the ball down here, then the 12 ball, and I would get the angle on the 7 to go 1 rail towards the stack. That's the best thing I see right from here. I don't like the 12 on the side. I feel like you're missing the stack on the 12. Maybe I'm misreading it, but if I'm not, then I play the 12, get underneath the 7, and then play 1 rail to attack the stack. He's looking to use the 12. Well, it's just so hard to judge where this is going to arc and hit the stack. If you hit the side of the stack at all, it's a dead scratch.
Okay, so we're gonna see a side pocket break shot now.
Yeah, if he mishits this, this is a dead scratch, and this is very hard to tell exactly where you're going to hit the stack. And so I am not very good at this shot. I like it more if the ball is closer to the side pocket or down further towards the rack. Then I can judge the tangent a little easier and see exactly where I'm going to hit the stack. If he hits this to the right or left side of the pocket from where he's planning, then he'll miss the position. But this is a very interesting break shot.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is a... this is scary, scary, scary stuff here.
Hey, what is he doing?
Yeah, he's going 2 rails. Oh. And he got it with the inside English, and he's not going to get rewarded. Maybe he's got the 1. I think the 1 goes by the 9. If he's got the 1 by the 9,
wow. I didn't
he
see
does
that.
not.
I didn't see that one coming. Side, two rails, below.
Looks like a combo on the 1-9 is all he's got. And the 10 might go in the other pocket. I can't tell if the 10 slides by the rack or not. I don't think the 1 goes by the 9. I think he's got to play the combo. But the combo might even go if he clips the 7 a little bit. That's how close it is. Nope, he's got to use the cue ball. Just kidding. What's he seeing there? I don't see anything there.
Safety.
There's no safety there.
What? If you roll the cue ball on the 7. No.
How is that safe? I'm going to learn something here. I think he's selling. I think if he hits this 7, he's selling out for sure. I think, but I'm probably misreading something. Maybe he can hit the 7-3 thick and get the 3 to a rail and get the cue frozen on that ball. I don't see it. I see something selling out.
I think he's fine.
Well,
the 4 goes.
He survived the inning, yeah. But you know, he might lose the war on that shot. That's assuming the 10 doesn't go on the side. I don't think it does, but if it does go on the side, he might play this. If not, he's got a lot of safety options here. Do you see a couple safeties here? Okay.
distance. If you go up the table, right, he could go up the table.
I think he's playing the 10 the side.
He has to go up the table and stay behind the 1.
No, he's got the 10 the side right now. He's playing position off the 10. So Mario sold out the 10. He's going to play position on the 9 ball. So I thought that safety was fraught with peril. That was a very aggressive safety Mario hit there, but it didn't work out in his favor. And I think he's trying to pull back to the rail and have position on the 1. He's got a shot at the 10, but he doesn't like it. He doesn't like the position he'll get. I think he'll be doubled up on the 1, so he's playing a tough shot to get doubled up on the 1. Now, what I see, if he doesn't like the shot, is sending a 3 and going 2 rails back up table, leaving the 1-9 on top of each other so he can't really shoot at it, and leaving him in the upper right corner by the first diamond. But he's got the 10. He's going to play the 10. Try to play position on the 1. Got position on the 1. Great shot.
Yeah.
Now I'll be able to use the 9, I believe, to clip the 7 and open up some balls. If he doesn't have that, he can draw back, play position on the 4, and play the 4 and go into the 5. It is a very dangerous shot, the 4 ball. He could also try to draw on it now if he's got the right angle.
Yeah.
All he needs is a little relief, something else that he can use to get open the stack.
It's very delicate here. Like you said, he ran into the 7, but not much came out of it, and now that's it.
Well,
safety battle.
Yeah, this is a little tough. I don't see if he's frozen to the 3. All he can do is, I think, bank the 4 up and not leave him a shot in the 3. If he banks the 4 back up to the left side of the 3 balls we're looking at, it puts the cue ball in the lower right corner. Mario doesn't have a shot, but he's going to probably bait David with a tough long shot next.
Okay, I see now. Cue ball in the lower right corner and the 4.
And just get the 4 so the 3 doesn't go.
Okay.
You know, just put the 4 next to the 3. He's got to hit the right side of the 4. He might have to take a couple bridges out. What's he thinking there? Was he thinking of banking the 4? Crazy talk. I wonder if the 6 is dead off the 9. The 8-6, carom off the 9 right in the corner. That'd be sweet. What is he doing? Trying to get him under the 4? That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. How good did he hit it? He's going to sell out the 6, though. Sold out the 6. I don't like that shot. But, I mean, he was in a bad spot.
There wasn't much he could do here. Only what you suggested. I think,
I think that was there, you know.
He would have been over the stack with the bridge. And
Yeah, but all you had to do was bunt the 4. You didn't have to get the 4 that far, you know. And he could hit a pretty thick hit on it and get the 4 to go up table and the cue not to move that far. I'm not saying it was easy, but I think that was the highest percentage shot to come out with a reward. Mario still has to come with a good 6 ball here on the side. We're on diamond tables. This is very challenging shot. We'll see if Mario accepts the challenge. I think he's kind of forced to shoot here.
Yeah, that could be the shot of the match here.
I don't think he's kind of forced. I'm pretty sure he is forced to shoot here, which 72 to 84, like you said, could be the match. I mean, I looked at this. The 4-3 is almost on. But unless I had a Beretta pointed at my head, and not a Gen Beretta, but a gun pointed at my head, I don't think I could shoot that combo.
He's still not sure if he wants to take it.
Oh, earlier I got Bader behind me. Earlier I saw Bader play this shot from the corner pocket in the draws, pure follow, slammed the ball in all the way up by the stack and just went through the stack, just muscled through the stack. And then I saw his opponent up like 5 minutes later, and I was like, what happened? How did that happen? It's such a good shot. All right, so Mario came with the 6 ball. Great shot from Mario. He's got life, but this rack is not anywhere near open yet. And I don't think he can shoot the 7. I think the 7's his break ball. He might be able to use the 4 to get into him, but he's not guaranteed to get anything out the 4. But he's got to leave a pretty thick angle. We saw his draw stroke, so I guess that's probably what he's going to do, is try to get nice and thick on it so he can go into it. Now looks like a carom off the 3 to open up the rest of the balls. So he's going to go 4, 3. He's going to pocket the 4, go into the 3, and then go into the 11, 5, and hope for a shot, but he should get a shot here. Again, you got that little glove with the 3, the 5, the 13, 11, 8. That kind of holds the cue, so he shouldn't lose the cue ball too badly here. Oh.
What happened?
So he went following, he went through the 3 ball. He didn't carom off the 3. He meant to carom off the 3. Now he's in a bit of trouble unless he's got the right angle on the 9.
Okay, so you think he wanted to go into the stack, he just didn't hit it
I'm pretty
well.
sure he wanted to go into the stack there. Even if he got a little tickle and something came out, he'd be better than he is now. Now he's got to play the 9, and there's no natural tangent towards the stack off the 9. I think the 9 might go by the 8, and if it does, and that doesn't even help. Yeah, he's in big trouble here. He'll probably play a couple balls, and we'll probably see another safety battle, my guess. If he gets good on this 9 and is able to open up the stack, this will be an incredible shot. He's going to use top inside, try to clip the 5 and the 13. But I don't think he's got that. I think he's too thin. If the 5 goes, I think he'd play it now. Even if he clips the 8, he's probably going to scratch in the lower right corner. There's no... I just call a safety here. I pocket the 9, I put the cue ball at the other end of the table. Get in a safety battle, try to defend against the 5 ball being a pivot ball. So I would play towards the upper left corner, call safety. Put the cue ball near the upper left corner so my opponent can't play an easy safe off the 5. Now if I play a safety and then leave the cue ball on the right side, then my opponent can play the 5 underneath the stack and leave the cue ball at the table. So that's why I would defend against the 5 ball if I'm playing a safety battle here.
If he can clip the 8 ball, I think he's going to go for it.
Yeah, but don't be surprised if he doesn't scratch.
See,
There just wasn't much that could go good for him there. Now, look, he might have gotten lucky and had the 14 carom off the 2. If that's wired, he's in heaven. If not, that's it. And he could have easily played a safety off that shot. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to play a low percentage, very unlikely to come out ahead shot, he could have played a really solid safety off that other ball. Now here, he can cross the 8 towards the side pocket and try to put the cue under the stack. A little dangerous if the 8 lands in front of the side and he happens to leak out. Might be best to just bank the cue ball or the 8 ball all the way up table towards the first diamond and get the cue all the way under the stack. Bottom line, I think David's going to be under the stack somewhere. He can't thin this 14 and not sell out, as far as I see it. I don't think this is going to bode out well. I think the 5 is going to leak out on him. This, I think, is a much safer play. Off the 14 is super dangerous. I see the 5 coming out off the 14. This he can play, and he can bank it out 2 rails, actually, and just leave the cue there. Yeah, I like that. I don't leave him by the stack, though. You don't want to leave your opponent by the stack, because now he can just thin it and put him underneath. Unless that 2-14 is wired.
yeah, he left an easy safety. He should have leave the cue ball on the rail down.
Yeah, leave the cue ball away from the stack, and I think he might have actually made a dead ball on the 2-14. If he did leave a dead ball on the 2-14, then that's what will save him. Because now David's going to have to bait him on the 8. You know what I mean? But if he didn't bait him if the 2-14 isn't dead, then you can masse this down to the middle diamond real easy. And it's like a slight masse, like a draw stroke. And you just clip the 11 ball and pull the cue ball right down to the middle diamond, and his opponent's in jail. No relief. Now he's going to bait him with the 8 ball and just try to leave him long and frozen. You know, I think he might have taken away that 214, which was smart. Right, but he might have wired the 14-15. That would be painful if he did.
So he could have brought the cue ball under the stack, but you're saying he's on purpose, he's baiting him with the 8 ball.
I'm saying that there's a shot that straight pull players have to play, which is thinning that ball and slightly massing it down to the middle diamond as opposed to cutting it to the left side of the table.
Okay.
And that shot comes up all the time. And I think a lot of really good straight pull players know that shot, you know, like guys that old school straight pull players that play the defensive game more. You know, these guys are just like run out beasts, right? So they're just trying to get an open inning and then close the door, you know. These safety battles, this is where I really love the game because there's a lot of strategy involved. You get to outmove your opponent. And there's a lot of beautiful things with the runouts. You know, I've watched all the high runs of recent, you know, John Schmidt's, Jason Shaw's whenever he's playing. I love watching those things just to see if I can learn anything. But really when it comes down to it, I think it's just focus. You know, the ability to focus for a long period of time. And their arsenal. Like Jason's just a pocketing machine.
He's taking the bait. He called it.
Yeah, if he makes it, you know, it looks like a natural 2-railer to the 14. If he misses it, he's going to go right around the stack and there's no reward. You know, as long as he hits it thin. If he hits it on a thin side, he'll probably miss the stack. Okay, good shot. And 2 rails right towards it, but he didn't hit hard enough. Now he's back where he started. Now he can thin the 5 and just get the cue ball to roll up on the long rail here on the right side. He's been looking at this shot. He might leak out the 13 here. Okay, that was a great hit. Good execution. 2 didn't get wired. Nothing got wired. And looks like David's taking a brief break. So I'll be back with you, and Pascal will be back with you. We'll see you in a moment, guys.
Did you ever get your country flag taken care of? Did you get your flag taken care of?
There you go, right there, folks. There you go, right there, folks. It's a meet and greet. These guys that are in the booth doing the commentary right now with all the other pros, come on, rub elbows with them, take pictures, take order. Look what it says at the bottom. Autographs, photos with pros. Light appetizers provided. I will be here myself. Anytime you talk about appetizers or food, Upstate's on board. And Mike Yetnick says every time you ask him for an autograph, he gives you 20 push-ups. There you go right there, folks. He's in great shape. We're all just joking behind the scenes. The guys are still on timeout, players' timeout for the match. Let me see. Can you reach that cord hooked up to that lamp? There's a switch on the end of the cord, and just hit the switch. Keep out right there. So just so you guys know who's in the box. It's up there. There they go, folks. Michael Yetnick.
What's in the box, guys? What's in the box? What's in the box?
Good guys. Good guys. Come down and meet them. Oh, it looks like the players are back, so we got to take this graphic now. Sorry, guys. Come on down and rub elbows.
Our faces are good for radio, guys. So,
coming back to this crucial safety battle, we said it before. Mario had the game when he took control, but it didn't happen. Could be here.
So here's what I would do here. I would kick 2 rails softly at the 5 and just try to get my cue ball back by the stack, hopefully making a dead ball where if he puts me back up table, I got something better I can do than what I have here. But if I'm going to take a foul, I don't see an easy hit. I don't see anything that's not selling out. I'm going to roll 2 rails and try to move the stack just a little bit and give me some other option, because right now I got nothing.
You said 2 rails?
Yeah, 2 rails towards the 5 softly. Make sure I don't hit it hard enough to let anything leak out, and it's a very safe play. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just to move something.
Just to get something different than what I got looking from 9 feet right now. Nothing's on here. There's no easy safety. If he clips the 2, the 5 ball's coming out. If he clips the 11, looks like the 5 ball's coming out. I don't see any good. I don't like this at all. This is scary to me. Unless he's just rolling up on it and trying to move it a little.
He's thinning the.
Nah. It was impossible. Well, you know, David was in a bad spot, and I think he doesn't play safety straight pull. You know, he probably just practiced running out racks, you know, so he knows how to run out the racks. But that position was just too dangerous to try to thin that top ball. There was just nothing good that can come of it. Now, Mario's got to come underneath the 2, pocket this 11, come underneath the 2, and then open him up. Unless this ball's wired, he looks like he's going after the 14. Yep. So either the 5-11 or the 13-14 is wired.
I think the 5-15, 5-11.
Yeah, if the 5-11's wired, you know, this is a good play. He's got to make sure he doesn't throw it down to the short rail. You know what I mean? This is easy to throw down. And I'm not saying we go outside. I'm saying throw it down to the short rail. It's better than throwing up, guys. All right, so it was wired, and he took that and let his cue ball go a little bit. I probably thought he'd get a little more relief there. I kind of feel like that was a little more aggressive than he needed to be, because he could play that ball on the left, the stripe here on the left, get position on that 2 ball, and then go into the stack very safely and very securely. Now he's got to do some work. He's got to do some serious work. And my guess is he's going to be playing the 14 up in the upper left corner is what I'm thinking is going to happen in the next couple shots here.
Loading up.
I mean, he could hit this with inside English too. He could. You know what he could do here? He could cut this in with top left and just go as close to the corner pocket as he could go, and the left would come back and probably go into the 5, and he'd have the 2 balls insurance. This is a little bit Efren-esque, but a lot of left on this. If you can get to the right corner or close to it, the left will hit the long rail and check and go towards the 5, maybe hit the 9. See, a little bit of left English. That was the play, but with more speed.
Yep.
I think that would have worked out well. Now, I think he's a little too thin on this ball, unless the ball goes in the side. And he looks like he's going in the side, and if that's the play, then he's got options.
Like what?
Well, if it goes in the side, he's got a lot of life. He can pull it back and get shape on the 4, and then use the 4 to get the rest of the balls. If not, he's looking at going 3 rails to hit the stack. So he'll play a billiard shot and try to come 3 rails. He's looking above. I don't see how he can get there 3 rails above. He could probably get to the 14 ball. 4 rails. I don't see him getting.
He has to draw for the 4, for the 2 ball.
No. I'm going to learn something here. But I mean, he might draw with low right and then come 2 rails at it. I like drawing low right 2 rails. This, I don't see how he's going to hit the stack.
Oh boy.
That's why I said he could get to the 14, but I didn't see how he was going to hit the stack. No. There was just no way hitting below the side and getting to the balls on the right side.
He could have just draw and have the 4 in the corner.
Okay, so whoa. Here is the most important thing right now. What he's got to do is take an intentional safe. Act like he's trying to thin the ball, miss it, and then take the safe. And then when his opponent plays the safe back, he tells him he's on 2, and then David's in the spot because he cannot shoot this. There's no reason to leave him by the ball. Now he can get out of the safety. He was just supposed to take an intentional there, and just out-move David. I'm sure David wasn't thinking that he was on a foul, but David was totally on a foul there. That totally changes the strategy of how you're gonna attack him. Now, David's in a great spot. He's gonna thin the 5, go 2 rails all the way up table, or thin the 14, go 2 rails all the way up table.
It's kind of a big mistake, huh?
It's a huge mistake. Yeah. It's a huge, huge mistake. You can't leave him close to the balls, and he's on a foul.
I'm so hard on my friends when they forget the openings on one fall, and it just happened here.
This is too easy for David to get him on the middle diamond all the way up table. Middle diamond all the way up table. Come on. Now, if I'm Mario, I'm thinning the 5, putting him back with the 14 and 13, and just leaving the cue ball at the table. I'm not going for this shot. No reason to go for this shot. Overcut the 5, put the cue ball all the way up table. David's going to be playing the harder return, safe. You know what I mean? Just hit it just under the first diamond, bank it back towards the 14, 13, leave the cue ball at table. He's betting the whole game on this. It's 80-30. He's done, or 80-83. He's done so well.
Did he call the ball?
Yeah, he called it. He's done so well to get back in this match.
Okay, he got away with it.
Well, he played overcut it. Yeah. But if he's going to put the cue up there, why not just really overcut it? You know, don't kind of play it. Play it. Play the full out safe. You know, I think he was playing a two-way shot, but there's not really a two-way shot in straight pool.
Yeah.
It's just not.
Except
when you're on 2 fouls and you're playing a dead ball.
No, except when you need 1 ball. Then you can play a two-way shot. It happened last year in the semifinal. Joshua Filler, no?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You freeze him on the stack. You play it.
Yeah, he played a 2-rail in the side pocket and you freeze him on the stack. Yeah. I didn't think I would ever see that, but it happened.
Yeah, there's a couple of scenarios. There's always an exception. I mean, he got pretty good here. What's he doing? Is he going for the shot? Both guys are willing to risk the whole rack on a I'll say make 10% shot, maybe 20%. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think I'm making this 2 out of 10. Maybe 3 out of 10. Oh. All right. He's like 2 out of 10 like me.
All right.
Now, play this. Go 1 rail down. Try to get straight into 13. Play a stop shot. You got an angle on the 14 to go into the stack. Or play the 5, goes 2 rails down. Play the 14, get angle on the 13 to go 1 rail into the stack. Come on, get him nice and straight. Good shot. Now I play the 14 here, and I use the 13 ball as my break shot. Because I think the 14, if you leave it, you might whiff the rack. Well, that's a little thick.
Yep.
I feel like he should have gone to the rail and back out there. He wasn't too straight, right? He could go to the rail and back out, right?
Yeah, you could. But now it's going to be, do you go for this break shot?
I mean, he's got to go for, like they were going for shots much more difficult than this. They got to go for this shot.
Yeah, that's the big story of the last rack. I mean,
ideally he'd be up maybe this is thinner than it looks. Ideally, he'd be up another half a diamond and trying to clip the 1 and the 4, you know? Now he's got to slaughter this, makes the ball missable, and get the tangent to take you into the 1 and 4, and a cue ball doesn't have as much speed. Uh-oh, don't put your hand in the pocket. Don't put your, okay. Carl will yell at you if you put your hand in the pocket. Don't do it.
Yeah, he did it. He took 15 points off a player today.
I know, I got scared. He yelled at the guy. I got scared.
Well, I did it at the league at Amsterdam.
And did you lose the 15?
I called it on somebody.
Back when I ran the league.
Yeah, that was back when you ran the league.
I told people that they didn't have a choice. You had to call the 15.
And he didn't take it well, but...
Was it Chris Karp?
Yes, that was him.
Yeah, he left the league after that. I love Chris, but he's a little soft when it comes to rules.
Yeah, it never happened after, though. I never caught anybody else.
Yeah, he did it again, like his next match, he did it again, and then he quit the league because he couldn't remember not to put his hand in the pocket. It's a hard lesson to learn, but it makes sense. Back to the match, guys. I think he's got the 14 the side, which is a little bigger than the 7 ball in the corner. I don't know. I might shoot the 7. I might shoot the 14. He's looking at the 14. So it must be, the 9 must be out of the way. It looks a little like the 9's in the way, but I think the 9's out of the way, guys. Yeah, good shot. And don't punish him. Hit the point. There we go.
Point, yeah.
You know, he was going to snuggle right on the 7 there
exactly.
if he didn't hit the point. That's just how it goes. He was dead nuts to get snuggled up on that 7 and to be playing another safe. But luckily, the point took him out of that danger zone. And now he's got to come with probably the 7 to the 15 to the 10 to open the balls up. And he'll have the 9 as insurance when he uses the 10 ball to open him up. So 7, 15, 10. He got a little thin on the 10. So he might want to just play the 8, get a little straighter on the 15 ball so he can just roll up a little bit. Or he'll play up table and come back down if he got a little too thin. Or maybe this is thicker than it looks like on the screen. A couple maybes, guys, sorry. Yeah, I think he wants to be a little thinner on this 10 to go into the 2, the 5, and the 11. Again, he'll have insurance with the 9 ball, so he can get pretty thinner on this 10 ball. Probably a half ball hit is what I prefer. Okay, he looks like he's drawing ball. Okay. Yeah, this is perfect. Probably a little thicker than a half ball hit or a half ball hit. He'll go right into that pocket, the 2, 5, 1, 11. Those balls should hold position for him, and then he'll have shape on the 9 the side if he doesn't get something else from hitting the stack. I don't even really look at the stack from here. I just play the shot because I know I got the 9, but he might be trying to read to see where the balls go. Probably a good rule of thumb. Maybe you can push the 3 out to a break shot or something. Guys, if you're just tuning in the box, Sporting Apparel is here at Q Masters. You guys can come get apparel for both this event and the upcoming International Open, run by Pat Fleming, good friend of the staff working here. On a side note, I don't know why he didn't take that 10 ball. I'm a little confused here. Maybe he's planning to use the 11, preserve the 10 for a break shot next rack. If he plays the 4 and can get back up for the 11, he'll still have the 10 as insurance. Okay, he's confusing me.
There must be a reason why he didn't take that free break. I mean, what does he have now? That's it.
You're the critique guy, so I'm assuming he's got a plan. I'm assuming he's going to go 4 and then the 11. I just don't know why he didn't keep the 10 as insurance for when he goes into the 11, because after he pockets his 4 and gets position on the 11, he took away his guaranteed insurance. So in general, guys, you do like to clear out areas that you're pushing balls towards, but he didn't have any balls he was pushing towards on the short rail. So I would have gone into him much earlier. It just gives you more time to negotiate whatever new problems you have. You take away all those balls that are potential problem solvers, and you could run into trouble. Now he's got a great cue ball, so he got on this 11 ball well, and he'll be able to draw up and should be able to play position on the 8 just in case all else fails. But I'm really confused why he didn't keep that 9 ball there, because he could have had tons of insurance.
If he doesn't land on this now, it's okay. He still has the 8, but it's
As long as he draws up for the 8, he's still pretty safe. But the 3 could get in the way of the 8. You know, this isn't guaranteed for the 8. Yeah.
okay.
And he took away all those balls and could have used something else to generate a break shot, right? So now he doesn't have other balls to create break shots. So just, rule of thumb, he'll probably have to use the 3 balls as break shot now. So he could use the 8 to the 3 in the side or the 8 to the 3 in the corner. Those are the 2 break shot possibilities I see. I like playing the 1 and going 4 rails towards the 6 ball position like he's thinking. Or the 2 and playing position for the 1, I guess, drawing over. Yeah, good shot. He's jacked up over the 3, though. It's a little brutal. It's going to be tough to get position to the 6 because he's treetop. Oh, he was straighter in than I thought. Now he could play a stop shot. I mean, he could play a stop shot in the 6, stop shot in the 5, and then roll up on the 3 and just freeze yourself to the rail on the 8. It's also a potential break shot. I like the 3 more, or the 3 is the break shot more, though.
3 in the side or in the corner?
I like the 3 in the corner. I think it's in better position than it looks for us. Yeah, he's going to swing through 2 rails around for the 8 and then use the 3 in the corner is my guess. I like the side pocket break shot, though. That's not something to forget. He doesn't want to be on the rail. Oh, he ended up dead perfect. He can pull straight out and get a nice angle on this 3.
If he lands straight, he would have to take the 3 break shot in the side pocket, right?
I mean, he wouldn't have to, but that's what I would do. He could always draw back and up, but here he's real good. He can just pull over, get perfect on this 3 ball. That's a nice shot.
Okay, so Mario's going to be ahead now. 96-83. But the big story of the rugby 4 is Mario forgetting that David was on a foul. This is so important to remember at all level, guys. Even if you're beginning in this game, always remember your opponent is on a foul. It's so important. It's a get out of jail free card. So 2 ways you can lose your inning in straight pool. Either you miss or you hook yourself. Well, if your opponent is on a fall, you didn't hook yourself, you hook your opponent. And you can just touch the ball if that's the best you can do and your opponent is hooked.
All right, so Mario's looking good here. He can play the 12 with inside English and go right into the 6 ball. He's got the 10 as insurance. If he hits the 8, he'll slide over to the left side. He still has the 14 ball, so I feel like this is a free shot. Just use massive inside English. Hit this softer to make sure that you hit the 8, and you're good.
It's going outside English now.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. He's probably just playing position for the 4 to use the 13 to go into him. Or sorry, playing position for the 14 to use the 13 to go into him. But I think he can check this with inside English and go right into the 6. At least that's the angle it looks like to me. I could be like geometrically challenged, and this could be a false statement or angle challenged. But I think he can hit this with inside.
So 25 plus 4.
And I'm not slaughtering this. I'm hitting this pretty soft. Yeah. Digital pool, guys. Digital pool is the way to go if you guys want to get your scoring together. Digital pool.
So I think Mario is at 96, so he needs 14 from this rack, and then the next rack, he doesn't need a break shot. He can just run the 15 balls on the table, and he's out.
Yeah, I don't think he's using inside. Oh, 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 oh.
Don't spare him, Mike. Go.
He didn't use inside there, right?
No, no.
Or if he did, he didn't use enough. Wow. Boy, Alcaide's sick right now. I mean, he's not, but he is. So if he just uses outside English, he'll get that shape on the 13 where he can go into the stack. He just uses low outside, play it softly. Play it softly. I would have spun out further and just gotten shape on the 13, and then I could just cut into it, and I had the 10 balls insurance. Now he kind of stopped that pocket, so if he clips the 6 on the wrong side, he could get in trouble. Don't. Just dice this ball in. I would have diced the 13 in. What's he doing?
Yeah.
Mario, you're killing me up here. Such a good player. He's just got a good enough cue ball where whatever decision he makes is still going to work out. That's the level the guys are playing at right now. They just run out from anywhere. They don't care where their cue ball is. They don't necessarily play the percentages as far as like how to go into the stack, make sure you have insurance. He's going to hit a particular part of the ball and then go from there. I think he's playing position on the 4 here, though. I don't think he can go into the stack here. Okay, so he played to get the ball off the rail. That's a good play. Then he can play the 4, and then he can play the 1, open up the rest of the balls. And if he hits it softly, he'll develop the 8 ball. So I look for the 8 ball to be the break shot.
So 9-4-1, you think?
Yeah, 9-4-1, hit the 6 softly on the top side. You'll pull the 8 out.
Okay.
And you should have a shot. It's a little squirrely because he doesn't have insurance. You know, he could have left a couple balls up for insurance, so now he's got to play. He's just got to read the balls really well. Oh.
Yeah, he's taking the 1 next. That's
he's going to clip the 6, but he's going to have to go to the. You know what he's going to do with the 6? He's going to hit it hard, and the 8's going to go to the rail and come back. But that's not a guarantee, so we might have to manufacture a different break shot. Okay, you got pretty thick. Now, if he hits this with left English, I think he can play position on this ball near the right rail, up table, just in case he doesn't get anything. He'll either have it in the side or in the corner. My guess would be in the corner.
He's going to have which ball in the corner?
This ball to the right side. Well, no, he's playing with outside English. Check that. Yeah, that ball up table in the corner. The 11. He didn't put any left on that.
It's like the cluster.
Yeah, if he had just put a little left, he would have had that ball for sure. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You saw he just went straight up and down.
Yes.
He just needed a little left. He could have played that ball up table, guaranteed. Now we're going to sweat and see if the 6 goes. Or he's going to shake his head and cut the 11 all the way in up table.
So, yeah. So remember, Mario needs these balls on the table and the next rack.
Mario needs to play position on the ball when he goes into the stack.
But I mean, he's very close to the finish line now. That's what I meant.
How do I play so good out here and so bad on the table? Anyway.
Is your brain working that fast when you play or only when you commentate?
No. It's always working. It's probably why I'm missing balls. I'm probably thinking too much. Maybe he can hit this ball and make the ball in the side or in the corner. He's calling one of these 2 balls. It's a very aggressive shot.
There are no easy combos. This one is...
You know what I like more? I like playing this ball that's on the right rail, banking it towards the cluster, and putting the cue in the upper right corner. Let the opponent make the mistake.
Oh, very aggressive. Mario...
Very aggressive and rewarded for the aggression. So he needs 1 more rack out of this, and I don't think he's got a break shot, except for the 11. The 11's his best break shot from here. The 11's his best break shot.
Yeah.
Now, here's what I think you should do. I think you should play the 5. I'm gonna say what I play. I play the 5, 13, 6, 8, and use the 8 to get up above the side for the 11.
But
now,
he took his break
oh,
shot.
of course. I was just saying what I would do. So now I think what he's going to do is play 5, 11, 8, and leave the cue ball in the stack and push the 6 out with the 8. So he's going to play 5, 11, get an angle on the 8 so he can go right into the 6 and leave the cue ball in the stack and knock the 6 out.
Okay, there's some hope there, yes.
It's the only thing I see. But again, the 11 was there, so I might have just, accepted the 11. Now he's got to draw exactly on that line that he's putting his cue. So he's got to draw back about two balls width and get nice and thick on this 8, but not too thin to where he misses the 6 and doesn't have a break shot. I mean, he got really good on this ball. He's just got to draw it perfectly. Mario's a world-class player, so don't put it past him to do this. Okay, so he's doing something else. He's going to play the 6.
Push the 8 in the break shot. No.
Push the 8 underneath, maybe.
Yeah, but what's his shot after?
No, he was trying to hit the top side and push it down underneath the stack and then use the 13 ball. He hit the bottom side of it and got funny. Now he's just going to pocket the 8 and not have any possibility. No, that's not true. He's going to pocket the 8, come 3 rails, and try to leave the angle where he can go and cut the lem ball in the corner and then go 1 rail into the stack. He needs to have angle on this ball, and he needs to be around the spot area, like just above the spot, so he can cut it thin.
It's calling the bank.
So he's banking this so he can get position on this ball. This is ultimate aggressive pull, guys. This is how you'd play if you're trying to run a lot of balls. The reason I say that is because you can't play this if you're playing for a tournament, because now your opponent
has a break shot.
Needs only about the same amount of balls you need, 1 more rack, and you have no assurance that you're going to win. I think he should have cut that in, accepted whatever shot he got on the 11, or played safe if he couldn't see the cut.
Yeah,
I don't think you bank from there.
The speed he plays, he always almost always leaves a hanger.
Even this angle, look, this angle, he's got to slaughter this to get it back into the stack and get balls open. He wasn't guaranteed to get a shot. Now, what David probably going to do is play this ball and try to freeze the ball on the long rail on the right side. Get the cue ball all the way on the right side on the long rail, and then it'll go 1 rail into the bottom part of the stack. Try to freeze it. Good speed, great speed, perfect. Okay, now he's cutting the ball to the left, trying to hit the outer 2 balls, so he'll hit the thickness of the 8 to make sure he hits the outer 2 balls. Doesn't want to miss it, so he won't hit it too thick to miss it, but he'll hit it thin enough to have energy. This is actually a good break shot. I look for David to come out well with this. I'll be surprised if he doesn't.
How would you hit this, like center ball or draw?
No, I would hit it thinner with outside English so I can hit it so the cue ball has more speed. If I hit it too thick, then the cue ball loses speed, but,
But in terms of on the cue ball bottom or top or
I'm
middle?
hitting this slightly thicker than a quarter ball hit with low right, trying to hit the 4 or the 15 on the left side of the stack. Guys, I'm going to thank Amsterdam Billiards, Jacoby Custom Cues, Taum, Tips, and Chalk. And guys, I'm very grateful for all these sponsors and everyone that helps me out. Thank you so much. Let's see if he hits his 4 ball. The right will actually help him come back to the middle, which it did. Beautiful shot. And he's got rewarded. And he's off to the races, as they say. And how does he get back into the stack? That is the question. Because if he takes the 9 ball away, that's his best ball to get back into the stack. So he doesn't want to take the 9. That's why he's looking around the table. He might play the 11 here. If he feels confident about pocketing the 11, he'll play the 11 because that 9 ball is the best ball to open up the stack.
David needs 41, so it's pretty much exactly 3 racks.
Okay, he doesn't like any of the other shots, so he's going to play the 9. And he's probably going to use the 5 to go into him. He'll probably cut the 5, use the 11 as insurance with a little bit of inside English, try to hit the 1. If he hits the 4, he'll still be all right, but it'd be better if he hits the 1 when he cuts the 5 in. That's what I look for him to do. He could also use the 7 ball as a break shot.
Well, I merged. I merged 10 years of work. It is.
All right.
Okay, if the 3 goes, he's got more options. He can play the 3 and then leave position on the 15 and then make sure he hits the center or the right side of the 10, and he'll still have insurance.
Oh, the 3 goes. It doesn't look like it from here.
No, but he's definitely shooting it, so it definitely goes.
Okay.
And he got the right angle on the 15, I think. Maybe he came up a hair high. Okay, he's looking at the other. No, he's good.
I haven't even had time to load up digital pool on my own. Take it all apart and break it, fix it. To know what
Now, sometimes you can read the stack and know exactly where the balls are going. In this case, I don't see him getting stuck to the stack. If he's got angle on this 15, I don't think he can get stuck to the stack and not have a shot. Looks like the 7 goes. You know, if he got in really bad roll and got frozen on that other stripe, I think balls go.
You say the 7 goes.
Yeah, meaning if you were to get stuck on that 4, whatever that stripe is next to the 4, he would have the 7 still up in the corner, you know. Now, if he doesn't shoot this, he's got to figure out some other way. Yeah, he's not shooting that, so he's planning to go off some other ball to hit him. And the 5 ball is the ball that I liked before. And he's looking to see if he can get there on the 5. Now, obviously, if he can get there, he's got a lot of good things he can do. I would play to be more like in the 7 position and just go 1 rail off the 5 towards the stack. He's looking to get underneath the 5. That requires a super good cue ball.
11 is no good to break those 4 balls?
Well, the 11's my insurance if I go into him.
Okay.
You know, if I use the 5 to go into him, I got the 11 as insurance. So it's like it's the easiest shot. I know I can make it 100 out of 100 times. Even if I'm jacked up, I'm probably going to make the 11. You know, I mean, that's why I like the 11 so much. Yeah, he looks like he's following, trying to land on the rail. Okay, he's doing my shot. No, maybe not.
So we're doing things right now. He's doing things on the fly.
Yeah, he is. Okay. And he's going to try to develop the 10, so he's not going to hit this too hard. He's just going to try to push the 10 out and just give himself a little relief. Now, if he can't use the 10, he can use the 10 to open him up the rest of the way. You know, but he's going to try to play position on the 10 ball for a break shot. Next rack. Okay, now that still works. And like I said,
yeah,
he was guaranteed to have a shot. If he landed on the top side of the 1, he had the 11. If he came to the bottom, he pushed the 12 down. So, and he made the 10 ball break shot. This is ideal for David, and Mario's got to be, you know, a little grumpy right now, trying to figure out why this is, you know, where it is. I've seen Mario been, you know, banging on the door to win a major event. You know, recently, like he was playing Albin in London, almost won, lost by pure luck. And now here, he kind of got a little funny, went for a bank. If it went in, he wins. If not, you know, it's just right there.
I risk, I reward.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling for him here. Such a strong player.
Yeah, if he makes that bank, maybe he's out already. Just but good call, Mike. It's happened exactly as you said.
Now, like I was saying before, the common tradition is to take the balls out underneath the break shot, right? So you would get rid of the 13, the 4. and then use the 2 maybe to the 7 to close it out. I think he's taking out the 7 now, so he might use the 1 ball as his key ball.
Well, a lot of people have developed that. You got all of those.
Okay, he pushed that down. Maybe the 10 ball isn't out, guys. Maybe he didn't get enough relief from the stack on the 10, so he just developed that 11 ball nicely, I'll add. Now that 2 ball's all by its lonesome, so that might end up being his end of the rack pattern. I'm not sure. Just saw the infamous Danny Bariti walk by. Guys, I'll do a quick shout out to Laura Rodriguez. She's been very supportive of my game. I'm sure she's watching, listening now. And yeah, I'm very grateful for the people in my life that helped me play this sport.
All right. Right again, Mike. 2 balls, the key ball.
Yeah, so he's got I mean, he doesn't want to be straight on this ball. I might just go up the center of the table instead of using inside. Let's see what he chooses here. Okay, he used inside, and he's going to get a good angle on the 2. That was a great shot there. That was much more difficult than it looked. Now he'll try to get to the center of the table, and I'll have a great position here to continue his run and really put the pressure on Mario. This is his match to win now. You got to favor the player at the table. He pulled back a little bit. I would have hit that more of a stun shot and just came out to the center. He drew that a little, makes it a little steeper cut. Now, the good thing about this shot, cue ball's got so much energy, he doesn't have to hit it hard. So all he has to do is focus on pocketing the ball. Bad thing is he's got to focus on pocketing the ball because it's a little thin.
So we said he needed 3 racks, so that was the first. 2 more to go.
We keep Pascal around because he's able to count for the rest of us. So
keep the objective in sight.
That's why he did that engine, the 14-1 engine. He's very good with stats.
Yes.
All right, so looks like to me like he's going into the 7 and 12, maybe more of the 7. Now, if he hits this too softly, he could just freeze on the stack. So he does have to give this a little bit of energy. I look for him to use more of a stun shot just to pop off the rack a little bit, so a little bit below center. Okay, he juiced it and hit it really well. A little unfavorable result, I got to say, to have those 6 balls in the middle there kind of locked up. That's a little unfortunate with how much angle he had. I'm looking at ways to attack it, and the only thing that I see that's not reasonable is the 8 ball. The 8 ball will go into him, but it doesn't really give him relief. Maybe the best play here is to go this ball in the side pocket, the stripe in the side, and use the 10 and go into the 6-14 and have the 3 as insurance. If he hits it thin, I'll have the 8 and the other ball on the rail as insurance. At least he alleviates a couple more balls. I like that play a lot. So I look for him to play the side pocket, roll up a little bit, and leave the proper angle on the 10 ball to go 1 rail into the stack. A lot of good things can happen with that shot.
And he's going to take the ball you said was the worst. Worst? Yeah.
I wouldn't use this to go in just because it's so dangerous. And he's not using it to go in. So he's still approaching this a different way. I like using the 10. The 3, he doesn't have any insurance. He can get in trouble. And Mario can get back to the table if he chooses this. I don't think this is the right play. I don't think you should go into him here. I think you should play position here to use another ball to go into him. Okay. I didn't think it was the right play. He got really close to scratching. He lost a cue ball. He still has 3 balls tied up.
Yeah.
He's a very, very good player. He actually tortured me at the U.S. Open. I didn't really get to shoot, so I do respect his game tremendously. I think he just did a little oversight not to see the value in the 10 ball going into those balls. You know.
Yeah, just because he got a good result doesn't mean it was the right shot.
Right, of course. I mean, he was so close to scratching. He lost a cue. It was just dangerous. The other way we had no danger, completely safe. And you know, I played Mika earlier today, and he's in my homeroom. He plays out of Amsterdam Billiards. Thorsten plays out of Amsterdam Billiards. We're all three house pros and give lessons there. I love watching Mika play. It was a little torturous watching him play me because he played great against me, as he typically does, but he really plays the game so beautifully and sees all the nuances that I want to see while I'm playing pool, and straight pool specifically. He just plays it so right. Inside, I'm always rooting for Mika to perform well at the straight pool events because I think it's his most elegant game. I think he's really got another level when it comes to straight pool. But back to David, who is also quite a great player. He still has to address these 3 balls and still doesn't have a great break ball. The best break ball I see right now is the ball by the corner pocket, the 11 ball. You can thin it and go under the stack and hit a great break shot. He also has the 5 ball in the center of the table, great break shot. And the 4 ball is a problem. If he's got the right angle now, he might go into the stack now. There's almost no reason not to. Right?
Yep, there you go.
And if he tickled the 6 out to a break shot, it worked out merrily. Or Sally, or Jane, or in my case, Laura, whatever. I think he's got the 7 in the side if he doesn't have anything, so that was a pretty safe shot. The only worst thing that could happen is he could have squeezed between those 2 balls, not hit anything, but that would have been a tremendously bad roll. So wise decision there. The 7 ball is an okay key ball, but it's a little far from the center of the table where he really wants to be. So you'll find that the more straight pool you'll play, the more you might actually just bow out and use the 9 ball as your break shot because of the quality position of your key ball. But I think David's probably going to keep the 6. Yeah, he's still trying to develop a better break ball. Now this, too, is a good break ball, and the other key ball is a little closer to its position. If I were here, I might go ahead and use the 4 ball as my key ball just because of the position of the 2 break balls, either the 2 or the 6. My guess is he's probably going to get rid of it because that's what we're always told to do.
Okay, inside.
Yeah, he's getting rid of the 4. He's going to make it a half-table game. Again, look how nicely he comes down to the center of the table with that 4 ball when he plays it. He'll have easy shape on the 6 or the 2 off the 4. That's why I actually don't mind this as much as a key ball.
Okay, but the break shots is definitely the 2 now, right?
I mean, as definite as we can call anything with David and Mario. Okay. It looks to me like 9-6, 11-2 is what he'll play.
6, 11, 2, okay.
And he'll stay on the left side of the 6. He's not going to pop over. I think he can just stay there and have the right shape to go 2 rails out and play position on the 11. Okay, he chose to follow it so he can just stun up. If he got straight, he could draw. That was a good decision. He had a bunch of different ways to play position to the 11. This is a nice little triangle he's got here. There's not much movement from the 6 to 11, and there's not much movement from the 11 to the 4, so or 2, whichever ball that is. If he comes short, he could always work his cue ball a little bit, but I think he's going to accept it based on the other break shots he's taken. He'll just draw this back a little bit. Yeah, he was in perfect shape.
Yeah. So 2 out of 3, 1 more rack. And remember last time Mario was at the table, it was that bank.
Yeah, I think Mario made a couple decision errors there with the bank and the safety play when his opponent was on a foul.
Yes.
You know, those 2 decision errors might cost him the whole match. You saw early on they were going back and forth a little bit, right?
Yep.
Now one person made a nice run, Mario, and now David's returned the fun. This has been a nice seesaw match, beautiful match for commentary. We get to see a lot of good pool here. Appreciate you guys having me. I love Al. St. Al's been very good. Zach with Digital Pool is helping us out as well. With the scoring system, it's been awesome, so you guys can see the scores live. Of course, Peter Burrows, Andy Lincoln, Everyone else here. The staff is amazing, guys. If you're getting food and beverages, please tip out the staff well. They're good guys, girls, women, men, children. Behind me, speaking of children, just kidding, we got Elvis Rodriguez back here selling in the box shirts. Great guy, actually. All right, so back in action here. We have David at the table looking to close this match up. He needs the, looks like 13 balls.
Yeah, he needs 13 out of 14 on the table.
So, no problems whatsoever. He's just got to not do anything without thought. I'll say, you know, as long as he focuses, he'll be all right. I can't see shooting the 11 here. I would shoot the 12, get a little closer to my work, and then start shooting. 11's jarable. He's probably going to shoot the 11 like it's a hanger, but I would shoot the 12 all day long, or whatever that ball, the 10 ball. Sorry, 10 ball on the side. Unless it's taking me away from balls, but I think the 10 naturally leads towards either the 6 or the 14. If he plays this 11, he's got to kind of slow roll it and get shape on the 3, and doesn't want to get straight on the 3. He wants to get angle. A little bit of work here. Okay.
That's fine.
More than fine. He did a good shot. He's got the 13. Now, standard procedure, right, would be to take out any break shots, where if you do screw up, Mario doesn't have a free shot, so you don't preserve the 6, you don't preserve the 4 or the 5, and you don't preserve the 14 or the 12. You get rid of all those balls without any hesitation. There's no reason to hold them. Obviously, you're still trying to do stop shot outs, so you don't work the cue ball to get to those, but you don't, you know, you don't preserve those balls like you normally would. I like 13-6 or 13-10, 14-6 for my next 3 balls. Just see a nice little stop pattern. Then off the 6, you can play the 8. And then the 3, then the 1, then the blah, 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 the blah, 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 the blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. So
sorry, guys.
That was easy.
yes, even though he doesn't need any break shot, doesn't need to plan anything, just pocket ball,
he does need to plan. He needs to plan. He needs to make sure he doesn't get in trouble. You know,
yeah.
you really just need to make sure you don't make an unforced error here. He's sitting pretty. Just make America great again, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Make Spain great again, I should say, for David. You know, he just wants to close this out. So probably going to, I mean, I wouldn't go into any balls here unless I have to play shape, but zero risk. He wants to take zero risk.
Yes.
Play the 6. I would play the 6, then the 8, then the 3. Then I would come across for the 10, the 14. You know, just keep it simple, guys. Yeah, he's overthinking because he doesn't want to make a mistake. He wants to keep his pace so he doesn't make an error. So you don't want to overthink. Just keep doing what he's been doing. Just don't save anything that you don't need to save. I think he still has to open up the 3, 9, and the 15.
Alex looking for you. Alex is looking for you.
Don't scare me, David. Just play the 6. Stop looking at the 4, please.
6 and then
8.
8, yeah.
If you're feeling froggy, get angle on the 3 to go into the 9. You can't get in trouble. So 6, 8, 3. Go into the 9. You're going to have the 12 or the 15, you know, or the 8.
Oh, he's taking the 4.
It's okay. I hope it doesn't skid on him. This could actually skid, guys. If it skid, he would lose because he, yeah.
He
overthought things. You know, he's worried about the 4 being in the way for the 5. He's trying to clear pockets. This is still good decision making, but he's got to stop working so hard to get out. He hasn't been working this hard to get out the rest of the racks. This is one of the easier racks he's had. He just needs to stick to his plan. Play the 1, play the 10, the 14, come back up table, get position on the 10 or the 3 or the 12 off the 14. You know, you got a lot of options. He could roll forward, play position on the 4 now if he's that concerned about the 4. I like this better.
Yeah.
And then we'll need access to this room. Oh, we got to keep it.
Play the 10. Play position on the 14. Okay, you're working for position on the 14.
See, now something a little random will happen, right? I mean,
Yeah, well, he's he's playing a little dangerous here. Been playing a little dangerous, been playing a little cautious. He's playing not to lose instead of to win, right? And they talk about that in a lot of sports books. He's playing not to lose instead of to win. He's been playing like a winner this whole match. He needs to keep that mindset, bear down, close this out. Now we got to hope he doesn't get a funny kiss and scratch here. Don't get a funny kiss and scratch. Don't get a funny kiss and scratch.
see, that was, yeah.
Okay, now does he have a pocket for the 9 or does the 7 block it? Is the 15-8 wired?
It's not. It can be done, but it's not wired.
And the 9 takes you all the way up table, far away from all pockets, all clear pockets. The 7 blocks the 12. The 4 blocks the 5.
None of this needed to happen, right?
No. Maybe he can go into the 5 and hold the cue. But he doesn't want to hit it thick to go forward more and hit the 5 and clip the 7. This is dangerous, guys. I would double check, make sure the 15-8 isn't wired to the side. Probably not, but you know, you got to look. Is it 8-15 wired to the other corner? You know, since you tied up those balls, you got to solve them at some point anyway. Is he playing the combo? This is brutal. You know what? I hate to say this, but if he doesn't like it, he could clip the left side of the 3, put him all the way up in the upper right corner. Let his opponent try to figure out a solution. You don't have to shoot.
I don't know.
You don't have to shoot. You don't have to die playing the 9-7 if it's not easy. I think he can thin the 3 and put the cue ball up in the upper right corner, unless it's too.
Wait, I think the 9 goes. The 9 goes in the corner.
If the 9 goes and the 7 doesn't block it, then yes, he's got to shoot. But the 7 blocks half the pocket. I don't know if I'd shoot it. For all the cash, for the whole loot. This is a big match. Whoever wins this is probably guaranteed to get through their bracket. Well, I shouldn't say guaranteed. There's so many great players playing in all the brackets. I just played Joshua Filler, Mika Imnan. Okay. He needs to get back. He needs to get all the way back. He needs to get all the way back. All the way back. Now, shoot the 5 in the side. Then play the 4. Then play the 7. Go into the 15-8. And then call it a day. Shake your opponent's hand. Buy him a drink. Tell him you still love him. Yeah. Play the 5 in the side. He's been worrying about that stinking 4 ball for like the last 20 minutes. Play the 5 in the side. What's he doing? And this has to be steeper. This has to be similar to what Mario saw. I think, guys, that this 5 has to be harder than it looks. If he plays a 7, he's got to go into the 8.
Yeah, I think he's concerned about.
Play the 7, go into the 8. Don't play the 3 here. What does the 3 take you to? Nothing. Please. Thank you. That's why he's jacked up over the 12. Okay, my bad. Play the 7. Go into the 8, please. Or go into the 12. I like going in the 8 because it solves a problem. Little low outside, low right. Takes you right into the 8 ball. If you miss it, you still got the 12 ball. 0 risk. If you hit the 15, you still have the 5 in the side. I'm confused. Unless the 8 goes by the 7. Because the 3 carries you to the 8.
Oh my God.
Yep. There you go. There you go. He's still in bad shape. This is crazy talk. This is so exciting. If I had an English accent, you guys would all be hearing me talk lullabies to you. This is crazy. I can't believe that he just played that shot. He had the 7 where he can go right into the 8, had the 12's insurance and the 3, at least the 12 guaranteed. Now he's got to play a 12-7 combo or the 8 ball.
Or the
Okay,
5.
the 8 ball
The
goes.
8
No,
ball
he's got
goes.
the 8 ball. Okay, stay down. Don't move. I think Pascal just lost a heart.
I'm sorry, guys.
Mario is ecstatic. Mario needs. Come on, mathematician. He's
16.
Mario needs 16. So he's got a great break shot with the 5 ball. So he's going to go 8, 4, 12, 15, 7 would be my guess. And that should give him the nice 7 pivot ball to go around to get perfect on the 5 ball. This is unbelievable. I wish one of my opponents would have missed like this when I was playing them. David was playing so good till this rack. I can't believe he made that decision error. I mean, I believe it because I saw it, but it's just surprising to me. Such a good player. Maybe the 12 doesn't go by the 15, guys. I'm not sure. If the 12 doesn't go by the 15, then he might have to draw up for the 15 or follow down for a short side position on the 7. Yeah, it doesn't look like the 15 goes, or the 12 goes. So this is still squirrely. This isn't a walk in the park. What all straight pull players demise, and I'm saying this as if I know what everybody's thinking, but we usually hate to play for 1 ball. It's nice to be able to play for multiple balls when you're playing position. So in this scenario, if he's got to play like between the 5 and 12 for position on the 15, that's scary, unless he's got a stop shot and it's guaranteed. We know where the cue's going. But if he's got to roll back like a half ball or roll forward a half ball for all the cash, that becomes a little more terrifying, especially when you're in a tight match against another world beater. David Alcaide and Mario He are both capable of beating anyone in the world. You do not want to give them another opportunity.
So you would draw a little here, right?
I would play the 4.
And draw a little for the...
And probably roll up for the 7 if I see the angle right, or draw back for the 15. But well, maybe this is the play. If the 4 is a good break shot, just play the 5. Go into that ball. He went into the wrong side of it. Now he's got to play a combo. Both players are falling apart. I love seeing this. This makes me feel like... This makes me feel like all warm and fuzzy inside, Pascal, because, been watching a lot of serial killer things on Netflix, and I like seeing other people's demise. If you guys haven't seen the Jeffrey Dahmer, it's pretty crazy. Anyway, so back here, so 12-7, or the 15 ball if it clears, or just miss it and let David get back to the table.
Take the 15. There are no easy combos.
This is probably but if the 15 has a half pocket on a diamond table, it won't go if he scrapes it right now. These tables are 2 weeks old. If it was day 2 and they were just reclothed, the 15 is probably the play. 2 weeks in, you can use inside English. I don't think he's supposed to go for this shot unless he's got a full pocket. Prove me wrong. Come on, Mario. Prove me wrong. Okay. 12-7. This isn't horrible. Just pot the 12 and the 7 goes in. See, I said pot. I'm talking English to you guys. Well, or I'm talking, special. This is exciting. I like when a guy takes a few moments to make a decision here. I'm in complete suspense. Wow.
He feathered the 7.
Wow. That spells mom upside down. Wow. I can't believe you just made that. I can't believe he scraped the 7 and made it.
And still made it.
That's insane. Now he still has to play good shape on the 12 to get to the 4.
He's laughing also. He's laughing with us.
Oh, yeah, he's laughing. David's crying inside. I hope David's windows are locked so that he can't jump out of tonight. Oh, this is so brutal.
Remember at the beginning of the rack, he said there are no problems here. You know, it's easy, no problems.
It was,
And,
but
yeah.
every rack requires precision in straight pull. Simple racks played awfully turn into awful racks really quick. Well, if the 15 went by, the 12 has to go by, right? That's what he's thinking. Yeah, just draw this back. You got a couple ways to get on the 4 as long as you don't get. Yeah, you got tons of ways to get on the 4 regardless. This is fine.
Okay.
You can go top inside, avoid it. 1 rail, or he might even have the low outside 2 rail if he doesn't have the 1 rail. I think he's got the 1 rail up. Oh, he's got the 2 rail. Sweet. That's ideal. And
Is this it, or we're gonna have more?
The pressure continues. No, this is likely. He's got a great angle on this break shot. He's going to stay down. This is a little thicker than a half ball hit, like a sliver thicker than a half ball hit. Looks like he's going into the 8 ball, depending on whether he hits the top of the 8 or the bottom of the 6. He's got a lot of good results that can happen. They're trying to figure out math now, I think.
They don't remember how many balls they were on the table when Mario took over. I think this is what they're arguing.
If we see fist thrown, we'll know that someone's lying.
It's not super important, but
I'm kidding. No, it's very important. You kidding?
Well,
both players just had a chance to get out.
I mean, it's either 6 or 7, I think. But you're right, it is important.
This is crazy. So you said he needed 16. Now he needs 11, looks like. So I guess there were 5 balls left at the time that he got out.
That's right, 5.
If he needs 11, he still has some work out of him. Now watch him scratch on the side. Nope. Okay.
Big spread.
Now, don't get hooked. Okay.
Everything's open.
Okay.
Let's go, Mario.
Okay. Easy rack. Okay. Don't hit balls. Play smart. Don't get in any trouble. If he needs 11, yeah, just go ahead and take the break shot. See, you don't have to worry about the break shot. Just take it out. Nice. Now get rid of the 9 and the 14. Keep it simple. Off the 14, you can play position for the 7 or the 5. Or you could play position for the 3 right now and the 2. Play position for all 3. Go between the 3 and the 2. Play position for the 3, the 2, and the 14. There you go. He can even play the 11 if he wants. Why not? Get rid of the 11. Good. Now the 10. 2, 3, 14. Just keep your cue ball moving minimal. You know nothing can happen, like a crazy scratch.
Yeah, he's not overthinking it. Just simple shots.
11.
He needs 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So I think he's just going to play for this 14. Or he could come back up to the middle. He doesn't even need the 14. The 14 is kind of useless. Looks like a 5, 11, 1. Okay, 1, 7. or 112, whatever.
I think that's it. Boom. Yep.
Wow. Wow, guys, I'm going to thank my mom because wow spells mom upside down. My dad, my brother, my family, my relatives, my beautiful girlfriend, Laura, my friends. I'll do a little shout out to Coffee and Jess. Guys, thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. This will start again tomorrow at noon. Quick thanks to Upstate Al, Peter Burrows, Andy Lincoln, all the crew that's been working so hard to get this thing together. Thank you, Jacoby Custom Cues. Thank you, Town. Thank you, Narcoleptic. Thank you, Al. I'm out. And I'll see you guys at the next one. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you to both of these guys. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than that, right, folks? We got commentators coming out of the woodworks, and these guys know exactly what they're talking about. So big shout out to them. Come down and meet them on Wednesday. It's a meet and greet. There's, like you can see on there, appetizers. I'll be here for sure just to get autographs and pictures. I take them with these guys all the time, and these guys are fun to be around. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow for sure. We're starting up at 11 o'clock. And on Wednesday, I expect to see you guys down here and say hello.
All right, let me write this down. This is on the commentary table. Gotcha.